Okay, I'm gonna do this right now. Let me do this right quick. Can you guys hear me?
Johnny, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. How are you doing?
What up, brother man? I see Equalizer here, but it looks like his mic's off. So
Yeah, his mute's off. I just want to share with everybody right now. Jim Terry is coming on. I think he's coming on at any minute. So what I want to do is because I don't want.
You got a reverb.
I got a reverb. How about now?
Somebody does. I don't know who it is.
I can hear it too. Here, let me see. Let me turn it off here. I think it's on the camera. Better?
No, I don't think it's you. I think it's somebody else.
Oh, okay. Well, I just want to say thank you, everybody, for coming into the chat room. We are. I saw over there. I went over there and looked at Jim Terry's.
We're still getting reverb from somebody.
I don't know who it is. Let me go. Let me try go back out and come back in. Okay. How about that? Is that better? Is that better?
Yeah, I don't hear anything.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
All right, cool.
I can still. It's still coming back again.
Yeah, I don't know.
I can hear it in my headphones. I don't know if anybody else can.
I can't hear it at all. Equalizer, you here, buddy? You can't unmute your guests because they choose to mute themselves. Okay. Okay, let me turn my mic off and turn it back on, okay? Can you hear me now? Well, anyway, hey guys, how you doing? We're going to fix out the little bugs here. Jim's coming on at any minute now, and I was going to let everybody know you guys can come. Everything sounds good on Johnny.
Yeah, you got a bad delay, Johnny.
Everybody's telling me in the chat room I'm fine.
They can't hear you because they're not in StreamYards with us.
But really?
You talk, and then I don't hear it for like 5 seconds after.
Oh, shit. Okay, so I don't know what I should do. Go back out and come back in, probably?
Maybe it's just me. Let me leave and come back.
Okay. Well, anyway, guys, what I was saying was Jim Terry is coming on at any minute. So if you guys want to, after the show is over there, we can all come back over here. I won't end my broadcast, and I'll just put some music on, and we can all go over there and watch Jim Terry. And then after everybody's done, we can all come back over here, and we can do our show. Okay. I think that will be a lot better to do that. I don't want to step on Jim Terry's toes or anything, or y'all can stay on with me. It doesn't matter, whatever you guys want to do. But I'm loyal to Jim Terry, and I know you guys are loyal to him too. So whatever you guys want to do, we can just do that, and we can do that, okay? And go over there to Jim's show. Hey, Johnny, I'm logged out, but I'll be back in a few. Okay. So we can do that, guys, if you want to. Are you guys sounds good? JT says it's showtime at 11. Okay. Okay, that's fine. So we'll stay up here and talk. And let me text a few people to let them know. Okay, there it goes, Uso. All right, King Samoan, how you doing?
Good. Can you hear me now? Okay.
I can hear you perfect, man. I can hear you perfect.
I can hear you good too. It must have been my side. For some reason, I couldn't. I would hear you, and then I would rehear you again in my headphones both times. So I don't know what the hell is going on, but it's good now. Sorry, I apologize.
You know what? It's okay. It's probably my end too, but everybody's telling me that we should just stay here and because the chat, you know how many we got 36 in the chat right now. Ready for Gay Slaw Showtime. Okay. Hey, Kings. Hey, someone said hi, King. Purple Pexy. Can you hear me, King? If everybody can hear me, give me a 1 in the chat room, please. Okay, cool. King or Simone, you on there? I don't know. But yeah, guys, we were just here to letting everybody know that we're just going to have a good time. We're going to tell Wild Stories Part 2. We're only going to probably be on for an hour so everybody can go see Jim Terry. So I don't want you guys miss out on Jim Terry. There's 43 in the chat now, bro.
Am I behind on you, Johnny, or is it just me?
No, there's no behind. You're fine. You're perfect. Can you hear me? Oh no. You're good on my end, bro. Fade it out. Yeah, Melissa. Okay, so everybody, I'm here for. Okay,
hey, Johnny,
I'm here for
you're breaking up on me really bad. I can't tell if
Am
it's
I really?
my connection or yours.
Everybody's telling me my connection is good in the chat room,
Can you
bro.
guys hear Johnny perfectly? Because he's breaking up on mine. Like it keeps freezing on mine. Maybe it's just my internet.
Hey, can you guys hear me and King Samoan in the chat room? Give me a 1.
No, I can't hear you at all, actually.
All right, Jim, I'm going to send you a.
All right,
I'm
let me
send
come
you a
back
link.
in again.
Okay, I'm going to send you a link, Jim.
My shit's screwing up for some reason.
He's good. He said he's.
I got that
Hey,
Montello
Jim Terry said you're good.
internet.
Jim Terry said you're good.
Get rid of it.
Jim Terry said you're good. Jim, I'll send you the link.
Yeah, Johnny, I'm gonna have to come back in on you because you're frozen on me.
I'm frozen on you?
Yeah, but I think it's just me. No, now I
see the delay. Never mind. I see the delay now. I see the delay.
Yeah, but everybody says we sound fine. But yeah, now I can see you. So it seems like we're good. Sorry, everyone. Me and Johnny, I should say, has got a new setup he's working with. So it's all brand new for him. So we're trying to get it figured out. Yeah, Johnny?
Yeah. I can hear you loud and clear, bro. I can hear you loud and clear. Can you hear me? Oh, he's on mute again. You're on mute again. I hear both. Everybody in the chat room said they can hear both. The connection is fine. All of us hear you. Okay, thank you. Hey, Jim, I just sent you the link to your email address. So how's everybody doing tonight? Sugar Plum, how you? Yelly, Heather, Melissa, Moynes, nice. Moniz, good. Nice to have you guys here.
Equalizer's muted for some reason. I can't barely hear you, Johnny. Like if you're talking, I don't know if you are.
Can you hear me now? No, just Johnny. Can you hear me now?
What the fuck is going on? Yeah, see, and Equalizer can't get unfrozen. And
let me
hear you. Like
let me tell you.
All I hear is bits and pieces of you talking. But I'm on StreamYard, not on YouTube. So
yeah, I'm on StreamYard too, and YouTube.
No, I can't. Not on StreamYards. I can't. And I think Equalizer's stuck on mute still.
Here, let me get him.
Let me go back out and try one more thing, Johnny. See if it's just me.
Okay.
All right.
All right, brother. They're telling us they hear us both fine. Okay. Equalizer.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back out and come back in.
I hear you perfect. I hear you perfect. Okay. We're live. Oh, device not connected. What does that mean? Device not connected. They need to connect their mic before you can add them. Let's see. No. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm fixing out the perks. Okay, here we go. Equalizer, can you hear me?
Hello.
Equalizer. Hey, Equalizer, can you hear me? Oh my God, something's going on. Can you hear me, Equalizer?
I can't hear you either.
You can't hear me either? Here, let me refresh this shit real quick, okay? Let me refresh it.
I'm going to go out and come back in because I can't hear you.
Oh, okay.
Let me try
Okay.
one thing first.
Okay. I hear you loud and clear now.
Can you guys hear me?
How about now?
I can hear you good now.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
You're a little choppy there, sir.
Okay. How about now?
That's a little better. That's a lot
Okay,
better.
cool. All right, cool. Jim, I can come on your show anytime when you want me to come on. I don't know.
I'm sorry,
I mean,
you're still chopping up.
hey, you know what? Let's just go ahead and what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and end this broadcast. Let's let everybody go over there to Jim's show.
Okay,
And
let's restart it.
and we just and let me restart my show and let me restart it and we'll come back to doing the after show. Okay. Okay. Cool. We're all going to go over.
Good.
All right. So thank you, Equalizer. See you.
Yep.
Hey,
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, it was my internet. It had to.
Okay, I can hear you.
Because I can hear you.
Oh, is it
and
your
see the
internet?
whole
Okay.
time. Yeah, it had to have been my internet.
Okay.
Because I can hear you perfect now.
Okay, so what we're going to do, listen here, team. What we're going to do is we're going to go back over to Jim Terry's, and then Jim's going live. Question, and then we're going to come back over here after Jim's done, and stuff like that. Okay.
Is Jim going live now then?
Uh,
Or not? I thought he wasn't going live for
I
another
think so.
hour, half hour or something.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Because Equalizer says where I'm having problems. Equalizers were saying that we're having something due to. Hey Jim, are you going on live right now, bro? Or are you?
Not for another hour, Johnny.
Okay. Okay, guys. Okay, you guys can stay here then. My bad. Someone call him. Okay. Let me call Jim and make sure, okay? I don't want to step on nobody's toes, you know what I mean, King Samoan? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I got you, brother. Sorry, no.
I want to make
your internet was fine. It had to have been mine because I reset it all, like the Wi-Fi or the whatever the hell it is, and it works fine now.
Okay.
So I think it was just me for some reason.
Okay.
Where's Ruben tonight?
He's his knees are hurting him tonight.
Oh, are they? Oh shit! They probably hurt him 24 hours a day, I would imagine.
Yeah, all day long, man. Yeah.
Now, how was your day today, Johnny? You got everything? Did you let the people know you got everything? You're getting everything set up for your studio stuff?
Oh yeah. I got my camera here. I got my new. Oh shit! Let me unplug it here before I rip to the hell out. Here's a special gift that I got from somebody, and it's a brand new 4K new video camera, and you see it. You see it, King Samoan,
I see it, man. It's a nice little
and
camera.
it looks very nice. It has a microphone on it. This is what we're trying to get. We're trying to get this to go on the StreamYard. But here, let me turn it on for you guys. Here you go. See, it says welcome, and it takes my picture. It takes pictures. It video cams, and it's really nice. And it's
we're gonna set it up for your live streams, right? And like your
Yeah, we're
cooking
gonna-
shows and stuff. It'll be good for doing
Yeah.
your cooking stuff.
Yeah, and it would be good when I'm walking down the pier, or
Right.
or even like walking down in the bathhouses, seeing the glory hose.
I'll leave that for you and Robbie, bro. I'd rather watch the
Seeing
chicks
the glory
flinging.
hose like
I'd
that.
rather watch some
Yeah.
chicks flinging sticks around than the glory hole. That's on you guys. I'm good with that.
I know that, and
Jim can fascinate with that stuff. I'm good. I don't want to see no glory hole, no bath hole, no nothing. Just saying.
yeah. So, and I also got a new microphone stand too today, and but I just want to say to the special person, thank you so much. You mean the world to me for doing this, and I can't wait to get this really going, because it's going to be awesome. I think it's going to be really awesome, and I just got to learn the perks of it. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. You'll get there.
I'll
It's
get there.
it's not like you're been doing this for the last 5-10 years. You know what I mean? You're still a year into it, or a year or so into it, and you really haven't been doing live streams very long, right?
No, I haven't done live stream for a long time.
Right.
So anyway, back with some news flash. I did get a hold of Betty Hayward. Betty Hayward is doing good. Okay. LOL, I don't go to bathhouses, Robbie said. And I just want to say, everybody, Betty Hayward's doing good. She just had she told me what happened was she had a meltdown. She had a little nice meltdown. Right. Thank you, Robbie. Nice camera. Thank you.
Well,
and
when women say that, Johnny, a meltdown, at least the girls I've dated in the past, a meltdown means, they're just having a shitty day. They can have a meltdown every other week. Honestly, it's pretty common, especially when they have that, that time of the month. I'm not a woman and all, but I've been married to them and I've been around them my whole life. So I know how they get. So a meltdown doesn't necessarily mean it's like a full on crazy mode. You know what I mean? It's probably just having a shitty day.
Yeah, that's what she said. She was having a bad day. And, but Jim,
you know what's crazy though is I was like, Jim, I saw that. I was like, Jim, I didn't realize that was a wig this whole time. I thought she just had a headband on, honestly. Like one of them 80s aerobic chicks. You see them 80s aerobic chicks, they got the spandex and them shit they wear around their hands and their head and their feet. You know what I'm saying? Maybe you didn't.
Hey, Jim,
maybe you didn't
go
watch
ahead,
those in the 80s, Johnny. You were probably watching the dudes lifting weights, huh? I was watching them hot chicks and do the aerobics. I was listening. Is she bad? No, Jim, she's not bad. She was just having a bad day. She said she was just having a bad day. Hey, Jim, what time are you actually coming on? So I don't interfere with your time. What time are you coming on? Do you know? But anyway, they did workout yesterday live stream from the afternoon. Jim, bald or not, I don't think she's bad at all, honestly. Nothing wrong with the
okay,
bald
Equalizer's
chick.
backstage.
You can't grab her hair. That's the only bad thing about a bald chick.
I'm gonna bring Tennessee Gambler.
All right.
Hello, Tennessee Gambler.
Sloth, my boy, King Samoa, what's up?
Not much, man.
Brother.
We're just fellowshipping with one another before Jim Terry comes on.
Hey, I'm on my way back from basketball, but I saw you were on. I wanted to try to get in right here. Hey, I brought it up last night. Did you all see? It sounds like Vince McMahon came back to the WWE because they might be selling that to somebody.
You really
Did you
think
see
that they'll sell that? Because hasn't wrestling been in their family for forever, right? I don't know, man. That's
Yeah,
hard
I mean-
to believe that they would sell it.
Yeah, this is like, I mean, Vince McMahon Sr. had it,
Right.
and now Vince McMahon Jr.'s got it. I wouldn't
Right.
believe they would sell it, but everything they've been showing that it's looking like he came back because they're either looking to sell it or, and I can't remember what the other thing was they were talking about, but most of the stuff they've been talking about is that he's came back because he wants to spearhead the charge as far as trying to get the best price for it to be sold.
Huh. I think he's just a control freak, honestly.
Oh.
Because I heard he
Hey,
was
how
control freak
funny.
just like his dad.
How funny would it be if Tony Khan ends up sliding in there and buying it? Then he'd have AEW and WWE, and that would basically just throw a damn screw you to Vince McMahon for what he did to TNA or what's it called back in the day.
Right. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if they really sell it, because that whole McMahon dynasty shit, I thought he would have gonna just give it to his kids like he did for a while and, right off in the sunset. But apparently he didn't want to do that. And I don't blame him with Triple H at the helm. Jesus.
I honestly think Shane McMahon would do a damn good job with that. I mean, I trust Shane almost more than I would Triple H has done a good job with what's it called? What's the other show they started?
It's
NXT.
Yeah, NXT.
He's done a good job. He's done a good job with the NXT. But I mean,
They've
I
brought
think
some big stars up from the NXT. Yeah, they've brought a lot of big stars up from NXT, especially here recently. They continue to bring a lot of good talent out of there that seem to, make big splashes if you're a wrestling fan right off the bat. Because I know, didn't one of the head of the table come over there, the younger brother, Sequoia? Do you follow those guys at all or no?
See, I don't know about that, but, one thing I've got, I think, for the past, maybe 6-7 years, they have pushed Roman Reigns so hard and nobody liked it. Now that he's kind of turned heel, people are liking him.
Right.
And I don't know, man. I don't know if he's a leader of a locker room. People talk like he is. I just don't think he's got the Undertaker type mentality to be a leader of that whole show.
I agree. They're definitely pushing it harder than hell. And I don't know if it's because they really don't have – who else do they got that's really shining? I know they got a few people, but like I said, I was more into wrestling back when Stone Cold and Undertaker and The Rock, that was my generation. This new stuff, I watch it a little bit, but I'm not into it like I was back then. Like, that was the shit. Those days were the badass days of wrestling for me.
Yeah, and I grew up on NWA with the Rock and Roll Express, Ric Flair. I mean, all those guys. And, dude, Ricky Morton from the Rock and Roll Express, I still think to this day, he is the best wrestler. And I took my son, I think it may have been for his 10th or 11th birthday. They had a wrestling promotion come through here, and they had the Rock and Roll Express, Jim Cornette. He was there with the Masters of Pain, or Masters is kind of like a rip-off of the Legion of Doom.
Right.
In his 60s was still getting color. And he comes walking by after the match. He's got blood pouring out of his head. And I asked my son, I was like, what do you think about that? And he was like, dude, he had bodily fluids coming out of him.
That's funny.
Yeah, it's called getting color, and he's bleeding. I was like, that's what good wrestlers do. But, man, even in his 60s, and I can remember here, like back in maybe in like 89, 90, they came when Rock and Roll Express and NWA was still good. Teddy Long wasn't even a manager at that point. He was a referee still.
Uh-huh.
Dude, Ricky Morton was the best baby face. He would come by in the front row and beg you to help him survive the beating he was taking. I mean, he was the ultimate. And like Hands of Stone, Ronnie Garvin. That was another one that was good.
Damn, so you've been following wrestling for a long time, huh?
Oh, yeah, man. That's like from the time, and I can remember at one point, I was maybe 7 or 8, and we were living way out in Wyoming, and this was when NWA was on, I don't even think it was TBS, but the Road Warriors were real big when they come out to, what's it called? Ozzy Osbourne. And they had the shoulder pads with the spikes on them. And I'll never forget, I looked at my mom and I was like, Mom, what would you do if the Road Warriors came into our living room right now? She was like, well, I'd probably just sit here and, try to stay as calm as I could. I was like, you're crazy. I'd run out of this house and I'd run as far as I could because they scared the living tar out of me. I mean, it was...
Hey, Jim.
That was back in the day when it was just so real. You thought it was just like they kill you.
Wow. Hey, Jim Terry's on you. Everybody say hello to Jim Terry.
Hey, I was
Hey,
on
Jim.
an in college. Well, probably I'd say around 89, 90. I was on an airplane with Hillbilly Jim. Do we remember him?
Oh yeah. Hey-oh.
And he was the nicest guy in the world. And I was probably, I don't know, I forget, 15 years old. And he allowed me to give him a hand job on the flight. He put a blanket over himself.
Well, hey, you were Jim. I know you probably remember. You remember Ronnie Garvin, Hands of Steel?
Yeah, and he used to do the Garvin stomp. I was never into him. I never liked the Road Warriors either.
You saying that about Hillbilly Jim? He came to a show down here, and this was, like I said, with Teddy Long was still a referee. We were leaving the show, and he was with a chick in McDonald's, and I'll never freaking forget it. He was driving the old Corvette that had, like, the real big wheel wells and stuff like that. It's like an 84, 85 Corvette. He was driving it. It was like way before I even knew what was going on. I was sitting in the back of the car and I was like, Mom, that's Ronnie Garvin, the Hands of Steel. And they pull up to McDonald's. He gets ready to place his order, and this blonde with the hairnet, the hairspray pops up, comes out, her head comes out of his lap, and I'll never forget, my mom looks and goes, Eric, now's not the time. It was the most, like 3 or 4 years passed, and I was like, holy shit, Ron Garvin was getting a fucking blowjob going into McDonald's, and me and my mom were right behind him.
Mr. X and I have had a lot of run-ins with wrestlers. I even worked on the Jake the Snake Roberts sister's disappearance. That was one of the first cases I ever worked. Aurelio Smith is his name, but I actually worked for his sister, Rockin' Robin, who was a WWE Women's Champion. Sam Houston was his brother, half-brother. And I can tell you this, the stories that these guys have are just fucking incredible. But now he's not a wrestler, but you'll know who he is. We all know who Lou Ferrigno is, right?
Yeah, the old Hulk.
Yeah, Mr. X was coming out of a Comic-Con or something years ago, and some girl he was with was driving and cut a car off, and it was Lou Ferrigno. And he had rolled down his window and gave him the finger and started yelling at him. But he's deaf.
Right. Yeah. He is deaf, right.
Yeah, so he was yelling, "Sorry, you motherfucker!" So he was like, yelling. You have to ask Mr. X that story. Lou Ferrigno gave him the finger and shit. And they were so fucking crazy. And then one time, me and Mr. X were on our way to, I forget where the fuck we were going, but we were on the 15 on the way to Vegas. And was it Vegas? Maybe it was LA. I forget where we were either coming back from Vegas or going to Vegas, either to going to LA or going to Vegas. And we looked over and the Undertaker was in the fucking car. The Undertaker was in the car next to us. So I had Mr. X pull up alongside of him.
People.
I had Mr. X pull up alongside of him, and I got a bunch of socks out of my bag and like stuffed them into one another and made it look like an urn. And Mr. X was holding, he pulled up next to him, and Mr. X was holding it. And I kept doing like my eyes behind my head, like I was looking at this wad of socks, but we never acknowledged him. But we drove by him, and he looked over, and he's like, "Who the fuck?" And then he sees me giving homage to the urn. And then we looked over, and he like hit the brakes and went off on an exit. And then we saw him laughing as we went off. That's a true story.
Jim, are you a big wrestling fan?
For
Like
you
Mr.
all
X?
to get a smile and a laugh out of the fucking Undertaker, you all are the shit.
Well, yeah, and about wrestling, yeah, I know everybody that the Tennessee Gamblers talking about, and I know a lot of these guys. My roommate in the Arena League in 2003 was a guy named George Murdoch, and we were really close for about 6 months, and then he became a bodyguard for Snoop. Years later, he became known as he was a dinosaur wrestler. His name was he's on Fox News now. Brodus Clay.
No way.
Brodus Clay, I'll put his picture up tonight in my show. Brodus Clay was my roommate. I got stories about Brodus Clay you won't fucking imagine. We were roommates. We were roommates in Nebraska, and if you look up his Wikipedia, you'll see he played arena football. We played for the Tri-City Diesel, and he went to the University of Nebraska Kearney. He was an incredible offensive lineman and defensive tackle, and we were roommates. We used to sit next to each other on the bus, and we started doing prank calls one night, and we were calling. I'll never forget it. We called. We got an old newspaper. This tells you how long ago this was. In Kearney, Nebraska, there was an opening of a Walmart that had a grocery store in it, and it was like one of the first ones in the world. So we went there, and it was like everybody hung in Kearney, Nebraska, hung out at the deli in the Walmart in Kearney, Nebraska, because
there's nothing
has
there.
groceries now. Like, this is fucking weird. What's that?
There was probably nothing there in that town, right? Because Nebraska,
there was
really nothing there anyways.
No, nothing. There was a small college, but a Walmart with the groceries, nobody had ever heard of it. So we went there to hang out a couple of times. And I'll give you a real quick story of him. He's probably, I'm 6'3". He's tall. He's probably 6'4", 320, 6'4", 350. I seen him pick up the back of a Volkswagen one time.
Dude.
So we go somewhere. I'm trying to think where we go. And he goes, "Hey, Jim," he said, "can you drive me and just wait outside? I got to go into this Holiday Inn bar, and I got to go pick something up real quick from a buddy of mine." I said, "Okay." And he's a black guy. A lot of people don't know that, but he's got green eyes. He's kind of bizarre. But he talks like a white guy. He's from L.A.
Johnny, Mr. X
Yeah.
is backstage. Sorry.
Yeah, I
Jim.
see him. I see him.
Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah. Mr. X got a blowjob from Mr. Fuji one time at an autograph signing.
Those are Johnny.
I'm trying to bring him up. I can't bring him up because he's on the screen. I can't bring him up. There you go.
I was gonna
Hey,
say,
Michael Hayes.
Johnny invested in the $50 StreamYards after we talked about it last night.
Hey, Mr. X, can you tell real quick, and then I'll finish my my story. Didn't you get flipped off, or didn't Lou Ferrigno throw a drink at your car or something?
Yeah, we saw him at Comic-Con, and this girl I was dating said, "Oh, that's Lou Ferrigno. What a dick he is." And I was like, "Oh, why is that?" And She said that a guy threw a fucking coffee at my car on the 405 coming over the hill one time. I was like, how did you know it was him? She's like, you can't miss him. Let me tell you also, Jim, about Brodus Clay. I worked with Brodus Clay in New Orleans on a TV show called Preacher. And I swear to God, the stunt coordinator is a guy named John Koyama. I've talked about this before. John Koyama was in the first 2 episodes of Breaking Bad.
Mr. X, Mr. X, hold on real quick. I was Brodus Clay's roommate in 2001. When did you work with him on that show?
2017. It was a TV show, Preacher.
Okay, go ahead. I'm listening. I
went up. Now, he's fucking huge. He's playing like a security guard in hell, okay? So that's what this is, because it's a real weird show about this preacher trying to find Jesus. It was on A&E, yada, yada. So I walked up to him. I was like, Jim, Brodus Clay's here. Now, I'm 6'1". The top of my head, because I was going to my little trailer. I was in one of the small trailers where it's like four fucking like dressing rooms in one trailer. They fucked me. I mean, I'm a principal and everything, okay? So like the highest pay, not extra, not any of that bullshit. I was doing stunts, but I had my own like little character trailer or whatever. And I walked up behind him and I said, "Hey, George." And he's like, "Yeah." Now, top of my head is at the mid of his back, like a 5'2" girl to me, and I couldn't wrap my arms around him if I wanted to, like to get him in a bear hug. That's how huge this guy was. I said, "George." He turns around because we're both walking back to the trailer. And this is in New Orleans. It's at a place that's in the Garden District. It's called Second Line Stages. I could verify it. I could show exactly where it's at. Anyway, the point is this. So he turns around. I said, "Hey, do you know a guy named Jim Terry? Jim Terry, the place kicker?" I swear to Jim, we were in the parking lot. That's where all the trailers were out. And he turned around, and I said, yeah, I know Jim Terry. And I didn't tell him how I know Jim. And I kind of explained some background between me and Jim. And he's like, "Yeah, that guy was my roommate." So I talked to him, and then he was a little weird to me the rest of the day. I kind of just kept my distance, but I don't know if Jim pissed him off or Jim fucking went in his wallet or something like that. But he acted a little weird after that for the rest of the day.
But hey, you all saying that, these guys that are wrestlers, dude, the TV does them no justice. Remember, or they're still out there. Big Time Wrestling. They do like these independent shows, and they have like these old WWE guys come on.
Yeah.
The show I took my son to, they had Marcus Alexander Bagwell was there with Kevin Nash. Dude, I'm 6'3". Kevin Nash made me feel like a dwarf.
Well,
That guy
remember he used
freaking
to step over the top rope in the ring, didn't he? Used to
He's
put his
6'11".
leg right over it. Yeah, I remember he used to put his leg right over the top rope.
3 away for 100.
Yeah,
I should also mention Jim Brodus Clay is NWA champion right now, which is owned by Billy Corgan. It's a smaller promotion, but it still exists.
and dude, I heard NWA might end up merging with AEW because there's talk that Billy Corgan was going to buy into AEW.
I mean, he might. I mean, the deal is this. I know that he bought into TNA Impact for a while. There was some lawsuits there, and he came out.
On that.
Yeah, then he got fucked over, and he kind of went his separate ways. But I don't think they need him. And the guy who owns it's a billionaire. He owns the Jaguars. His dad owns the Jaguars.
Yeah, I mean, you look at Tony Khan's dad. What is it, Nick Khan, that owns the Jaguars? Tony went in there and basically, I mean, his family bankrolled that whole thing. But I guess, AEW's doing good. And they've got what I think as far as the old school, as far as MJF, Maxwell Jacob Freeman, dude, he is the best heel in wrestling today.
I agree.
Dude, he owns it everywhere he goes. He's a heel all the time.
I love how he does the autograph signings heel all the time. He's not even nice to anybody. He's a complete dick at the autograph signing. It's hilarious.
There's a little kid that's like 7 or 8 years old, and he just flips him the bird. They take the picture.
He's only like 25 or 26. He's not even that old.
Yeah, MJF, I think, can revolutionize and take wrestling back to where it used to be. I love that dude.
Yeah, he's legit. Reminds me of me.
Oh yeah, I mean,
The
you know,
ultimate
there's
athlete.
only a few people that can be on the level of Mr. X and Jim Terry with the NWO. I mean,
Yep.
y'all have completely revolutionized and brought back the NWO.
And don't forget, we grew up in an area. Clearwater is the Hollywood of professional wrestling. Macho Man, Hogan, Gordon Soley, all of those guys are from Chris Jericho. Every single one of them, because of the no state tax, are from Florida.
Well, and wasn't Lex Luger down there too?
Everybody's from there. Everybody lives there. You work out all
they-
year.
Nasty boys.
They're from there. They live there.
I have
We ran into one of them at a Einstein Bagel one time.
I have the blonde nasty boy.
No way.
Yeah, what's
Yeah,
the
Jim
blonde, what's the blonde one's name?
Sags, I think, or Knobs.
By
Knobs.
the way, if you look at my picture
Knobs.
right now, there's me and Brodus Clay at a movie premiere he had. That's me and him.
Oh wow, that's awesome, Jim.
He did a movie premiere and then he did a question and answer at the end. And I asked him a real sick question in the crowd, and he didn't know I was there. I hadn't seen him for like 15 years.
Did Brutus Clays used to box too? Right, he used to box too.
I don't know that he was ever a boxer. I know that he was a bodyguard for Snoop, and then that's what got him into wrestling. Because
That movie, Jim.
I think Sloth's talking about Broadus. God, what was his name? It may have been Broadus Clay, but that was a boxer, not the wrestler.
Well, I can tell you this, Jim. That film is called No One Lives. It's on Tubi right now. It was shot on 16 millimeter. It had a small theatrical run. It did okay, but it's not, it's not a huge movie. But that's the point when I talk to these degenerates and haters that don't know anything about the entertainment industry. So a movie like that that's already had its run and appears on Tubi, that could be making 40 or 50 grand a year just on that platform, regardless of international sales, and it's probably already paid for.
Well,
So
not only that,
he was in the
better than cutting grass.
like that.
He
on
was in
it.
the Scooby-Doo movie.
Yeah, but none of your haters have any of that shit on TV. They don't have their own shit on TV. How can you
course
hate
they
on
don't.
somebody that's got shit on TV? Because I don't know.
Well,
anybody.
Tubi, this is on TV right now. I mean, there's Tubi, and then you can go to the YouTube app, and technically that's on TV too. So it's all streaming. It's just
Right.
different formats,
Yeah, a bigger format, I should
Yeah.
say.
Tennessee again, we still on?
Yeah, man, I'm here.
Okay. I just want to say something to everybody. Thank you, Mr. Jim Terry and Tennessee Gambler, Mr. X. We have 102 people in the chat room today. We broke the record. We broke the record.
good.
Good job, Johnny.
Sloth up
Oh,
over
no,
100 on a show.
That's my first time ever.
Hey, Tennessee Gambler, let me give you the final version of what happened. So me and Brodus Clay we stayed at the University of Nebraska at Kearney. They had married dorms. He was my roommate for about 6 weeks, but he had a knee injury, so he didn't play a couple of games. I was playing for a team called the Tri-City Diesel. This is in about 2001. He had no money. He went to college there. He didn't graduate. He got a lot of chicks, though, which was crazy in that town because he was like the only black guy in town as in the team. So I got to the team about the third or fourth week, and they put me in with him because he was local and he was never there. So when he first came through the door, I hadn't even been to practice yet. So we got to be pretty close because we had the same personality. And so long story short, we get to hanging out, and it's like a dorm room with 2 bedrooms. And we stayed at the college because arena ball's in the summer, and there's no kids there.
Yeah,
So-
why aren't you playing during the NFL season, Jim? Ooh.
So we're there, and we start one night. There's this guy that comes in earlier in the week, and he was going to get cut from the team. Some black guy who was a linebacker. He was fucking terrible, right? And we didn't like him because we thought he might be stealing out of lockers. So Brodus Clay, George, finds this guy's fucking phone number, and people were just starting to get cell phones in 2002. He had like 400 minutes a week or a month. It was one of those deals. So he goes like this. He goes, hey, Paul is going to get cut by the team. He's out of here tomorrow. They're going to cut him. And I think he kind of knows he's already packing. But he's been stealing out of lockers because he knows they're going to cut him. So I said, well, give me the phone. So we get Paul on the phone. He goes, hello? Big black kid, played at like Arkansas State or Oklahoma State or something like that. But he was real shitty. He just looked like a good ball player, but he sucked. And he gets on the phone. He goes, hello. Now, I've only been on the team a week or two. And George has got a pretty distinct voice. So he goes like this. He goes, hello. And I go, Paul O'Neill? He goes, yes, this is Paul. I go, Paul, Mike Stratford, Miami Dolphins. How are you? And he goes, good, sir, good. I said, listen, I'm a lead scout, a regional scout. Are you still playing with the Tri-City Diesel? No. I'm about to be out of here. This is great. Well, let me ask you a couple of questions. What kind of shape are you in? I go, we got a rookie kid. Now, this is before social media, the internet. We didn't have a computer, so he's not going to look this up. I go, we got a 2-week mini camp down here starting tomorrow at 1 o'clock, or starting Tuesday at 1 o'clock, which is like 48 hours later. I said, this is Sunday. And I said, how quickly can you get down here? He goes, oh my God. I'll be down. I got to call my agent. I got to do this. I said, listen, there isn't any time for that. We need to get you in camp. We're going to put you at the Holiday Inn Surfside. And we need you down here by Tuesday. He goes, okay. And George is dying. He's on the fucking ground. This is the first time I ever hung out with George. And first time we'd been in the room together. And George is just like listening. And he can't believe, because of my voice, that this fucking black guy is falling for it because I sounded so professional. And I said, listen, I go, he goes, well, what should I bring, sir? What should I bring? And I said, listen, we need you to bring proof of a physical, because I just said everything that you need for arena football. I says, we also need you to bring a bathing suit. He goes, okay, because that was just so random. So we hang up the phone, and we're both fucking dying laughing. And all of a sudden, like 30 seconds later, there's a banging at our door. Bang, 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 bang. And we shut off the lights, and George and I are laughing. I go, what should we do? He goes, I'll get it. Just stay in the room, because he doesn't even know who you are. Because we figured he caught us, and he's pissed. So I'm in the other room. I'm in the bedroom, and George goes, hey, come on in. And he comes in, and he goes, what's going on, Paul? Paul goes, hey, George, man, listen, I got to ask you a huge favor. George goes, what is it? He goes, you ain't going to believe this, man, but I need to borrow $200. And George goes, why? He goes, I just got a call from the lead scout of the Miami Dolphins, and I don't have enough gas money to get down there. I got to fucking leave tonight. And George goes, holy shit, well, tell me about this. Now I'm in the other room, and he's like, oh my God. He goes, I just called my grandmother who had a tracheotomy, and she's crying. And I called my pastor, and he goes, I'm finally going to make it. I'm finally going to fucking make it. And George was like, oh my God, that's so great. George goes, well, have you told anybody else on the team about this? He goes, no, I'm just getting ready to. And George goes, hey, because everybody would have been like, nobody from the fucking Dolphins called you dumbass. And he goes like this. He goes, George goes, don't tell anybody, because then the other players will start calling down there. And George goes, okay. Now, George had money. Certain times he had money, certain times he didn't. George pulls $200. I don't know if I've ever told Mr. X this. George pulls $200 out of his pocket. He pulls $200 out of his pocket and gives it to the guy. And I mean, I look out the window, and the guy is fucking driving like with it. He just started throwing the shit in his car, and he was gone. He had like a fucking 1978 Eldorado or something. There's no way we're making it out of Nebraska, let alone in Miami. Okay, we're on the ground fucking dying. Well, he's gone. Nobody can call him. Nobody's got cell phones. He's done. He's on his way. So we're like, holy fuck. So he even said, he goes, listen, he goes, there's a hotel. It's in my name. They're waiting for me. I'm gonna check in Monday morning. I'm gonna drive through the night. So we fuck die laugh, and we go to sleep. I look over, and our phone's ringing off the fucking hook at like 7 a.m. And it is it's our coach. And he goes, hey, George, you and Jim Terry seen O'Neill? He's like, nah, Coach, why? He goes, our office we just went into our office this morning before breakfast, and there's 5 voicemails from him. His car broke down somewhere his car exploded on the side. His car exploded on the side of the highway somewhere in southern Missouri. And he tried to sleep in his car. And when he woke up, it was so cold, he had frostbite on his ears or something. I said, what the fuck? He goes, but he says he has to get to Miami, and he wanted to know if there was any way anybody could help him. He goes, but he wouldn't tell us why he was going to Miami. And I says, we said, Coach, we don't know. So a couple of days goes by, and we kind of forget about him. right? So Friday comes, we got a game Saturday night on ESPN2. And or one of the networks, maybe it was a local deal.
Jim, this is why you have hate Reddit.
Against the Miami Cavalry. So we're in the locker room getting ready for a pregame meal, which you get to the arena around noon. The game's at 8. You kind of hang out there. You can eat lunch. There's craft services type shit. Then there's a pregame meal around 3. And then you kind of get ready to go out on the field for warm-ups. It's an all-day event when you're playing. So we're there, and all of a sudden I hear some dudes in the corner giggling their fucking ass off. And George and I go over, and I said, what's going on? They're like, man, listen to this voicemail. And one of our guys had a cell phone, which at the time almost nobody had. And he played this on speakerphone, and it's this O'Neill kid. He goes, man, which one of you motherfuckers did this? I'm going to kill you. I'm going to fucking kill you. Which one of you had some goofy white guy call me and act like a fuck? I blew up my car. I fucking hitchhiked to Atlanta and then took a fucking bus all the way down. I left my luggage and everything in that car, and now the car got towed. And I'm down here at the hotel. I walked into the hotel, and they don't know who I am. And these guys go, what the fuck are you talking about? Because he still hadn't told anybody. He goes, the Miami Dolphins called me and said that they had a hotel room for minicamp on Tuesday. He goes, I got down here, and I walked into this hotel, and there's chandeliers. It's like $700 a night. I got off a bus with a duffel bag, and I said, the Miami Dolphins had me here, and they called security and had me thrown out. He goes, I can't get home. And so he goes like this. So we're listening to this voicemail, and we're like, holy fuck. And like, nobody knows me and George did that. Okay. So George and I got to be pretty close. Fast forward to the photograph that you're looking at now. I hadn't heard from George in 16 years, and I'm in Tampa, and he's going to be at a movie premiere. I think I even called Mr. X. And I says, I haven't seen him in years. I'm going to go to the movie premiere because afterwards there's a question and answers thing. And I'm going to talk to him, and I'm going to stand up, and I'm going to bring up all the weird shit that he did in Nebraska that nobody knows because they don't even know his real name. They think he's the Brontosaurus or whatever. So I go to this movie premiere. He walks right past me with his entourage of other wrestlers. And I'm sitting there, and I watch this movie, which, by the way, was fucking terrible. But he was in a major motion picture. And then afterwards, they go, okay, we're going to take some questions. And I was in the way back corner. And they go, all right. And people ask, like, hey, do you think you're going to do another movie? And do you know John Cena? There's like a bunch of little kids there and stuff, right? So they go, okay, you in the back corner. And they hand you a microphone. Now, I took my popcorn bucket and cut eye holes in it and put it over my head. And so I said, sir, please stand up. And I stood up, and I had a popcorn bucket on my head, but nobody turned around to look at me. And I says, yes, I have a question for Tyrus, or whatever the fuck his name was at the time. He goes, yes, sir. Go ahead. And I says, do you remember when you played arena football for a team called the Tri-City Diesel, and you banged the coach's daughter and got thrown off the fucking team? And just then, all the wrestlers that he was with, which were wrestling for, this is before these guys were even famous. You got to figure this is like 2010. There was a bunch of these guys there. I don't even know who they all were. There was women wrestlers there. And he stands up and I'm like, who the fuck in Tampa, Florida would know about an arena football? And that was a true story. The coach's name was Skeen because Skeen was yelling at him so hard his glass eye fell out. Because he was banging his daughter raw, and he found George couldn't fight him, so he yelled so hard his glass eye popped out. So George goes like this and stands up, and he goes, "Who gave that guy a microphone?" And I says, "I got the microphone, George." I says, "You owe me $8." He goes, "Why?" I go, "Because I paid to get into this." And then he kind of stopped. Like everybody's like, "Who the fuck get security?" Like, who would talk to this monster like that? Now, I got a popcorn bucket over my fucking head. They go like this. He goes, sir, the security came in there. He goes, "Sir, can you please remove the article off your head?" Somebody thought it was a lampshade. And before I removed it, George goes like this. Jim Terry? Jim Terry, is that you? And I took the popcorn bucket off, and he goes, holy fuck. He goes, let me tell you guys something. And he starts telling this crowd of people in the auditorium in the movie theater the story that I told you about the black guy going to the Dolphins. Like, I didn't even, he goes, you know what I used to do? And like, now he's not a bad guy wrestler anymore. He's George. And I said, hey, George, I still got the microphone. I go, hey, George. He goes, wait a minute. He goes, hear this guy's voice? He sounds like every normal white guy, like nobody knew. And he goes, I don't know that guy made it back from Miami in a month. So he goes like this. He goes, hey, Jim. And I didn't even remember this. He goes, remember the next week when we got the newspaper and we looked at the ads in the newspaper for lost and found pets, and we called all the people on there and said we had their dog, but we needed 10 grand in cash? And somebody goes, all right, George, because he's still with WWE at the time. And they go, George, that's enough. You know, like you start to get into stories with this fucking guy. So one other one real quick. George and I we're driving around town. He comes in this fucking hoop, and he says, Jim, will you take me to the Holiday Inn? They have a bar in there. I got to pick something up. And I said, okay. So I drove him. It's like fucking midnight. It's a little hole in the wall that everybody went to. I don't drink, don't do drugs, don't smoke. So I stayed out in the car. He comes in. He comes back out like maybe 3 minutes later, and he's got a sack with him, like a bag lunch. He goes, all right, let's go. So I go back to the room. He goes, hey, I'm going to go stay at my girlfriend's house, which later turned out to be the coach's daughter. And I said, okay. So I had the room to myself. Fucking 4 a.m., they're pounding at my door. Somebody's trying to kick the fucking door in at the door. So I get up. I don't know, you know this one, Mr. X? So I get up.
Not really, no.
Okay, so I get up and I go to the door, and there's fucking 4 cops with their hands on their guns. And I'm like, holy fuck. So I don't answer the door. So we had a little TV in our dorm room that always only played 3 channels, and one was the news. So I'm in the other room getting ready. I'm like, they went to the wrong door. Like, I'm not opening the door for the cops. Like, fuck it. So I don't have a cell phone.
So this is like you're at the dorm.
We're at the dorm at the University of Nebraska, Kearney. That's where they put the arena football players in the summer, and George and I are roommates.
Wait a minute, Jim. Your channel is showing that it's going live in 25 minutes. Did you put something up?
True. That's true.
Oh.
So real quick, and then I'm out of here. So here's what happened. So George, I got the TV on, and it's the news. They go, and this morning, a brawl breaks out at a local Holiday Inn last night. 4 people were taken to the hospital. 1 is in serious condition, and they show a picture of this El Dorado and a guy in it driving away. What the fuck? What the fuck? I'm like, wait a minute. George was such a fucking badass that he went in there and kicked the shit out of 15 fucking people, came back in the car, didn't mention it, never said anything, wasn't sweating. And so it was like a movie, and they said, and in other news, the University of Nebraska kicks off spring practice, and all of a sudden the cops are at the door. Now there's 20 of them. And they got like their tasers out and shit because they think he's going to come out of this fucking room. And I said, what the fuck? And I'm like, oh, shit. So I go out the back window, and there's like 4 cops just standing back there smoking cigarettes. So I'm like, holy fuck. So I open up the door, and they go, is George Murdoch here? And I says, no, he's not. They go, who are you? And I said, I'm the kicker on the arena team. I'm his roommate. I haven't seen him. They go, okay, well, we need to talk to him about his whereabouts last night because, there's not too many 6'8", 350-pound black guys in Nebraska whipping the shit out of everybody. That's a true fucking story. That's a true fucking story.
El Dorado especially.
Yeah, and I'm watching the news. The cops never put 2 and 2 together that I was the guy that drove the fucking car. To this day, I don't know what was in the bag. And then he had a knee injury. And then I heard years later, about 3 years later, he was at some sort of an event because he was from LA, and he was getting into bodyguard work. He was working the door at a club. And Snoop's people came in, and one of Snoop's people came up to George Murdoch, and you could Google George Murdoch Snoop Dogg, and you could see that George Murdoch is standing. So one of Snoop's people said, hey, he needs a bodyguard. So I asked George one time, I said, you were Snoop's bodyguard? He goes, yeah, for 1.5 years. He goes, the fucking interview was incredible. I says, what do you mean the interview? He says there was only 3 questions on the sheet that I filled out. I says, you filled it out? He goes, yeah, I still have it. The 3 questions were, do you smoke weed? Do you play PlayStation? And can you fight? And he put yes to all 3 and they hired him. And then he got Snoop made a call to WWE and got him into the minor leagues, and then he made it all the way up. And that's my roommate right there, George.
Hey, Jim.
Damn.
Jim, Ruben wanted to ask you about your stories with Diamond Dallas Page.
What's that?
Your story with Diamond Dallas Page and who was the other one? Jake the Snake. Ruben wanted to know a while ago. Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you about it.
Oh, I threatened to kick Diamond Dallas Page in the throat. We got into a nasty fight on the phone because he was doing, I called him a yoga homo, and he didn't like that. He's like in yoga now and shit. He's like 160 pounds. He's like 70. And I was working on the Jake the Snake Roberts case because his sister went missing in 1979. As a private investigator, it was one of the celebrity cases I worked at. Well, he spent a lot of time with Jake Roberts, and Jake Roberts has been on a bunch of documentaries talking about his sister's disappearance, and his story is totally wrong. And I wanted to see if it was a work or whatever. So I couldn't get Jake on the phone. Aurelio Smith is his real name. So I called Dallas Page at some yoga studio. And they said, well, who is this? And I said, this is Terry. And they go, well, Terry, hold on. You're calling from Tampa? Are you in Tampa now? I said, yeah. They said, let me get you his cell phone number right away. I said, oh, okay, great. You know, I got a Tampa area code. I was in Mississippi at the time. So I get his number and I call, and he doesn't pick up, and he texts back. So he goes, who is this? And I go, this is Terry. He goes, hold on, give me a minute. I'll call you right back. He thought I was Hulk Hogan because Hulk Hogan's real name is Terry Bollea.
Yeah, Terry Hogan. Yeah.
So Dallas Page
Jake the Snake. Did you know him around the time they did Beyond the Mat?
So Beyond the Mat, his father is in that. No, this is like 5
No,
years.
that's like 97, 99, some late 90s. We'd have been in college.
That was the time you had first met him or not?
Jake the Snake, the case I worked with Jake the Snake, or I didn't work with Jake the Snake. I interviewed him a couple of times. We spoke. I spoke to his daughter, and but I could tell you that I was hired by his sister and his brother who were wrestlers. But anyways, long story short, I'll wrap this up. But so Dallas Page, I don't know how fucking Ruben Sanchez knows this. Dallas Page gets on the phone with me, and he's like, Terry, Hulk, what's going on, brother? God, what's going on? And I said, not much. Hey, listen, and I still don't realize he thinks I'm Hulk Hogan. And I said, not much. I want to interview you about Jake the Snake Roberts and his missing sister. He goes, Terry, you sound different. I says, I do? He goes, yeah. I says, oh, okay. Well, you know, I've been sick lately. He goes, yeah, you sound terrible. Now I'm still thinking he knows me. And I go, anyways, I said, well, listen. He goes, wait a minute. This isn't Hulk. Who is this? I said, my name is James Terry. I'm a private investigator. I'm looking into Jake the Snake Roberts' disappearance sister. 1979, I got some information for him, and I want to let you know. He goes, bro, listen, we got a big yoga thing coming up. I'm really helping him out. He'll be, he'll hurt himself. He'll go back into drinking and doing drugs. You can't talk to him about this right now. I says, I've got information that his sister may be alive. I says, he hasn't seen her since 1978. I says, I have some really valuable information, I says, and you're cutting a fucking promo on me.
Oh, shit.
And he fucking lost it. He goes, promo? You're talking about a man's missing sister and you're talking wrestling talk? I said, let me tell you something, Dallas. I don't want to say this. I said, Dally, let me tell you this. Because I heard it. I go, Dally, let me tell you this. I don't know who you think you are. I was like, but you've always been a mark gimmick. And I says, and I know you got this whole, yoga thing or jazzercise or whatever you're fucking doing. I was like, but it's only helping you. And he goes, hey, man. He goes, I don't fucking appreciate this. So now we're in an argument on the phone. And Dallas Page goes, listen, man. He goes, I think you're really unprofessional. I says, unprofessional? You're the one that's wearing purple spandex and working out people at yoga in the fucking living room. I'm like, what's wrong with you, man? I was like, didn't you save your money? He goes, I'll fucking kill you. So then we got into a huge fight. I don't know how Ruben Sanchez knows that fucking story.
I talked about it, Jim, the other night.
Oh, okay, yeah. That's a true story.
Jim calls fucking Dallas Page out for jazzercise.
Hey, Jim, when there's one other person that was in the chat room, her name is Purple Pixie. She wanted to know about your Spanish your Spanish story.
Spanish
fuck.
class story.
So in order to play college football, I had to take 2 years of a foreign language. and there was the only thing that was Spanish, German, or French. Now, the school that I eventually went to had sign language. I didn't know shit about fucking Spanish. And the teacher was like actually from Jalisco, Mexico. Like my mom knew her. Like she was actually like, she wasn't a Spanish teacher that like married a Mexican dude. She actually grew up like in impoverished Mexico. Now this is 1994, 93. And I'm a junior in a class full of fucking 14-year-olds that are freshmen because they take it as freshmen. I didn't take it to my junior year.
Yep, that's what I said.
Yeah, and I'm in class with all these fucking kids that I know that are my friends with my sister and my brother. And so anyways, I'm in there and she goes, oh, and I didn't know shit. And I figured if I just kept my mouth shut, I'd get a D and I'd pass and I could go play college ball. So there was a Spanish book, 1993, 92 Spanish book, where it's just the people are still wearing bell bottoms. You know what I mean, in the book, and it's like me amo, me gusta, and then and then it's okay. So I've got this book, I'm failing everything, and the teacher goes like this. She goes, "Okay, I want somebody to read out of this book aloud to the class and practice their Spanish. Mr. Jim Terry, would you do that for us?" Like everybody looks like I'm like a 25-year-old. It's like dazed and confused, right? Like I'm 20 years older than everybody in the class. I'm like, you know what? I'm not really good at this. I don't feel comfortable doing it. I really don't want to read this book. She goes like this, Mr. Terry, you're going to read this book or I'm going to write you up and fail you. She goes, you're not going to get a D and go play college football. And I'm like, you fucking bitch. I'm like, oh, really? All right, fine. I'll read it, but I'm not really that good at Spanish. So she has me open up the book, and it's a picture of a Mexican kid who looks like he's about 16. And 1993 with a book that was 20 years before that, he's wearing like a loud yellow shirt, some fucking blue jeans that are like stonewashed. It was terrible, right? And
Wait a minute, hold on, Jim. So I told a different story. I know where you're going, but I did not tell this part of it. So go ahead. The section I told was different, but go ahead. I just wanted to make that clear.
The whole class is looking at me, and they said, Jim, she goes, I need you to read that page right there, right now, or you're out of here. And I'm like, fuck. So I go like this. So I says, okay. So I open it up. It's an old beat up car. It looked like a gremlin. It's green. It's all beat to shit. And there's 15 Mexicans giving the keys to this 16-year-old Mexican kid in the picture and presenting it to him for his birthday. And she goes, now read the passage underneath. And I said, okay. De la mosquito. And like the kids are fucking laughing in class. Now I'm getting pissed. And she goes, Jim, are you being, by the way, in Spanish, you had to go by your Spanish name. And in my Spanish class, my name was Diego, which I felt infuriated by. I wanted to be, yeah, they called me Diego in Spanish class. I wanted to be Lupe, but they wouldn't do that. She said that was disrespectful.
Yeah, I said that the other night too. I talked about that.
So
go ahead.
I wanted to be Lupe. So I go like this. I says, okay. So I'm reading it and everybody in the class is dying. And I look up at the teacher and the teacher's fuming. And she goes, what is your problem? I said, listen, I told you I didn't know Spanish. I told you I don't know any of this stuff. I'm trying to read it the best I can in the Spanish that I've learned. And I don't understand any of the words on the page. And this teacher looked like she was ready to kill me. And she looks at me and I'm in the back of the class and she looks at me. She goes, why don't you read it again since it's in English? So and I looked down at the page and I was so upset when I was doing it that I didn't realize I was turning English words into Spanish words and I wasn't even reading English. That's why everybody was laughing. So she goes like this. She goes, why don't you try to do this? She thought I was fucking around when really I just couldn't read. So I go like this. I go, holy fuck. Now everybody's giggling and laughing at me and they're making fun of me. And I go like this. She goes, so Mr. Terry, since you want to be stupid and be a funny man, why don't you read it in English and tell everybody in the class what that little Mexican boy is doing in that picture? And I says, okay. Oh, she goes, because that reminds me a lot when I got my first automobile in Jalisco. And I says, okay, well, let me paraphrase it for you, Miss Turnier, I think was her name. I says, basically what it says is that him and his family just got kicked out of their fucking hovel and they're all going to live in that car for the next year and a half. And I look over and it was like stunned silence. Hold on one second. Yeah, who's this? Oh, I got somebody calling me. And they go like, she goes like this. She goes, "What did you say?" I says, "Yeah, that kid lives in the car with the 15 people are there. You know how they do it." I says, "So that's what I know." Now, this is like 93. This lady had to be restrained by the kids in the class. And I looked around and there wasn't a book in a desk. Everybody's books and backpacks were scattered everywhere. They were laughing so hard in the class. One kid fucking threw up his lunch. And and so I got kicked out and she goes, "Just leave. Just go to the office." Well, I went to the office, but I never told them I was in trouble. So I just hung out at the office. And so I come home that night and my mom knew this lady. And because they had taught together years before at a middle school. And my mom goes, "What the fuck happened?" And I told her the story. And my dad goes, "They have a book where kids are living in a fucking car? What kind of shit is this?" And I said, "No, I just made that up." And he said, so then what happened was, Tournier told my mom, she says, "I'll give him a D, but he has to go to study hall for the next 6 weeks. I never want to see him back in there because he's going to be a distraction." That's a true story. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, you gotta have no
that was a good-
respect for your
I
dad.
probably had, Jim, because everybody in that class was my age. I probably had no less than 20 or 25 people come up and talk to me about that. It was in the J Wing at Countryside High School. It was the first classroom on the right. There was no classrooms on the left.
Yeah.
I could walk you into that classroom.
Yeah. And she was so pissed off. And somebody told me when they went into class the next day, the ruler that she used to point to the book was snapped, like she broke it. It was just incredible. What my dad also caught a guy. I don't know if you remember this, hearing about this story, Mr. X. My father was outside coming home from work one night, like at 9, 10 o'clock at night. And he caught a guy sneaking around the bushes across the street at this single lady's house who was the mother of my best friend because she had just gotten divorced. This guy was like creeping in the windows. So my dad stopped the guy and asked him for his fucking ID. And my dad was kind of scary. So the guy gave him his ID. And my dad came into the house. He goes, "I just caught some fucking guy that looked queer running around these backyards. And he's going into Debbie's window." He goes, "This is a grown man. This guy's 45 years old. He lives over on Wilson Avenue." And my mom goes, to my dad, she goes, "How the fuck do you know where her boyfriend lives if he's climbing into windows?" He goes, "I stopped him and made him show me his ID. His name is Ferguson. John Ferguson." John Ferguson was my social studies teacher.
What the fuck?
So the next day, I went into class and I was failing it.
No, I never heard this. Is that?
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. Is that the guy that was the God? There was a guy that was, I think, a health teacher that was like also in the first ever miniature golf, like on ESPN, and then he ended up being a P or something like that.
Yeah, that's the guy that told me to put condoms on bananas. But that's another whole,
I took that class too.
Yeah, that guy ended up like molesting a bunch of kids at the school.
He was in the first ever. I remember he used to show it before they would show people having a birth because nobody wanted to see that. So it was like a warm up to like, here, a health class. Here's the live birth, social studies, or I thought it was health. But anyway, this guy was in the first ever. It was on ESPN, and it was like in the 80s. And it wasn't miniature golf. It was putt-putt.
Yeah.
This guy was fucking phenomenal. He was like on ESPN1 when they had no content.
Yeah, he got an 18, and I was his helper. When I got kicked out of the Spanish class, I was his helper so that I had somewhere to go. And so I went in there one time, and you could opt in or out of the class to see an actual birth of a child in that health class. It was health and human resources.
Yeah, I bailed out of that.
And I went into his office, and he was in there watching the birth of the child back and forth. He would rewind it. He goes, "Watch this vagina suck this baby up." And I'm like, "Dude, you're like a fucking adult." I'm like, "This is fucking odd." He goes, "I'll never forget it. I went in there, and he was real short. His name was Napoli. And by the way, about 15, 20 years later, I ran into the guy in Vegas. He was at the Red Rock.
Napoli, that's it. Yeah, he had like a weird little lazy eye or something like that.
He was the putt-putt world champion, and he thought he was John Elway. And he goes like this. He goes, hey, listen, watch this vagina suck this baby back in. Hey, do me a favor, get all those bananas and put condoms on them for my next class. So I got transferred out of his room before I got
He was a women's basketball coach. I think his first name was John
Napoli. Yep, putt
Yes.
world champion.
Yep, and I mean, look the shit up. Or go to Countryside High School in the '90s and look. I mean, you can look it up. I mean,
I think he finally got thrown out because he propositioned a cop under a bridge in Dunedin, Florida, for gay sex.
all I know is that one girl that you hooked up with. You know, the redhead and this and that. You know what I'm talking about. In high school, you were in high school. She was in high school. You know what I'm talking about, okay?
Yeah.
Aileen. I'm not going to say too much more. But he was the coach because he was the women's basketball coach when her eye popped out in that fucking game. Same coach. Her eye, that girl that you were dating in high school, her eye popped out her fucking senior year and they popped it back in.
I just remember going.
Do you know about that?
Yeah, and I remember going into his office, and then I'm out of here. But I remember going into his office, and I said, "Hey, coach, what's going on?" Because we called him coach, and he goes, "Nothing." He's watching. I saw you watching film on the team that you guys are getting ready to play, St. Pete High School. He goes, "Oh, no, I'm not." And he goes, No. He goes, I'm not watching St. Pete. And I look, and he was watching some school from like Orlando, back and forth, but it wasn't really a highlight film. And I said, "Since when do we play schools in Orlando?" He goes, "Oh, we don't. Look at the size of this girl's tits." I said, "Well,
Told you that guy was weird. Do you remember that? The people who used to bully that Aileen girl? I definitely wasn't doing it. I wasn't. They would go up behind her in class and go like this, like do that noise with their mouth. Do you know what I'm talking about? You were already gone at that point because you went to a different senior year of high school. But they used to do that like pop noise, and she'd be like, "Yeah, the fuck is that? It was my eyeball was out in that game. I finished that game." I'm like, "Oh, yeah, that's all that same group." Fucking weirdo.
She got drunk at a party and someone stole her purse and gave her fucking calling card out to like 500 people, and she got
that was not me. That wasn't me.
Was high school in the 90s not the best? You could get away with about whatever you wanted to, and it wasn't so damn always worked. You just went in there and whatever happened.
We would have been shot if it was now. I mean, I saw a 6-year-old bring something to a school today. I mean, we probably wouldn't have made it through.
Real quick, I was walking through the halls one time to go get something for a teacher, and I heard some screaming, but it was all muffled. And we had a special ed wing in our school, which was for like people like Michelle, or it was the only
the I wing. You were there, Jim. You went to that wing.
They put me in a couple of classes down there. And so I was in class with all these fucking mutants. And so
people would come up to me like, "Hey, you know Jim, right?" You're like, "Yeah, he's going into the fucking I wing," and I'm like, "What?" He's like, "Yeah, that's where the kids with the helmets are at and stuff like that." I'm like, "No, Jim's not in the I." I said, "I saw him going to the fucking I wing."
They put me in classes with the kid next to me that I was with in science class wore a fucking helmet. He later worked at McDonald's and got like people sick making apple pies.
We talked about that, yeah.
Yeah, he was like, he wouldn't wash his hands, and he would make apple pies at McDonald's, and people would get fucking sick. But anyway, so I hear this kid screaming like in a hallway, but I can't see him. I don't see anybody, and there's nobody around. This high school was huge. It's like 2,000 kids. So I look over, and this kid is laying on the floor with his arms and his legs out on his back, and they duct taped him nude to the fucking carpet. And I saw him and I says, "What the fuck? Is this real?" And the only thing that was showing was his penis. They didn't cover that up. So imagine a fucking 17-year-old high school kid laying on his back, and they taped him to the ground in the middle of the hallway, and his dick was hanging out. And I says, "I better get the fuck
hanging out."
Whoever did this is either satanic or they're coming for me. I'm getting the fuck out of here. So I leave.
Jim, you better get over on your show. You know they're waiting for you over there.
Oh yeah, I'm over there right now. So I real quick, I leave and I go over there, and the next day I get called to the office, and it's the fucking principal and like the fucking campus cop, and they were like, "Mr. Terry," and I said, "Yeah." They go, "Did you see a young man yesterday taped to the floor?" And I said, yeah, I saw that guy. I don't know who it was, but how the fuck did that happen? They go, well, we've rewound the footage, and a bunch of high school seniors, as a prank, told him to lay down. They were going to take some pictures, and they taped him to the floor so good he couldn't get off, and he's in the special wing. Why didn't you alert a teacher? And I said, listen, the bell rang. He goes, yeah, the bell rang, and about 45 people stomped his fucking ass on their way out of school. The bell rang and nobody gave a fuck. And they stepped on his ass. All right, guys, I'm out of here.
All right.
That's going to be really busy with all that.
How funny was it when Lou Ferrigno goes by you and throws a coffee cup, and all you can understand is
Oh God! It wasn't me who did it. I just saw him later at a Comic-Con and was told the story. So I don't know if Jim got that right. I wasn't in the car, but and I certainly wasn't the person who duct taped that kid to the ground because I was never a senior in that school, nor was Jim. So I don't want anybody getting any ideas. But and no, I never saw that either, by the way. But yeah.
I'm sitting there thinking, how funny would that be to see Lou Ferrigno taking up a whole window with how big he was? Throw a coffee cup and you could just hear, I think you get me, wow, wow.
No, well, it wasn't one of those things. I don't think. I think this is like after he was like one of those mass monsters where he got like huge, but this is like within the last.
Yates looks small.
Yeah, but this is like within when he's older, within like the last 15 years, like 2010 or 2011 or 12 or something like that. Yeah.
Started talking good.
Yeah, you could actually, and I seen him at Comic-Con, you could understand him. He's still in great shape. I mean, I probably haven't seen him at Comic-Con in 10 years, but probably last time, I did go down there after 2017, but last time I saw him in person was 2012, and he was still in great shape then, and that's 10 years ago. But I'm going over 2 now. I didn't even know there was a show over there.
Right.
Everybody,
We'll
Tennessee Gambler, thank you for calling me, man.
Hey, I'll be checking in on Jim Terry TV here in a little bit, man. I got to get cleaned up after basketball.
Okay, brother. Okay.
Nah, man, y'all have a good one.
You too. Thank you for calling.
Tennessee Gambler.
Got above 100.
Yes, sir. We got 100. We had 122.
All right, bro.
Nice.
All right, buddy.
Quite a lot.
Yeah, that's
We
pretty
found
good.
it. We found it.
Congrats on that, I guess. That's a lot of people.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you. Thank you, Eagle-Izer.
Yeah.
And Gina Egg, see you later. Okay, everybody, what we're going to do is, I'm going to put some music on my stream, and so we can just all come back over here after Jim gets done. And
I'm just gonna
I
put me
got
on
Eagle.
mute then. I'm just going to mute myself then, Johnny. I'll stay up here. I'll just mute it and watch it on my phone.
Okay.
I'll probably do the same.
Okay, I'll probably do the same too, so we can act like we're on here. Huh? Oh, and don't forget, everybody, please like my video. Don't forget to hit the like button while you're coming in or going out. Thank you very much. Huh?
See you at Jim's.
I'll see you at Jim's. Yeah.
Oh, here we go. Now we're seeing a pickle. That one looks fun. You do it like that. Like that. What? You put the pickle on the outside. You put a bunch of pickle. You grab the pickle off, pickle like the leg, and like the cream cheese is coming on the inside. That way it'll look cool. The other way we're wrapping the.
You gotta buy those big ass pickles, eh?
Yeah, you should. We gotta do it right. I mean, come on, that's
When are we gonna do it? When are we gonna do it? Something to the crowd.
shit, put cucumbers and lettuce in it too, and it looks real good.
When are we gonna do it?
You ain't got money.
I got the money. When can we do the show though? I gotta buy butter too.
Yeah, we need to buy long butter. We need to go sooner than enough.
Hey, everybody, I'm still waiting on Jim to get finished, and after that, we'll be coming on live, guys. Equalizer, how you doing, buddy? Snooks, how are you? You don't have to leave, okay, guys? I'm just waiting on Jim to get finished up, okay? Enjoy the music. Kick back, relax. Enjoy the chat. I'm just waiting on Jim to get finished up, okay? And Snooks, me and you are good. Kick back, relax. Enjoy the chat. Sophie, how are you? Purple Pecs. Sophie, how are you? Purple Pecs.
That was fucking. I mean, shit, that was 14, 15 years ago. She was no spring chicken. She wasn't 20. How old is she now? 40?
Yeah, she's seriously saying she was fucked up last night. You see that? That's why she didn't see me. She was on pills. She said she was on pills and she was telling stories and she don't even remember. That's why she thinks you added her. Read that. Go back on your chat and read it.
I am. God damn it.
That's weird.
Hey, Snooks, I am not mad at you whatsoever, okay? We're good. Snooks, we are very, very good, okay? There's no reason to apologize. I don't even remember what you were saying meanfully. You didn't say nothing mean. You're okay. There's no reason to apologize. I don't remember what you were saying meanfully. You didn't say nothing mean. You're okay.
90% of them look like they should be at the bar at Star Wars. You know what I mean? You go in there and see some Chinese guy with a glass eye, and he just hits a 14.
Okay, no problem, no problem. I see why you come over here now, because of the sports channel. Yeah, I think they're going to be pretty much ending up pretty soon, guys. Equalizer, how you doing, buddy? You're up on the channel.
ending up pretty soon, guys. Equalizer, how you doing, buddy?
Where's my phone?
A lot of people don't know this. Weren't you roommates with Lucy Anthony? Oh! All right, Alex Hennessy. You probably just Googled earnings, making up a story. Allentown, hey, listen, he's a fucking celebrity here. Reddy, you need to go get an offshore account. Mr. X, Allentown, one of the big ones that seems like a lot of points. You know what? That's one of those games that can happen.
So fast that we're having a long show tonight.
Huh?
It's so fast that we're gonna have a long show tonight.
Who did?
So fast.
Maybe. Accidentally removed you from being the moderator, so I need you to come back so I can make you as a mod again. I know.
To go the other way. Well, I don't think it would keep line. You know, but I mean, yeah, that's it. Yeah, I grew up. And Lakers, you know, in total good. I didn't think Atlanta was going to put anything there. They were getting smacked. The Lakers scored 130 points against Atlanta. I grew up on all those guys. Wayne Drew, Dave Hogan, Jim Lights. I mean, I watched those guys at 5, 6 o'clock in the morning. Those people talking about the pro line. Incredible. But, what else you got to say before we let you go here? Anything else you want to promote? Your channel. Any good? That was it. You got some baby voice. Yes.
Hey, Paul. What's his name? King's.
So it was legal.
Yeah, Sophie. I'm going to be coming. I'm going to be making something very special for you guys. Probably tomorrow or the next day. It's probably going to be tomorrow. It's probably going to be tomorrow evening sometime, or the next day. But it's going to probably be tomorrow. Hey, I'm telling everybody it's going to be tomorrow. Okay, Paul? Okay.
She said when everybody's done talking, she'll make that young. In a very white. But he's 44.
Florida's court hearing lasted less than a month after launching in 2021 because of criminal drive, which run into casinos and curbing for horse racing in the state challenged the Indian Gaming Regulations Act had been violated. And after almost a year with no changes to sports betting in Florida, oral arguments from both sides have begun. So the Native Americans, there they go fucking it up. First they screw over the Pilgrims, and now sports betting in Florida. There was an NFL player that not recently died later. He plays old school Denver Bronco or something. He ran the channel. It wasn't like Trans Hardington type of guy. That was a phenomenal show. It was called Pro Line, and it came on in Florida like at 5 a.m. on Sundays. And then it would come on. And I always thought it was weird. Is it would come on, and then right after it would be like church. Yeah, like well, you're talking about scripture. I like the one.
So some of that's what you're gonna do. Huh? So some of that's what you're gonna do. Because what are you thinking? Because that's really easy to make too.
What?
The people think it's easy because it's no cooking. You're just basically putting stuff together. It's easy to do. And we can do it both ways. We do it with. We gotta find out what this big people. Those are gonna be the big ones. I'll look and see where they went. They probably haven't talked about up together. Rebecca and go.
But just like that girl in that scenario, it triggered him to like, hey, this guy's Al Pacino's in a movie about his life. It's got to be true. Matthew McConaughey's playing. We got Rene Russo. He's got to be a winner. So this guy was carrying.
What are those people that carry the bags? What's that?
Country club. What's that called when you carry your bag?
Some of the Amazon has 57, 37 bottles. Oh my God.
How much?
$57 a bottle. That's fucking crazy. The biggest pickle, that's the biggest pickle ever.
There are people out there that paid every $50. Call it a brand plan.
Hold on. This guy's a friend of mine. Art Fleister's a funny guy. I gotta see.
You know what? Hey, you know what? It's showtime.
Twelve big pickles for $27. You know what though? We'll let the pastrami stick out of the pickle so people can see it. That'll look good. And then the cream cheese we'll just put in the middle of it, and it'll kind of go together too. And we should do 2 with lettuce and cucumbers. And 2 with plain. We'll do it both ways because it looks better with the lettuce and cucumber. We need 1 cucumber, some green cheese. We need like 6 pickles, I guess, and 6 pastrami.
Do we admit or deny the violation occurred? Obviously,
I got it. 1K. I got 1K.
1K
1K. 1,000 hours of watch, man.
Okay.
It says 1K right there. Huh? 3 more.
Whole pickle. So they have a big tub of them at Walmart for $115. Both pickles at Dollar Tree are $15. Those ones in the bag. We could use those too.
Arch Schlichter was an arena football guy. By the way, if you watch that,
They're not real big, but they're
at the
coming.
beginning of it, I see a couple of guys I know because they show some arena football clips. Matthew McConaughey started being a gambler instead of playing arena ball. Now, I don't think Brandon
$2.89
Leonard
at
played arena ball
Instacart.
in Chicago.
They went up to used to be $1.
And I played against Chicago. In fact, there is a
they're
very
really
famous
expensive.
piece of footage of Beavis Rex playing in Chicago, which I
You know
will
what?
go to.
Do you think the whole pickle shoved out in the middle will be too big for the sandwich? It looks so much better. That's the thing.
I'm looking at we went to Tucker and Georgia.
Because we could just do spears and then it would save a lot of money on the pickle. But it looks so much better.
College football?
Yeah, he played that. That's what the about. He's like,
I'm listening to you, man. Go to the carnival and go look at that shit again.
No, I know how they make them. They look ugly. I'm telling you, this one inside the pickle looks excellent. That's the way to go.
But then we have 2 pickles too, right? We can bend the pickle back over.
No, you get a whole pickle, cut it in half, carve out the middle of it, and put the pastrami and the cheese inside the middle.
And then fold it back.
There's a picture of it right here.
And then fold it back down, right?
No, you just put the
Oh, it's like a sandwich.
Yeah, like the
So you put you take the pickle out like this, right? Look,
the middle of
the middle of the pickle like this. You wipe it all out. But you know, you can save that middle of the pickle for your potato salad.
or you can just put it back in the sandwich. But that's a lot of pickle, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
The spear was enough pickle for me.
So how many I'm gonna make?
I'd say make 4. Make 2 with lettuce and cucumber and 2 without.
You buy all the stuff.
I'm not buying all the stuff.
No, I'll give you the money. We'll go together.
It's gonna be $40, $50 right there.
So basically,
Unless we go to the dollar store and we get the pickles in the bag. Those will save some money.
Pickles in a bag.
Yeah, the hot ones. You know those ones that are in the bag? That they sell single? Well, you're not going to buy a jar of them for $50, are you?
No.
Yeah, well, there you go. You're lucky you have me to tell you what to do.
Really?
$3. Some of them are $3 at the dollar store.
Oh, really?
That's $12 just for pickles. They have 12 at Dollar Tree for $15. But that's too many. We don't need 12. Is that Dollar Tree? Dollar Tree, yeah. We need to go to Dollar Tree.
and just hit a little dribbler. Right to
Oh,
the
that's
corner.
Texas.
Leave Bobby Smith,
Big Ted Star Pickles. Those are fucking $4.50.
Look at your boy Jim
Look
Terry.
at how big these are. Or how much these
Gets
are.
on top of it. 9,000 people jump on me. And there you go. Jim Terry recovers the fumble in Chicago at the Sears Center,
Okay,
ladies and gentlemen. You know, it just becomes a habit. You know what I mean? When you got to take a team, put them on your shoulders there.
Yeah, and then sign
But,
off.
you remember that.
We didn't get
Hey guys, I'm just waiting on for the rest of the crew to come over. So you just talk amongst yourselves, whatever you want to do. I just got Jim back a while ago, everybody.
All right, so what do you say? Okay, what do we got here? Kansas doesn't have it?
So all the ones that are red have it, and then legal but not yet operating, like Florida or whatever that state is. That's
What about
above
Nebraska?
Kansas.
What's
I think
legal?
that's Nebraska or something. I don't even know.
Legal, not yet operating.
No, north of that is
I'm
not.
Florida.
Is that
I'm
Nebraska? Yeah, I think that is Nebraska.
Yeah, and then so the other ones like Texas, Oklahoma, California, you know.
Hey, look right here, look. Sort yourself before you put your cam on, Sloth. Sort yourself. Sort yourself before you put yourself on cam.
Does not have it. They got a bunch of casinos in Idaho. I thought
Just me just says Sophie. He went on JT's and did a prank call.
Florida had it for almost a month. I thought it only had it for a couple of days.
Equalizer busted out of jail now, it looks like. Busted out of White Seat jail. He said subsigning king. Oh no, he's staying
What's his name?
Just busted out of, hold on, busted out of.
I got it.
White Seat jail.
Scratch that. Not to Allentown. They keep getting his latest confused with one another. Listen, send it. Leaves it to me.
YouTube hates him.
All right, what else we got here, Betty Hayward? Anything else with that, Kitty? Into the
Yeah, they're starting to move over to your channel.
Yeah.
Huh?
They're starting to move to your channel. You're up to 10 now. You're at 6.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna continue to watch my sweet and sour tonight with Dana.
You know somebody's from Oklahoma when they say Oklahoma's fixed to get it.
Celery?
I'm sorry to hear that,
What was
Betty.
that
Well,
sauce?
here we go.
I
I
was
just absolutely love sports betting
Heart.
because it makes watching the game so
What's
much
that,
more
melon?
interesting, knowing you might be able to
Who?
make some money. JD Jenny, you know what else?
I'm
makes
watching
it
her to make the
interesting?
sweet and sour vagina.
Let's go over here. Sherry
That's really
DeTilio,
gross.
$5 super sticker, VIP plus member. Sherry DeTilio came in here, got a VIP plus membership, and became a very strong contributor to this program. Just like our
They're
guy
saying goodbye
Toe
right
Jam
now.
after show.
Get ready, Johnny.
After show will be on Johnny Yarborough's program, Toe Jam. Go over to Johnny Yarborough, show him some love. He is going to have it over there, I promise you, because we're out of here in about 30 seconds. Mr. X, anybody else you want to thank or say goodbye to before we sign off tonight?
I think that's it. I appreciate everybody coming along. I see some other folks are coming in here. You know, checking out the t-shirts tonight, liking the new opening.
Cool, yeah, those-
You know, everything.
They're making it
I mean,
sweet
what
and
else
sour
can we
really
say?
cool.
Johnny Yarbrough's been having some great topics and some great subjects. We got to learn more about Betty Hayward. She's been coming more out of her shell.
So you love to get sprayed by him.
You like pandas?
I mean the polar bears.
Oh, the polar bears. You like polar bears. Now, do you like watching the Shamu whale do his little things? Maybe you go there and you can see one of the instructors get flattened. Or you want to see
Hey, you know what I want to do? You know what I want to do? I wish I had another number to call it. Because you know who's there. You want to know how much say, hey, Jim, I got the glory holes ready for you, buddy.
Come to this address. Somebody can give him $100.
Toe Jam.
For them to rich. Oh yeah, that's
There's a Chris with a long beard, scruffy beard that has food in it that has not been combed.
You wouldn't mind dating a man in a wheelchair, then? That's okay with you?
No, I don't discriminate. You can be in a wheelchair.
Okay, just say goodbye now.
You can be
Who's saying goodbye?
an
Jim,
astronaut.
he's telling you to go.
I just
Can't go to Betty's channel right now.
Okay, all right. You know what, Betty?
Is he?
You're a fucking
Well, not now, but
Yes.
he's
All
telling
right,
me such a good
Mr. X, we're getting ready to be out of here. Ladies and gentlemen, go to Betty Hayward's channel. Betty Hayward's channel is up and running. It is there. Betty, your channel once again is Betty Hayward.
I love everyone and thank you, Betty said.
Anything you'd like to say to the fans of this program? Thanks for coming on tonight. Now that you've come full circle and you're back on your meds and you are not upset.
everyone. Thank you. Everybody.
Hey, how come nobody ever sees the body? What's going on?
No one said what?
The body. I never see your body. What's going on? You're not a fat chick, are you?
No, I'm not. Can't you
You're real
sitting down?
Mr.
No, I saw her arms earlier tonight. She got skinny arms. No.
Yeah, it's an arm and like a real big body.
Skinny arms, Steve.
Let me see. You gotta get in front of the mirror or something. See what's doing. Yeah, your Dave is into it, Mr. X.
I'm in my pajamas.
All right, listen, you know what? This is wrong. All right, she's gone, Mr. X. Mr. X, I kind of like talking to you as Betty Hayward a little bit better. Miss T is still in the back chat. Mr. X, anything you want to say? It's been a great show.
I'll do it
Thank you,
again.
Betty Hayward and Miss T. What else do you have to add?
I hope Allentown is going ahead and getting the season tickets to the Cashman or Cushman or whatever it is. That is now the stadium.
Oops, sorry.
Messing around herpes on my college campus when he was at the University of Georgia.
If you like that music, let me know.
You still got 390.
We got it. All right, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, go over to Johnny Sloth's channel if you want to keep this thing going until 3 o'clock on the East Coast. I got to get some rest. Mr. X, any final words?
That's it. Have a good night, everybody. Thanks for everybody. Thanks for everything.
Dave's off.
Thank you.
He's off. Go.
I still gotta wait for other people to come.
Yeah.
Oh, what the hell is this? Oh man, I didn't mean to do that. Okay.
Go, J-Way, go.
Huh?
Go, J-Way, go.
You know what? Hey, you know what? It's showtime.
There you go. Oh, I'm not playing you. That other stupid one's playing again.
Do I like this beat right here?
You're 31. So
Hey, what's up, buddy?
What's up, Johnny? I like the beat that's playing right here in the background. That's a dope beat.
that's a good time.
Hey, thank you, man. I'm just messing around, playing some music, you know, and
That prank call.
I got a couple of special announcements I got to make. I was thinking when I was watching Jim's show. Remember when I did those Rice Krispies? Let me turn the music off real quick.
All right.
Okay. Give me 1 second.
You're good.
Here we go.
That was a good prank you did on Jim, though.
You saw that? Huh? You saw that, huh?
Yeah, I heard it.
You heard it?
Yep.
Yeah, I loved it. But okay, you remember when I was telling you, huh?
Music's still on.
No, it's off now. Do you remember? Can you still hear music now?
No, the music's off. You're good.
Okay, I'm done. Yeah.
Okay. So anyway, probably tomorrow night or Sunday, I'm going to be doing some cooking, a cooking video.
Oh, nice. What are you going to cook?
Well, I was going to get some pickles and some pastrami. I already told him though. I'm going to get some pickles and some pastrami and blue cheese.
And what's that? What's that from? I know you guys were talking about it last night. I'm not a pickle person, so I don't eat pickles. But what's that
after
from
you
the show, right?
after you see this, King Samoan, you are going to want to try it.
I'm going to be a pickle person, huh?
No, you're going to be a pastrami person.
Oh, I love pastrami, so I'll watch it for that.
You like cream cheese? You like cream cheese?
Yep, I love cream cheese.
Yeah, so that's what that's at a fair. I think that's at Wisconsin. That's at the Wisconsin Fair, and they make that there. You know, we were talking about the corn and all that.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
and we were talking about all
They
the.
make that as a fair food. I didn't know that. I've never seen that before. Do they do that in the West Coast, or is that an East Coast thing? Because I've never.
No,
seen
well,
that.
I saw it on the East Coast, so I brought it here to Long Beach.
That's dope. Yeah, I'll have to try that sometime without the
Yeah,
pickles, though. No pickles.
Yeah, but see the way I'm gonna make it, you got to make it just that like that. You know what I mean? I'm gonna show you how to make it, and it's, you know what I mean. I'm not gonna get into all the details, but you're gonna really like it. And also, like, you know how our panel was lit up last night, right?
Yep.
So what I want to do is I want everybody that comes into the chat, if you have a pet, we're going to take pictures and we're going to have pet night. Okay. We're going to have pet night, and you get to come on the panel, you get to show your pet, and you get to explain what kind of pet you got. Yeah, show off your pet. What it's called? It's called like, you know, when you go to school, we used to go to elementary school, you used to have a show and tell.
Yep.
So you can basically bring your pet, and I want to see what kind of pet you guys got, and whoever has, we'll make it interesting. King Simon, whoever has the best pet, we'll do the best cats, and we'll do the best dogs. Whoever has the best dogs will win a Bluetooth speaker, and whoever will be the best cat will win a Bluetooth speaker too. How about that?
Yeah, that sounds like a good plan.
Remember, we were talking about
here, so
we were talking about that earlier.
Does it have to be a cat or a dog, or can it be any animal?
It can be anything. I was just doing the competition between the cat and dog.
Gotcha. Okay.
It can be anything.
Like Nance, I think she said she had, I don't know, you know, them little furry things, chinchillas. I think she said something like that.
Okay. Did you see Nance in the chat room?
Yeah, I'm just looking at it right now.
Oh, there she is, right there. Cool, because Nance, I want to let you know I didn't block you at all. I don't know why you couldn't get in the chat earlier today. And you know what happened, King Samoan? I accidentally deleted all my mods, so I have to wait till Melissa comes back so I can add her again. You know what I mean? So right now we don't have no mods in the chat room.
See, and Purple Pixie said she has isopods. I don't know what the hell that is, to be honest with you.
I have an IC-Pod. What is an IC-Pod, Purple Pix? Can you tell us a little bit about that?
I don't know what that is. Sorry.
Yeah, me either. So tonight is Equalizer here?
I'm here.
Hey, Equalizer, good to see you here, buddy. Can you hear me loud and clear?
So I can hear you loud and clear. I got a question for you about the animal contest.
Okay.
Are ferrets disqualified?
Ferrets are not disqualified. The only ferrets are disqualified is Chris Dix.
I could probably win the cat thing if it was a contest for the most cats.
Well, you know what? I'm gonna do this. Let me recorrect that. Anybody can bring any pet up to the panel, and when we do the pet contest, any pets involved, and there's going to be
the top two pets that win.
There's going to be the two top pets that win, and King Samoan. I don't know if you're going to show your pets, but here's the deal. If you don't going to show your pets, we already know what kind of dog. But you can do it too, King Samoan. But I need to find a couple of judges to be a judge. You know what I mean?
I'd rather be a judge because you guys.
You'd rather be a judge, okay? I'm gonna lock you in.
You know what my cat looks like, and you can show him that if you want. So I'll just be
okay.
judge.
And I got a picture of your dogs too.
Right.
Okay, King Samoan, a judge. So we got to, and I'll be a judge because my cat's not going to be involved. Oh, she is going to be involved. Okay, PC, my cat's going.
My cat's shy.
Your cat's shy. But anybody can bring any kind of pet you got. If you got birds, you got mice, you got rats, you got gerbils, you have cottontails, and you have a bird that goes, "I love you." You can bring it.
Nice.
Purple Pixie said an isopod is a potato bug.
It's a potato bug.
Bugs, yeah.
Hey, my cat will have fun with her potato bug. Because that's why I named my cat Bug because she likes to play with bugs. So anybody got a story to say? Anybody got a story they want to share?
You know, I adopted a new dog yesterday.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I did. It's a guy had a dog, and he swears an up and down that some sort of Chihuahua, apple something Chihuahua. I'm not a Chihuahua person, but it's an apple something Chihuahua mated with his black lab, and he swears to God that this dog is half Chihuahua, half black lab. So I had to have it because I want to see what the hell a Chihuahua black lab looks like when it gets older.
Yeah.
So far, it's only maybe 3-4 months old, somewhere in there, 3 months
Oh,
old.
cutie.
And it's like black lab furry, but a small bodied Chihuahua. Oh, applehead. There you go. Applehead Chihuahua. So I don't know if that's true, if an applehead Chihuahua really mated with a black lab, but I'm going to find out.
Purple Pixie said she has about 60 of those.
60
of those, whatever.
Potato bugs.
Yeah, potato bugs. What does a damn potato bug look like?
Like a ladybug.
They're
Oh,
a
is it like
roly
a
poly.
ladybug?
You know the little gray-looking bugs on the ground? They're all over.
Yeah.
A roly-poly.
Yeah, roly-poly.
But that's what they are, is a roly-poly?
Yep. You know the roly-poly bug? That's a potato bug. Same thing.
Oh, okay. So anybody got Equalizer, you got a story you want to share?
Well, I'm a little concerned that spring might not happen.
Spring might not happen.
My cat ate a groundhog, dude.
Oh, did he?
He caught one and was chewing on it.
Oh, wow.
That's not good.
He likes to murder
That's not
stuff.
good. What kind of cat you got, Equalizer?
He's I think he would be considered a Russian blue tuxedo.
A Russian blue
Like a
tuxedo.
black and white one, but he's gray instead of black.
Right. He has that
okay.
bluish gray color, right?
And then he's got blue eyes. You know, most cats, when you hit them with a flashlight, they reflect orange or yellow in their eyes.
Yeah.
His reflect blue. They're kind of pretty.
Oh, well, that's cool.
Yeah.
Them cats are beautiful. Hey, what's some kind of dogs that are very short? They got big ears on the top of their head, but they're in the breed of pit bulls, but they're little. I think they're little boxers. They're little bulldogs.
Yeah, they're
What?
French.
Like an English bulldog?
No,
Yeah, a French.
The French.
go ahead. A French bulldog.
Yeah, French bulldogs, and then you have the bully clan, like the micro bully, like my dog, and then the bullies are all, there's micro bullies, pocket bullies, XL bullies, double XL bullies, and they're all in the, they're kind of a bulldog / I don't know.
They all
Yeah,
have
Really, whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, I like the I like the little French bulldogs. I was almost going to get one. My friend said, "Hey, Johnny, I'll give you one." And you know what? And I said, "Well, I can't really have no dogs in my apartment." You know what I mean? And you know what? You know what happened to that dog because I didn't take it. He ran away from their home, the dude's home. And I said, "What happened to the dog?" He said he ran away because you didn't bring him in. I said, "Dude, don't put that on me, dude." You know what I mean? And yeah, he was going to run away regardless because they didn't know how to keep him inside the house.
So at least you didn't get attached to it and then it ran away.
Yeah, I got a cat, man. I got my cat. You see my cat, haven't you, Equalizer?
Yeah, I have.
He's pretty nice, isn't it? She's a calico cat.
You know the most calicos are female?
Yes, sir. They're almost all. They're 97% or calico is 97% females.
And the same applies to orange cats. Most orange cats are boys.
I was going to ask you, is that cat, my cat, the one I sent you a picture of, is that considered a calico cat, or what would that be considered?
Does she got orange in her? Does she got orange in her? Let me look her up real quick.
Orange.
Here, let me show her to you real quick, okay? Let me show you real quick. Oh. Here we go, right here. Okay, hold on. Okay, King Solomon, King Sam. I think it's right here. Here we go, right here. Here we go, right here, guys. I'm gonna go ahead and show you this beautiful cat. He's part of the King Samoans family. And there she is, right there. There she is. Can you guys see her? Here. Can you guys see her now? Can you see her, King?
Yeah, you can kind
Hold
of
it back
see
just
it
a little bit.
A little bit. Back up a little bit with it.
Right there?
Back a little bit.
Yeah, down a little bit. Yeah,
Is
there
that
you go.
is that be considered a? That's a good looking cat.
Yeah, it is. You know what? I think the way I'm looking at its head, King Samoan, I think you have a little girl right there.
And they're saying in the chat it's a tortoise shell. That's what it's considered.
What the cat is?
Yeah, not a calico. It'd be considered tortoise shell with those colors.
What kind of cat? What kind of cat is that again? How do you say that name?
They're also
How you
known
say
as
that name?
torties.
Oh, tortoiseshell. Okay, I'm gonna look that cat up.
Calico.
That's a nice looking cat. Let me see if I still got your puppies, man. I'm just gonna save them for the show. For the show. So far, I've gotten Boogie's dog. I got I got MJ's dog, but not MJ, but Melissa Moniz. Her dog passed away, so we can't bring her dog up on the panel. You know what I mean? And what else? So that's what I have. I think that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do a cooking show, and then I'm gonna do a pet night show. Okay. What do you think about that, King Simon?
Yeah, they're calico.
Yeah, no, that works.
They're calico.
Oh, they are calico. They are calico.
Okay.
King Samoan.
You know what I was gonna say is I saw earlier in chat. De-Icer Dave said he was gonna show his pig. And speaking of pigs, before I left to go on the road over here to my uncle's funeral stuff, I have a couple of boars that fight each other all the time, and I don't know if anybody in chat has pigs that like a lot of pigs, but
Yeah.
I have two really aggressive
that's
boars
crazy.
that fight over all the girls. So there's multiple girls. I have about 6 or 7 girls that are babies that have babies. So the girls are sows, if you want to call them sows, whatever you want to call them. They only have 2 boars to choose from, and the boars, believe it or not, with all those women, dude, they still go at it. Last week before I left, I had to break them up almost every day for a week. They would sit out there and they'll draw blood with each other because they got their teeth are pretty sharp for the most part, and they got I don't know what the hell those damn long teeth are called on a pig. Tusks. There you go. They have some pretty sharp tusks as well. So they'll fight with each other and they'll lock faces with their tusks on, man, and they'll just push each other around for hours. Unless I go out there and actually physically
How big
break
are
them.
those pigs?
250. They're cooney, so they don't get as big as the pink pigs you see. Those ones get massive. Those are 500-600 pound pigs. But mine
Do they
only
still
get to
have
about
gigantic
250.
nuts?
What's that?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're
Do they
about
still have
250
gigantic pig nuts?
Do they have what? Say that again.
Gigantic pig nuts.
Oh yes, they do, and gigantic pig dongs that flap around when they try and mount the females. Yes, and they do it all the time.
So
They
you see,
will-
it,
they
you
will
see
hump
the
a
nuts
girl.
on a pig and you wonder.
Right? No, yes, they're big.
Yeah.
Everything's big on a pig, and they will harass the females until they know they're pregnant. So once they know they're pregnant, and I don't know how they know, but they'll follow the pigs, the females around.
Hey, what's up, Lighting the Pipe? How you doing, man? And he Lighting the Pipe said, "What's up, Equalizer?" He also said, "What's up, King Samoan?" Somebody asked in the chat. Somebody asked me in the chat. It was called, "Can we email our pets to Gay Sloth?" Well, I'd rather just like you guys, if you guys want to come up on the panel and show your cats like that, or you guys can
text it to that number, your phone number.
Yeah, or you guys can just text me your phone, or you guys can just text me your phone numbers and text me the picture. Just do it like that, and then I'll look at all of them and I'll try to see what I can do about showing all the pets. You know what I mean? But I'd rather have people come on the panel too at the same time. You know what I mean?
Right. Purple Pixie, Coonies have red meat as well. That's one of the reasons why I breed with them. I actually breed them and American guinea hog crosses. So there's those 2 crosses. They're smaller.
Hey, Boogie.
200-300 pound pigs, so they don't get massive. Because people, I was telling Johnny earlier today, I probably go through just with my pigs alone, I would say $75 a day just for the pig feed. And that's every day. So you can imagine how expensive it gets.
Oh, yeah.
With the price of everything after COVID, the price of feed and everything, fertilizers, everything's gone up so crazy that you can't even make a living at it anymore.
I had hog maws before.
Well, and people wonder why all that shit's so expensive in the grocery store, and this is why. Because as a commercial farmer, it'd be damn near impossible to keep that alive for the price they're paying. I do it for my personal and my family and friends. You know what I mean? It's not a commercial thing for me. But I always have all the animals around in case I need to. You never know when the grocery store is going to run out of something.
Right on.
Do you do a lot of pig roasts?
Absolutely. That's mainly why I have so many pigs, because of the pig roasts. You know, the Islanders are big into the pig roast.
Do you have little piglets? Do you have little piglets?
Not yet. There's going to be some. We try and time it, you know, because pigs, it takes 3 months, 3 weeks, and 3 days to have babies, right? And they're damn near every time. Once you know they're pregnant, you'll have that long, and they're pretty much right on that exact schedule. So you try and not to do it during the winter time, because one, the pigs are eating way more than they normally do to stay warm. And two, you don't want to have a bunch of freezing piglets, because they would die within a half an hour of being out in the cold. You know, adult pigs can handle the cold because they huddle together, but baby piglets, there's a lot more to it than just them popping out and, you know, being okay. You actually have to be born.
That's what's up, man.
Yeah.
You know, since you guys were over there, the show's been running for 5 hours and 34 minutes now.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
And I got some good news right now. We have hit 1K, 1,000 hours. We have hit 1,000 hours. I just need to get 3 more.
Hey, Mr. X is here too, Johnny.
Oh, is he? Okay, where's he at?
Yeah.
I'll send the link.
Okay. I was going to tell you, I get all my own chicken eggs as well. I don't go to the store for any of that stuff. I got a ton of different chickens.
Wow.
I got some goats. Probably get some lambs here. I got some cattle as well. And all that stuff is from the farm, organic fed. And then it goes from the farm into the freezer or the fridge.
Hey, more about pig roasting.
Yeah,
So
pig roasts are fun.
How do you normally do that? Is it with charcoal, or do you do the barium thing? We did that in Florida once.
Yeah, the Islanders bury our pigs. So we start a big fire in the ground and get it really, really hot.
Well, there you go, Mr. X.
With coals and rocks. And then we
usually
we bury them, and then we'll bury them usually 12 to 24 hours, depending on how hot you got it and how big the pig is.
There you go, Mr. X. I just sent the link for you. So, and you ever have y'all seen that one video of mine yet? When I go, bam, make cookies in 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Anyway, those were called carrot cookies. And there were no bakes. They're called no bakes.
No bakes. I like the chocolate no bakes too, Johnny. Have you ever had those ones?
Oh yeah, those.
Yeah, and I had the lemon drop ones. Let me tell you about the lemon drops. I mean, those are really sour. And let me tell you, I really didn't. After I had 1 or 2 of them, I didn't like the rest of them. So I'm thinking about doing, because I did those when I was just first starting. I did that movie. I did that recording when I was just starting. Like seeing what I can get myself into, you know what I mean? And that's what I did about that, you know what I mean? Right. Pictures are coming in like crazy, Mr. King Samoan. Pictures are coming in crazy. Pictures are coming in crazy now.
Nice. That's cool.
You see, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get with Biddy Hayward, and I'm going to have her put all the cats, like, you know how she does clips of Jim Terry and clips for my show? I'm going to have her do clips like that for me.
That's a good idea.
And and hopefully we can play that song. Who let the dogs out? Who? Okay, here's Mr. X. Mr. X is here. Mr. X, how you doing, sir?
Good. You can play that song if you want, but I've seen a lot of these things happen when the shows get monetized for the commercials. They make you give the revenue to whoever the song is, even if it's fucking 30 seconds, dude. So it's crazy.
Yeah, I'll be careful with that.
I mean, if you're not getting any money right now, but the thing is, you don't want the strike before you start because that'll just stop everything.
Right. Mr. X, I'm gonna tell you what we were talking about before you came on. I'm gonna be doing another cooking show.
Good.
And I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna let it be a surprise for you, Mr. X. Okay, so you can see what I'm gonna be making, and then I'm gonna do a pet night. You know, like when everybody wants to show their pets.
Yes.
So yeah, that'll be a good thing there.
I'm hoping the weather gets better over here in California because I'd like to go back out. I mean, it's been a little cold and kind of rainy off and on, but I'd like to go out and do some more stuff outside too for the the Mr. X, the gym, like we were doing on the Fridays. But it's just been too pissy outside lately.
We're getting them after. We're getting those same storms after you're done with them.
Yeah, is it still raining over there in California? I heard it's been raining for days and days and days.
It was raining for a while, like off and on. It's not at the moment, but so yes, Vonda, there is free music on YouTube. There's free music within StreamYard too, but nothing like real famous. So
it's more like the music that we're listening to, or we get to listen to, or what we get to have is more like musical, like no words, right, Mr. X?
Yeah, instrumental. They had it. They had a deal. I don't know if I don't know if it was anybody or just people who were monetized, but at the end of the year, they gave like $20 out to every YouTube creator to be able to purchase the rights, within YouTube to different songs. So there's just some that don't cost any money. There was not one that I could find that was even worth $20 that I liked. I found one or two that were free. One was Jingle Bells, and one was the one that we use. It sounds like the ECW 90s stuff, but that was it.
Hey, what if I sing that song by myself? I still have to give them revenue?
What group?
Let the dogs out. You know what I mean?
If you say it for a second or two, it's not a big deal. I don't think, because you're kind of doing a parody of something that's famous. But if you went through the entire song or put it to music, yeah, you probably. And you might not. But here's the thing: there's two different types of rights within publishing. You have the artist who created the song, and then whoever recorded it, who is the publisher. So more times than not, the artist in that scenario would come after you because you're taking their song and kind of re-recording it. Now, if you went and took a Mozart song, like that one that's the circus song,
yeah,
okay, that song is like a public domain song because it's so old. Or if you did a Beethoven song, so if by me repeating it, it's public domain, but like I'm performing it, so it doesn't matter.
Right.
But you can't do that with a Whitney Houston song or anything.
Mr. X, I saw somewhere, I don't know if I saw it on YouTube or if I was reading about it, but I saw somewhere where somebody had got permission from the actual artist for the song, but they played it it had to have been YouTube, and they played it on their YouTube, and the publisher struck them, even though they had permission from the artist. Is that because the publisher owns the rights to the music?
Yes, so a publisher would, in theory, pay for the production of the song. So the band might have said yes. So here's a perfect example. Geffen Records owned all, was a publisher for all the Guns N' Roses stuff.
Right.
So Geffen owns those Guns N' Roses performances when they're on a record. Now, Guns N' Roses can go do the thing like Prince did and re-record it and do it over again and then cut out Geffen. But you don't have that 1980s Appetite for Destruction where Axl Rose is younger. That performance back then is owned by Geffen or whoever took over Geffen. So yes, that's correct. And publishers don't fuck around. That's what Michael Jackson did to the Beatles. He bought the rights to their library and then took it away from. So he was like, he purchased the publishing rights. Okay. They could redo the songs, but they're dead.
Right.
There you go. That's the problem.
Huh. It's interesting.
Yeah, it's hard to license music for movies. I've gone through this thing over and over again. That's why movies typically just hire composers, and sometimes you put in stingers or you go to, royalty-free songs. Like that one song that is in the Jim Terry TV2 song is kind of a beat. Mm-hmm. And then my editor kind of composed around that song, and I just, purchased the rights off it for him editing it. He's like, I'll just add in a song because I can combine a few elements. So he did that.
I really like your song that's at the intro. It's like a rap song at the intro of Jim Terry's show.
Yeah, that's a group that's called Nefix, and their stuff's 100% royalty free as long as you Speaking of that, reminds me, I got to go back in and do that for Jim's show. But as long as you credit them, it's called Bite Me. It's a group called Netflix, and so what we did is we took Netflix's song Bite Me, and then they had on YouTube Premium, they also had the instrumental version. So if you look at the Raw 1997, I was talking about this the other night, their intro has the song with the Raw is War song, and they're all beating each other up. And then when it goes to the crowd going nuts, it's that same song again, but it's the instrumental. That's exactly how I did it.
Hey guys, here's someone sent me their picture of their little Chihuahua. Her name is Angel. Look at this. Look at Miss Angel right there. You see her?
Bring it
Y'all
closer.
see her?
The camera.
Closer. How about now?
Yes.
Oh,
No, it's
shit.
gone now. I did see it.
There you go. There you go. There you go. Can you see her now?
Over a little bit. Other way. There you go.
Cute little.
Oh yeah, I can see it.
Yeah, her name is Angel.
Is it all white?
No, she's a white like a white brown.
Okay, like a tan color.
She was wearing her little favorite dress.
That's cool.
That was Angel right there.
So,
and then we got
Mr.
Blue
X,
Diamond.
you,
Okay.
Oh, sorry, Slot.
Then we got Blue. Go ahead, Equalizer. We got Blue Diamond that sent her little 2 dogs in.
It's cute.
Mr. X, I was got a question to ask you. Would you like to be a judge? Would you like to be a judge for me? Because King Samoan said he'll be a judge, and would you like to be a judge for me also?
It depends when it is and what it is. I don't know. I don't always want to guarantee I'm going to be around or how long I'm going to be around. So I don't want. I mean, it just depends. Maybe, yeah.
Okay.
Judge of what?
We're just judging the top 2. Everybody's going to send in their animals, no matter what kind they are.
Oh,
and
okay.
then we're just going to judge who has the best animal or best looking animal in the top 2. Johnny's going to send them a free Bluetooth speaker.
Nice. Okay. Yeah, I'd do that.
Ferrets are outlawed.
Ferrets aren't outlawed except for Chris Dix. That's the only person that's outlawed.
He's not allowed to do it. Okay. Yeah, that sounds good to me.
Yeah, so it'll probably be on probably next week sometime, like probably a Monday or a Tuesday, because
The only one I don't know about Tuesday is.
Oh yeah, not Tuesday. I'm sorry for saying that. Not Tuesday. So it'll probably be Wednesday or not Wednesday either, right? You got your show on Wednesday, right?
Yes. Well, I mean, we usually do the show on Tuesday, but Tuesday, I don't know if I'm still doing that Golden Globes thing or not. So I'm going to have to find out about that.
Okay, so I'm going to be doing the pre-show for you and Mr. Jim Terry, right? Still on Tuesday?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. X, speaking of Hollywood, how has those illegal streamers, because I'm big into the UFC, so I see Dana White always bitching about that, how the pirators are taking all the money from them. Is that and same within Hollywood? Is it really that big of a deal where everybody?
Yes, it's a huge problem. I estimate that probably has cost me over $100,000.
Jeez.
Yeah, and here's the thing: if you're an Avatar type movie, like the movie Avatar, and you don't want to see anybody lose money, but this is why this is such a big deal, and this is why you see me so crazy about intellectual property rights and striking things down and all that, and why I go to the extent I do. It doesn't hurt the guy who's made $1 billion as much as a guy like me who the extra 20, and it sounds like, wow, that's a lot of money, 20 or 30,000, and it is. But if you spent 3 years on a movie working on it every single day and got people to invest a few $100,000, and all you have is 30 grand coming back in, and the other 100,000 that could have maybe made you into the profit or more is stolen, they just fucked you. Like there's nothing you could do about it.
That makes sense though. It really fucks the smaller guys that aren't in major production studios like Warner Brothers, and that it probably doesn't affect them as bad.
The day your film comes out, it will get pirated. Period. That's just how it works. It's just going to happen. And the day, in fact, I had a film that came out, and I know it was going through the film markets, and I could tell which screener it was because we actually cut kind of another version once it released. I'm not going to say which film it is, but when it we could tell that it was from the market screener. Now the way it's set up is if you want to see a screener of the movie, there's like a forensic watermark in it, and it's going to have your name in it. And if you pirate it, I know I know when you watch it. I know if you stop and go through the nudity sections of it, if you don't watch it at all. I had a guy say, hey, I watched your film. I had a few other people watch your film. I just don't know if it's right for us. He watched it for 42 minutes. He lied to me.
Oh, jeez.
You know, so I like.
So they have all that now, huh? Where they can,
but they could still,
where you know exactly who's sharing it. Because I know that was a big problem back then. Well, they could just blur out the watermark or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, and you can pay for the forensic watermarks. I mean, I know this too because, like, with the Screen Actors Guild, I'm a SAG-AFTRA SAG Award voter. Since I'm a SAG member, Screen Actors Guild member. So what ends up happening is they send you screeners if you still request the DVDs, which I do, and then you get the code for it. But my name's all over it. So if I try to give you a code of, what was that with the Danish girl? With that one, the transgender movie. When that came out, I had a screener before it ever came out. If I'd have given you my copy of the Danish girl and you put it out there, it'd be on me.
Gotcha.
So people don't fuck around with that kind of stuff within the industry.
Hey, Mr. X and King Simone, here's another one. Here's Axel. There's Axel, little orange Kilo Kitty wearing their Boston Red Sox little jersey.
Cute.
Can you guys see her?
Yep.
Yeah,
that's a cute little cat. That's a cute little cat. That's a cute cat right there. That's a cute cat right there.
The one on the Whiskers box or bag. Isn't that
Whiskeys
or Whiskers or whatever it is?
Look at that dog. Look at that boxer right there. Look at that boxer. That's Boogie's boxer. Can you guys see it?
Yeah.
Can you guys see the dog? It's all white.
Yeah, it's all white. I can see it.
Yep.
He's beautiful. There he is. There he is, sleeping in a sleeping bag. I'm sorry for getting off the subject. Go ahead, guys. I'm sorry. And there's Miss Zoe right there. Miss Zoe. Look at Zoe.
Down a little bit, Johnny. We can't see it.
Right there?
Up a little.
Is that better?
Bit. Yeah, there you go. That's a pretty cat too. It's a tiger stripe looking one. I don't know much about cats. I'm more of a dog person, so.
Yeah, I'm getting. Since I said that about having pet night, now all the pet pictures are coming in.
You asked for it, Johnny, so it's gonna.
I know. I don't mind it because this is gonna be really good though. This is gonna be really good, and I really have good faith in it. It's gonna be like this probably will blow up, and then we can have like American Idol thing. You know what I mean?
Right, Mr. X. What's your take on a
Katy Perry?
You know how Tennessee Gambler was talking about Vince McMahon. What's your take on it? You think he came back just to take over to sell it, or what do you think he's doing?
Yeah, there's a lot of rumors that you can see in the SEC filing paperwork. I look at it today because I'm a big Vince McMahon fan. Probably more so a fan of his than I even am maybe even wrestling. I don't think it's as good without him. But then again, he's got a little bit older too. So I think he came back. There's been some rumors that he was going to sell it off to some different people, but he's a controlling owner of it.
Right.
So, and we're coming up on WrestleMania season and all that kind of stuff. I mean, that's kind of the time that you want to be involved with it. But here's my thing, and I'm going to say something that sounds really horrible, but I've been saying this. When they did that whole thing where they like give divas or women wrestler a chance, like I can say I'm for that. Like, but I would say don't give them half the show. Because it's not believable that a 110-pound girl could beat like Nia Jax, a 300-pound Samoan chick. It's just real. It's not believable at all. And I know it's ridiculous.
I totally agree because Nia Jax would have whooped all three.
Yeah, as much as I like somebody like Sasha Banks, or I think she's a great athlete. I mean, realistically, that 110-pound girl is going to do anything to her. Really, it's ridiculous. So give them a chance. And here's the other thing that I stand by. Nobody wants to see anybody's mom wrestle. Period.
Very true. Very true.
And I know that sounds probably chauvinistic and misogynistic. It's just like you don't want like the dude nobody cares about, but like that's somebody's mom out there wrestling. Like when those I've seen the Bella twins, the one that was dating Cena in Beverly Hills before. And it's like after they had their kids, like, I don't know what it is, but like their bodies change or something. And their athletic ability, they weren't athletes anyway, but their athletic ability went down big time. It might have just been ring rust too. They didn't bounce back athletically the same. And I'm not judging them. I'm not, saying anything bad about them, but it's just like, nobody wants to see a mom of 5 kids wrestle.
Right.
No
Hey, I see
disrespect.
Ruben Sanchez is up here. What up, Ruben?
What up, everybody? How's everybody doing?
Yo.
Good.
Yo.
Hey, how was your vacation, Ruben?
It was all right. Yeah. You know what I mean? I had to go searching for laying the pipe and shit, you know?
I saw laying the pipe. He was in my chat room.
Yeah, he's in the cut.
Nice.
Wow. That's good.
Yeah, he had something for me.
That worked. Equalizer, you were going to ask Mr. X something before I cut you off earlier. Do you remember what it was?
I can't remember, man. It must not have been important. I was going to tell him, there's a pretty big law firm down there in Southern California somewhere that actually sends PIs out all over the country looking for illegal broadcasts when it's UFC time and different sports events. And they pay huge when you get one.
Yeah, and I know that's the future of this is certainly if you're spending enough money, if you can catch one of these people, but typically they're people in a basement, they're in some other country. Here's the problem that I run into with the kind of the budget level that I'm in, or I've been around at least for the stuff that I've done, the stuff that I own. It's not a smart move, and they know this, to have my good money, good money to chase bad money. Even if somebody rips me off for 10 grand, what am I going to do? Take them to IFTA arbitration and spend 5 grand to go get 10 grand? They always say the cliche, find somebody with a larger fortune to make a smaller fortune. So if they can make 10 grand off of a movie that costs 300 or 400 grand, that's how they can parasite off you. Somebody nickels and dimes you a couple times like that. That might be the only money. That now you got the Screen Actors Guild calling you. Where's our 4.5% for the SAG actors? Well, now I'm paying out of my own pocket. They fucked me.
Do you have to pay that SAG actor stuff every year, or is it like every
when
month?
you get paid? And what I told SAG in the past when this happened to me in this scenario, it's of the gross. How am I supposed to pay you when I didn't get paid? Not them, but the actors. Like I never got paid. I never got a report. Like I had one film that released in Germany 3 or 4 different times, and it's called an MG, a money guarantee. It's an advance, $10,000. Okay, not a lot of money, but something, and 15% of gross receipts. It released 4 times in the 7 years that it was there, and I never saw a fucking receipt. And here's a story I don't think I've ever told. So I found out where the guy was. He was in LA Center Studios, which is downtown LA, across from the Bonaventure, and where the Staples Center. I don't know if you guys know the area, but where it's across the 110. This LA Center Studios, and I set up a meeting to rent out space. Like I was going to have an office, the Mr. X production offices. You know what I mean? So I set it up there, but they have offices, and I knew that agent was in there. So I set up the time. I didn't go to the meeting. I snuck into the studio, and I tried to track down that motherfucker. And that guy, each floor has its own security. So I knew he was on the 3rd floor. So I just sat in the elevator. I'm going to sound crazy doing this. I got to the 4th floor, and I got to the 2nd, but I could never get on the 3rd. So I got off on the 4th floor, and I tried to see if I could walk down a fire escape. Couldn't do it. And they knew they were on to me. I had to get the fuck out of there. So I was going to go up to this guy and confront this guy in person.
Should have taken a leak of that soundbar.
Yep. I mean that's the kind of stuff. So then, oh, that guy's crazy. He'll show up. You don't want to do business with him. Well, at least send me the 15% of gross receipts and lie to me. You know what I mean? At least treat me like a douchebag. Just don't send. So that's a problem that continuously has happened, and it wouldn't be that big of a deal. But like, imagine if you work at Walmart, okay?
Neighbor here.
And you work there 5 days out of the week. You don't think about what happened 2-3 months ago, but you can see this. You know what I mean? Like, what you did 3 months ago on this film, or if you did, the ADR or the music or whatever. So it's kind of burned into your brain when you make it. And you know when somebody rips you off like that, and you go after them. You have to. I mean, I can only imagine if that happened to Jim.
Tell me when you unmute.
Don't get me started on that. There you go. That's it.
So you didn't get no residuals, huh?
Well, I get residuals from other things, but I'm talking about one specific film that I'm just one instance of all the things that I've ever done. But no, I get residuals. I mean, I get them all the time. No, I'm talking about as a producer, not as an actor or stunt performer. I get them all the time.
Mr. X, how does that work with residuals? Who gets the residual and who doesn't? Is it everybody?
So you have to be a SAG-AFTRA member, okay?
which I am. I mean, you saw the card.
Told you, Mr. X.
Yep, I am, and the Mr. X SAG-AFTRA card, right? And the more people that are in a movie, the more the residuals are divvied up, or a TV show. Like, for example, I know a girl in New Orleans that worked on that 10 Cloverfield Lane. You remember that movie? The one with John Goodman, and they were in the bunker and all that stuff. Well, there was only like 3 or 4 actors, and there was only like 3 or 4 stumps. They were getting huge residuals because it did so well, and nobody was in it.
Yeah,
but if you have a giant show like Avatar or Terminator Genesis, so it depends on what it earns and how many people worked it. But you never know how much it's going to really come. And since streaming happened, this has been the fight within the Screen Actors Guild. See, back in the day with DVD, Blu-ray, pay TV would be like Showtime, or free TV like ABC or whatever, network television. You can kind of tell because you could say, oh, Blockbuster bought 100,000 copies. Now with streaming, we don't know. I mean, do we really know when Johnny says he's got to 1,000 hours? How do we know he doesn't have 10,000 hours? Right. We know that YouTube's probably telling the truth, but like that's the same thing with Tubi. They cut you a check, but you really don't know.
So they're the ones who controls or pays out based on what their numbers are, not
correct. And all the stunt people and all the SAG-AFTRA people are like, SAG-AFTRA is cutting bad deals with producers of the major networks, and the residuals are becoming less and less and less. Well, back in the day, there were only a few choices of television. Either you're going to watch it in a movie theater, which you don't get residuals for that. You're going to watch it at home or watch it on a VHS. That's it.
So your
residuals would be a lot higher.
Let me ask you, the SAG, is that like a union type thing? I know it's
like a union, but the guild, yes, but it's
like a union.
It's a guild. It's the Screen Actors Guild. So, right. But I mean, it's basically, for lack of a better term, a union. Yes.
But you have union.
Yeah, I pay union dues twice a year, and you pay 1.5% of your earnings. And you could get health insurance. There's 2 tiers of health insurance. There's a pension you got to get vested in. So this is what all these people are like, hey, that guy, he's nothing. There's so let me ask Salty Pancakes if he knows who Garrett Warren is. Who's Garrett Warren? I don't know. I never heard of him. Garrett Warren's a stunt coordinator who just finished Avatar 2 and 3. He was on it for 3 years. I saw him with a picture. Now, you guys don't know who he is. Salty Pancakes doesn't know who he is. But that guy, I just saw a picture with him because I'm friends with him on Facebook, with James Cameron after working on Avatar 2 and 3 in New Zealand for like 3 years. He probably made $1 million on that, and none of you guys know who he is.
Right.
Do you know who Zoe Bell is?
Zoe Bell? Yeah, I've met her one time.
I'm not really calling you, though.
She was a stunt person, I guess now stunt person / actress.
Yes, so she's an Australian chick. I met her over at the Stuntmen's Association. It's in North Hollywood. Do you remember that hardcore prank where Jim had it? He's like, hey, Frankenstein might be walking around somewhere in North Hollywood, and in fact, fucking fat chicks. I showed a picture of North Hollywood, like that goes over the street. So right behind that sign is where the Stuntmen's and Stuntwomen's Association was. They had a hustle there one time where it's kind of like a meet and greet. You go and meet them. And, hey, I'm in town, yada, yada. Here's my stuff. You just go and meet them in person. And she was there, and sometimes there's a line, sometimes, and I just got to, chit chat with her. Now, I knew who she was because of the movie Death Proof. She's the girl on the hood in Death Proof, the Quentin Tarantino movie. But I no-sold it. Like, I'm like, ooh, look at you. You're fan. I didn't, just like, hey, nice to meet you. Hey, what's your name? She's like, Zoe. I was like, okay, my name's X.
Yeah. Who's your top, like your most favorite actor of all time out of any genre or any era?
Stallone.
Stallone?
Yeah.
He's a badass. So you like that Tulsa King then, huh?
I have not seen it yet.
Oh, you haven't? Man, nope. I got addicted to that show. That's just bad.
I got to watch it. Yeah, I've never seen when I worked on The Tomb, or if you guys know, it's called, God, what's that called? Escape Plan. I worked on that for like a couple weeks. I've never seen somebody, at his age, he's older than me, obviously, and was then too, get behind the camera. I'm there with Arnold. I'm there with Stallone. I was one of the prison guards in that. All the stunt guys were. And what ends up happening is he's telling the director what different looks he's giving him within the, like, he's a director too. So like he was really into it, where Arnold was like the movie star with the cigar, and you know, he's kind of laid back, but like this guy was a filmmaker. You could tell he really cared. I also was on the set of Rocky Balboa, which was at the Mandalay Bay. Okay, when the final fight was the first thing they shot, and this guy's running back and forth with his shirt off, and I could see how much he cares, how alpha he is, and what a great filmmaker he is. Like I liked him anyways, but seeing it in person as I got older blew me away.
How is he?
That
like
guy's legit.
Doesn't he have a brother that does movie stuff? Because I swear, Saturday Night Fever, John Travolta, isn't him or his brother in that show? I heard that he was.
Frank Stallone, is his brother. He did a lot of B movies and stuff back in the day. I don't know if he's even alive anymore. It's like Patrick Swayze had like a brother who was like got a leg amputated or something, and he was like in some movies. So, yeah.
Hey, Mr. X, can I ask you a question about the movie stars?
Sure.
So, like, most of the movie stars are like mainly Democrats, right?
You know what? It's funny you should mention that, because as I got off the phone with Jim tonight, yes, but this is what I believe. Socially, they are Democrat. They will say they're Democrats and this and that, but you have this Beverly Hills Democrat. I didn't know this until I was in Beverly Hills, where they're like, they'll be, you know, pro-choice, they'll be, you know, Democrat, they'll be blue, but they're millionaires and they're voting more with their money, and you would never know. Because don't forget, the place that has the highest percentage of voting for Donald Trump is actually Beverly Hills. So they'll be socially liberal, but you're never going to really know what they're voting for. And I have a feeling they're voting with money. I mean, let's just be honest about it.
Money sticks with money.
Yeah. You don't want to pay a shitload of taxes. And I'm not saying I do that or I agree with it or I disagree. This is what the industry does not exist in Hollywood. There's only one studio there. It's Paramount. I believe it exists fully within Beverly Hills and Bel Air. That's what I say.
Paramount, because they've been coming out with some damn good shows the last few years, and I don't know who revamped Paramount or what.
Paramount's the oldest studio. It's in West Hollywood. West Hollywood people probably make a lot of fun of, because it's kind of been, you know, the Walk of Fame stars, but it's been known for being like kind of the gay central area of, you know, Los Angeles. That's where you kind of always hear like the jokes and stuff, but it's the only studio in Hollywood. You're going to see the major studios are either in Burbank, like Warner Brothers, or Disney's right across the freeway, the 134, which is also in Burbank. So it just depends where, you know, what's Universal Studios is Universal City. So that's actually not in Hollywood. So it depends what it is. Sony is in Culver City, right by the Mr. X mailbox. So
right. Okay. It's right down the street from Beverly Hills.
Yeah, right down the street. Like, and this Century City is Fox, which is now owned by Disney. So
Disney owns a lot of companies, don't they? Own a lot of those under the Disney name.
Yeah, they do. Now Fox is, you know, Fox News. I mean, Rupert Murdoch still took that, but Tubi, I think, was purchased by Fox. The catalog of Fox, their movies. And I think Fox kept sports and Fox News, and everything else went to Disney.
Mr. X, have you ever met Al Heyman?
No.
Never.
I don't know who that is.
You don't know who Al Heyman is? You know, he's the guy behind, what is it, PBC Boxing. You know, it's Floyd Mayweather's more or less his financial advisor for the last 15 years or however long it's been. He's big into... well, he's actually not big at all. He hides behind the scenes, but he runs boxing pretty much. He runs a lot of stuff, actually. But he's in the movie business, or that whole Warner Brothers. He owns those.
I mean, I believe it. And I can also believe what Dana White is saying, too. I mean, you know, like he's got the old Vince McMahon pay-per-view model.
Right.
Where WWE was ahead of the curve. They create WWE Network. They're not pay-per-views. They're quote-unquote special events. And you go and watch special events by paying $9.99. Then they get the rights to Peacock. He gets himself $1 billion.
Right.
You know, so
do you think they were smart with the UFC the way they structure it now, where they have events almost every weekend versus, you know, every once a month if you're lucky. You know, they have all the fight nights pretty much every weekend now. And
I just think that with how quick media has sped up, You know, I'm talking about with downloadables and the illegal streams and all that kind of stuff. That old 1980s and 1990s WWF pay-per-view model of where it's TV, free TV or cable TV, and then you watch the pay-per-view is dead. And that's what's still killing UFC. Don't forget, you know, that Dana White guy is a smart guy. He's a smart businessman, but only doing a pay-per-view is tough because people are going to steal it. And then you got all those other fights that are for free or on cable. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
Just like you
they
see on
have
Jim
that
show.
Fight Pass. You know, they have that Fight Pass that shows like all the smaller productions like PFL and some of those smaller productions that's all under the same brand. So they do have all those. So, but I agree with the whole pay-per-view.
Look at it like this. Okay, look at it from this point of view. You see on Jim Terry TV how Jim has these different ladies. You know, they might be sick, or you know, they might be in their house one way or another. They're taking care of somebody, and there are a lot of women, for whatever reason, in the true crime community that watch that. And I think this is what I've told Jim. I believe they use YouTube almost like we would have used free television back in the day. They use it as like a television station, because they have internet anyway. They don't have to buy anything else, and they can watch it for free. That's why they got pissed off at us. Not a lot of people donate and contribute, but they got pissed off at us when we went to VIP Plus because we weren't giving them free content anymore. Okay, so I believe that's what happened. Now you have a scenario. Look at WWE. Look at all these other there. So these same people who are willing to contribute to Jim's show would be willing to buy a pay-per-view if they were men and wanted to watch the UFC. They're the ones that are paying the $65. But the ones who are complaining the most are those guys in basements, and I know who they are because I talked to them in chat, that would be willing to steal it. And there's a lot more of them. Nobody's going to steal the VIP Plus thing unless you're a hater. But if it was a fight, those guys are the kind of guys that would do that. So you could see the similarities in both kind of groups. It's just the older retired ladies aren't going to steal. They're not into fights. They're not into gambling. You know what I mean? But
Right.
that kind of guy in that scenario who would want it for free, just like they would talk about the gym, $6.99 is like $699. They're going to steal it. And there's a lot more of them in sports than they are in YouTube. That's what happened. That's what I believe.
And I was going to tell you, Al Heyman, he's part of the investor club with the WMEIMG. I don't know if you know who that is. They're a big Endeavor type company. They got their hands in everything really, but all over in Hollywood as well.
Lane the Pipe says Al Heyman is the main promoter for Floyd Mayweather.
Yeah, for Floyd Mayweather. Yeah, he has been for years. He was his financial advisor pretty much.
Right.
Well, so I was just wondering if you knew about any of those guys.
No, I've never heard of this guy before. I didn't know he was a black guy until I looked him up. I didn't know anything about him. He's 67, it looks like.
Yeah, and you don't ever really see him, hardly ever. He doesn't ever come on camera. He doesn't do interviews. He's a real recluse. So you very rarely see him, except for when Mayweather's fighting and other, every once in a while you'll see him in other big names. But usually it was just when Mayweather was fighting, he'd pop his face in, and you'd only see him for a second, and he'd be gone. But I know he has a real big stake in that WMEIMG, which they own. Well, they own the UFC. They're the ones who bought the UFC for $4 billion.
Okay.
So he's got his hands in that company. So, those guys, man, they built that up. $4 billion's a lot of money.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. I'm looking him up, music career he was involved with. He goes back to MC Hammer.
Say goodnight to you.
Right. Yeah, he's had his hands in a lot of stuff.
He's a Harvard guy, so he's not a dummy.
Right.
That's just it's not something. I don't know enough about the promotional aspect of, fighting and stuff. Like I got a buddy who fought in the UFC, and I'd love to have him come on Jim's show. I've talked about it before. But he fought in the UFC, and he doesn't even know all the intricacies of the pay-per-views and how, what they're doing now and all. It's just like, you got to be real. And I don't think that they're not a publicly traded company like WWE is. So you're never going to really know.
Right. Yeah, they don't have to show all that stuff, right? Because they're not publicly traded.
Yep, they don't have to show it.
That's right.
And anybody who's small, I used to have people say this to me, we're a publicly traded company, so we can't screw you. I had some dickhead tell me that, who had offices at Universal Studios. So we did the background check on him, and he was renting virtual offices. because he had a Virginia Tech football in there and a helmet. I said, "Oh man, you went to Virginia Tech?" And he goes, "No, I didn't. The guy who owns the office did." It was fucking virtual offices. I looked up his stocks and it was a penny. So that was his line to try to get films for cheap. We can't screw you because we're a publicly traded company. Yeah, for penny stocks, blow me.
For a penny.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
It's just, there's just a lot of scams in that. So
who would you say out of all the celebrities met it was the biggest fake? Like really cool acting in front of the camera, but as soon as they get off the camera, they're the biggest asshole.
The one that I've seen most recently that I don't know if it's just I just caught him at the wrong time, but was like super nice, and then you kind of talk to him and he don't know who I am, and then was like kind of like the opposite, was Giancarlo Esposito.
Who's that? I don't know who that is.
He was Gustavo Fring in the what's that movie? Breaking Bad, the TV show.
Oh, okay.
He was like real cheery, and he's hanging out. And he's like, "Hey," I saw him talking to Spike Lee. I saw him talking to what's his name? He's like, "Hey, brother, yeah, this and that, oh, this and that." And you go up to him, "Hey, man, how's it going?" He's like, "Good, fine." He like changed, like he went from this cheery guy, and he don't know who I am. I just said hello to him, and it's not, I wouldn't want anything to him. Like just shook his hand, like, "Hey, how you doing?" And it just totally changed. He didn't know anything about me. Nor should he. I mean, he doesn't know who I am.
Yeah, right. Well, yeah, but
it's like there's obviously a different level of like this guy's here, and I don't. That's why I don't like that party system and all that kind of stuff, because it's like I don't want to dislike the guy, but that's why people call each other brother in this stuff.
Right.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, you're saying that. Speak on that. You know what I mean? Because people
well, if we're all, we're all doing stunts, we're all doing movies, and we all call each other brother, and that's not like a term that white people use very often, but they say that because it's like keep the, your enemies close and, your friends close and your enemies closer. They want you to think that you're close to them. So that way, like they call you brother, I'll help you out. I'll do this. And it's just like, hey, this guy really likes me. This is a good guy. Then they fuck you over. I mean, look at the YouTube stuff. It's the same thing. It's just more public because they don't have to be fake in front of you.
Right.
Right.
Well, they're raking in the dough in the UFC. They are.
And I can tell you this, Nance. Here's another story that's fake. I had one time I was helping bring in some audio-visual equipment to a company, and it had to do with the what's that called? What are they? The Kardashians. And I still have this document. I'm not going to share it, but I have it. And it was for the Kardashian show. And I was helping this company bring in, to be able to film some stuff around it. I'm not going to get into it too deeply, but they wanted me to sign an NDA for the Kardashian show. And the NDA says it's $100,000 for every violation, or every violation that they even think that you crossed. So I went up to the guy who runs this audio-visual company that I help out every once in a while and stuff like that because I know a lot about it. And I said, "I'm not signing this." He's like, "Well, you can take off then." I said, "Oh, see ya." And I left.
So let me ask
you. Hey, Mr. X.
Oh, go ahead, Johnny. Go ahead.
Hey, Mr. X, how'd you like that call I did on Jim?
No, I was laughing. I hope you don't get struck or anything. They changed a lot of these rules at the beginning of the year. You got to be careful.
Oh yeah, I gotta see the new rules. Haven't been able to find them.
Oh yeah.
I was gonna
I think I might have them. Maybe I don't, but yeah, I mean, you just got to look under the community guidelines section. But
okay.
Yeah, I mean that's all part of it. I mean, I can go on and on, but I mean, I don't know if the chat cares about this kind of stuff, but.
Well, I was going to ask you about the stage tech guy that says he works on the stage tech. What does a stage tech do in Hollywood? I don't know what that even means.
That's just a nickname for him. He is actually a guy who brings in animals and train. From what I understand, or what at least maybe I have it wrong, but he trains animals, and he had that white dog, that really cool looking dog that kind of like helps people and all that. So when there's American Idol, and there's some people like all they do is train monkeys. I'm not figuring like legitimately like chimpanzees, and they bring them in, and that. So if you need to hire somebody who has that kind of dog, you hire that guy. He has that specific dog, or he trains these kind of animals. Now, did he work on American Idol? Probably, but look at me talking to Giancarlo Esposito. Look at Spike Lee. Now, if he's talking to Taylor Swift, and the guy who's running American Idol's talking to Taylor Swift. What's going on?
Oh, nothing.
Oh, like there's kind of a different pecking order of like she might have been nice to him and saw him and they did something with a dog, but are her agents going to allow her to stop making millions a day to go visit girl Ryan? I mean, I wasn't trying to be a dick about it, but like, come on.
Well, do you think a lot of those super famous people like her, I would imagine they have super strict schedules, like everything's planned out ahead, because she's a major pop star, you know what I mean? And a TV star now.
Yeah, and you got a situation where there are these agents and publicists and all the lawyers and the manager manages their schedule and all that kind of stuff, all are getting a piece. So if she's not working on a day or not touring on a day and going and visiting somebody or not doing media. I know a guy who worked on, what's that show? Glee. And he wasn't on every episode because it's an ensemble thing. And I don't want to say his name because you would know exactly who he is, but he's a pretty good friend. Like I know him well enough. Like if you knew, you guys probably know who I am, but if you said my name to him, he would know who I am. No question. Okay. Right. So anyway, the point is this. When he wasn't working, they had him on a contract for the show. Sometimes it could be a daily contract or weekly contract or for the whole run of the show. So here's what happens. When he wasn't on the show, they had him recording music. When he wasn't recording music, they were doing promotional shots. When he wasn't doing promotional shots, he was doing promotions for the show. And all his agents and the show that hired him, are they going to stop him making that money on that contract to go do a Make-A-Wish or to go meet somebody who's got a sick kid? Not unless there's a camera crew there and it's part of it. I mean, let's be serious about this for a second.
You gotta say something, Johnny?
Oh, no. I was just reading. I'm reading the private chat right now.
Okay.
So that's what I'm talking about. And then that's just a dude who was on Glee in an ensemble cast. What's it like for her?
Right. Well, Stage Tech 2 said he was a stage technician, did props for American Idol, and he was a stagehand. I don't know.
Yeah, he's an animal coordinator and trainer. Yes, animal trainer. And I'm not discounting anything he did, but I'm just saying, like, realistically, as somebody at that high of a level who's continuously working or touring, would they have them take, like, how if James Cameron said, hey, can you do this? I'm sure she would.
Hey, Mr. X, I got a question for you. That TV show called Friends?
Yes.
Hey, what was his name? That he did a lot of off stage. I know I heard him say he did a lot of pills before he went on the set. I forgot his name.
Perry.
Matthew Perry. Is he still alive?
Yeah, he's still alive. He's he just had his problems or whatever. But I mean, imagine a show like that. That's the number one show, and those actors I got a lot of respect for because that Joey kid was making no money. And they all came together and they said, well, since we're all doing the same amount of parts, an ensemble, we should all get paid the same. So they all stuck together, all 6 of them. So they all got paid the same, which is a smart move. But is one of them going to be taken away to go do something when they're doing that kind of show? And that show, when it gets to being, I forget what the term of it is called, but like, syndicated is the word, where they're like going to make enough in residuals to make them money for the rest of their life. Are they going to stop that to go meet with somebody? I mean, it just goes back. Use some common sense.
Right. I like that show.
Jennifer Aniston played in her first role was the Leprechaun.
Yep. I met her too. Extremely nice.
Really?
Wonderfully nice woman. Caring woman. Yes, I met her. I like her a lot.
So you know a lot of people then in the business.
Well, I met her. She doesn't know me. If you said my name to her, she would did I meet her briefly for 20 seconds? Sure.
You ever been to the Grammys?
My name to her.
You ever been to the Grammys yet, Mr. X?
No. I don't have anything to do with music like that.
Yeah.
No, I'm talking about I'm sorry, Oscars. The Oscars.
No, because that's the highest level one. That's the Academy Awards. No, I'm not in the Academy. No, no, that takes a lifetime to get into. That's why it's all old white dudes.
So do you think Will Smith really got knocked out of the Academy?
Yeah, he was suspended. If you're nominated for Academy Award, you could be a part of the Academy. You got to pay the dues too. I know a guy who was part of it, who qualified for the Academy and stopped paying the dues. He got not thrown out, but he wasn't part of it anymore. I heard the dues are like $6,000 a year. But if you do something like that and they don't want you back, yeah, you're gone.
Well, I'm talking about how he slapped Chris Rock.
Yeah. So he's not part of it. I can't remember what the Academy dues are, but they're astronomical. I mean, they're not realistic for like unless you're going to go to those parties and be involved in that. Doesn't make a lot of sense.
Oh. It's just like the union. It's just like the union, right? For the union
Well,
workers.
not really. I mean, you have to be invited into the academy. You have to have so many people vouch for you. I think it used to be 2. You have to, you have to basically qualify for it. Where
you have to be like a higher tier, like actor or whatever,
or get nominated. And this is what people don't understand about the award season. I'm going to talk about this on Tuesday if I do the show. I think I'm going to do it with the Golden Globes being on Tuesday. Is the fact that like that's a whole process when you get like they pay money and they like let's just say for example somebody is going to win an Oscar like Rami Malek is going to go for Freddie Mercury, the Queen movie. Like that's a whole process you got to go through to be where they're paying money because all the people around him are going to benefit if he wins it because he's going to be in more shit. You know what I mean? Are they going to have that's almost like a political campaign that he goes through and going to parties and meeting people in the academy and talking to people? Like that's a whole process. Yeah, you got to be invited by your peers, Nance. You're correct.
Looks like we got a person in chat. West Side Mo.
This guy was never in the movies. He was never in the movies.
Mr. X, what is your favorite Queen song?
Have you ever met Bart Simpson?
Never met Bart. Man, my favorite Queen song. I mean, I like a lot of the Queen songs that aren't really as big. Like here to give you an example, "Death on Two Legs" I like, which is from Night at the Opera. I think it's a first on the album. That's a cool song, I think. And Freddie Mercury had his own single album, and he had some good songs on that too. So I mean, some of the ones that aren't as famous, I like more.
I was at a party with Freddie Mercury.
Sounds like Jim.
I went to a party with him, and there was tons of midgets with bowls on their heads full of cocaine.
Heard about that. You know what else I heard, Mo? You know the guy who cut my most recent film. I've talked to you about that in the situation down there in Miami and who he represented and all that stuff. So that guy was a music producer. I don't want to say what studio he founded, music studio, but he said that he saw, because I asked that question. This guy's he produced a very big 80s rock band. They're still around today. And he has the same last name as them. That's why I don't want to say it. As the band.
Was it Cinderella?
No. Starts with a B. Anyway, the point is this. With that being said, this guy, I said, did you ever see Freddie Mercury? Queen's one of my favorite bands. And he told us about him blowing Bowie at a recording. And he said he walked in, walked out. I was like, whoa.
Do you like Bon Jovi, Mr. X?
What's that?
Do you like Bon Jovi?
Yeah.
I once got a blowjob.
Mr. X had a giant Bon Jovi poster in his bedroom, he said.
I once got a blowjob from the second roadie in LA Guns.
What's your favorite Pink Floyd song, Mr. X?
I'm not a fan of them at all.
Really?
Nope.
Can I ask why?
And I don't know. It just seems like the drug culture. It's just not my. It's not my attitude. It's not my. Like I don't like Grateful Dead. It's just not for me. I don't like
really a Grateful Dead fan either, but I like Sublime.
Sublime, yeah, they're from right here from Long Beach.
Right, I like
Sublime's from Long Beach.
I once had intercourse with a member of a band called Pennywise, and I was in Winnetka, California when this went down. I just remember the next day I woke up and I had warts all over my shaft.
Yeah, like the guy in Warrant. Yeah, Nance, my favorite groups are from the 1980s. I like 80s hair metal. I can't tell you much about Pink Floyd, but I could certainly talk a lot more about Cinderella, Warrant,
Poison.
White Lion. I mean, don't get me started on that kind of stuff. That's what I know.
What about some like System of a Down?
I mean, 90s and stuff. Yeah, I like them too, but I mean,
Five Finger Death Punch.
Five Finger Death Punch.
They're too new. I kind of dropped out of music after Nirvana.
Yeah, you know what, Mr. X? You ever see me wear my yellow, my Nirvana hat with the yellow smiley face?
Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah,
that's my favorite hat right there. I used to like. I didn't like how they had that. How they, that Nirvana CD that came out and they had the little baby drowning in the pool. I didn't like that. Do you know he got in trouble?
You hear about that guy? That guy
he got in trouble for that.
Tried to sue the baby.
He sued later on.
Yeah, and he lost. What a fucking idiot.
Well, he was suing himself, right? He was suing himself, right?
Well, no, he was suing Nirvana because he said I guess his parents got like $300 to be to be in that Nevermind album cover, and he that's humiliated me all his life, and that's what he said. That
kid that was in the pool.
Yeah, he sued. He lost.
Are you serious?
Yeah, it was a big deal. A couple Guns N' Roses. See, I think the attitude of the '80s. Like, here's the thing. Like, let me explain it this way. Yeah, get rid of Jim.
Axl Rose and Slash were the best, though. I got to say that.
Look at Motley Crue as an example. Okay, so Motley Crue, you can look at the attitude of the albums. If you look at, for example, Shout at the Devil, very feminine, very makeup. I like Motley Crue. But as we get into like girls, it's like biking, leather, you're with hot girls, but you still got the long hair, but you're like skinny, but like tough also. That's like when in the so I'm like late 1980s, early 90s, where like, look at November Rain, where these chicks are fighting over Axl Rose and he's like 5'3". That's the era. I was like, so that's what I'm into. But you go too much early to mid 80s, like Twisted Sister. I mean, I like their songs, but it's not my look.
How about Red Hot Chili Peppers?
I mean, they're 90s. I mean, there's some 80s too. But look at, I think the perfect era is girls, Motley Crue. That's the perfect look. The perfect. That's my rock star.
Who's your favorite Milli Vanilli member? You like the guy that has the pretty eyes, that died, or do you like the other one?
I think the guy that's still alive. And because I've looked into them a lot, I think he's actually a pretty talented guy. He can actually sing. The guy who was worthless was the guy who couldn't sing at all. Was the guy who died.
Everybody back in the day was singing Milli Vanilli. Don't try and lie.
I had the album.
I was.
I do too. I bet Equalizer was singing the songs too.
I was, and you know what? If you look on YouTube, the actual real band has a channel, and they're actually pretty cool.
Yep, and they have a thing that's called like Face to Face, where the guy who sings the song and the guy who lip syncs the song, they both sing the song. I've seen it before. I think they do it in Europe or something like that. So, the guy's actually the darker guy, I think it's Rob, is actually pretty talented. If they would have given him a chance, the other guy was just a dancer. I mean, he probably could have done it. Not as well, but he probably could have done it.
Could actually sing, right?
He's not as good as the other guys, but he had the look. I mean, go back, speaking of the Grammys, and watch their Grammy performance when they won the Best New Artist and they had to give it back. Like the crowd's like, what the fuck? I mean, they were different at that point.
Right.
A tremendous idea for a movie too. That's why I've looked into it. I was like, ooh, I'd love to have the rights to this one. That would be a great movie.
The rock bands, even from back then, like you said, early 70s, 80s, 90s, even to this day, Metallica and all them.
Yep.
What they have in common, Aleister Crowley.
Who's that? Is a producer?
No. Aleister Crowley was a British dude, born in, I don't know, way back. Rich. I think he was born into money or something like that. His dad, I think, was a preacher, but his mom called him the Beast. So he, instead of going like into like the religious, I think maybe it was Christian, he went to the opposite way and he started studying, the occult and magic and all that bullshit. He did some poetry and stuff, did some writings, but he came up with what the fuck is this book called? It's almost like, it's basically like Satan worship, you know what I mean? But I can't remember exactly what the book is called.
It has to do with like metal bands?
Yeah. If you've listened to all them songs, what's homeboy's name? Ozzy Osbourne. He's got a song, Aleister Crowley.
Oh, Mr. Crowley.
Yes. Red Hot Chili Peppers. A lot of the titles of their songs are things that are in Aleister Crowley's books.
No, didn't know that.
Leonard Skinner.
What's the book?
Moonchild or 777.
Moonchild
Or 777.
There's a. I mean,
It's
like
Moonchild or 7-7?
there's a gang. You talking about like for Red Hot Chili Peppers?
Yeah.
There's a bunch. Like there's one album I think is
The book.
directly from his book.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But a lot of their songs, the title names are from his book, or his writings or whatever. But there's Metallica, the same thing. They have a thing that's dedicated to Aleister Crowley, and some of their titles also come from Aleister Crowley. Leonard Skinner, I believe.
That's an interesting story, Leonard Skinner.
What's that?
That's an interesting story about Leonard Skinner. They never got to enjoy their fame.
Right. But yeah, which is kind of odd, you know what I mean? For as many people listen to rock music and stuff, how much Aleister Crowley has actually influenced a lot of this stuff.
You know, one of my favorite songs by Ozzy Osbourne was Iron Man.
Of course.
But that was Black. That was when he was. I think that's when he was with Black Sabbath, right?
Right. Yeah. I seen Ozzy Osbourne at Ozfest. I saw him, Rob Zombie, System of a Down, POD, and a bunch of other weak bands, but those are like the main.
Is that the type of music you're into, Ruben Sanchez?
That's more like 90s though.
Music you like?
Right.
You're into that type of music, Ruben? That type of music that you're talking about?
I'm into a lot of different music, but
Depeche Mode.
Yeah, I like some of their stuff.
Hey, who sings that song, Final Countdown? Who sings that song, Final Countdown?
Europe.
Yeah, Europe.
Are you sure that's Europe?
Don't get into the 80s movies or 80s music is the area that I'm going to probably be a little stronger at.
See, I told you, Johnny, you can't play.
Hey, see, and hey, Mr. X, everybody was telling me if I did movie trivia or music trivia, you will win.
Well, if you go 60s music or something like that, or 60s movies, I'm not going to be really good. But like probably like late 70s into like the mid 90s, yeah, I'm going to be a lot stronger there. You know,
Remember that one movie, Christmas Vacation with Dan Aykroyd? He had, and then Tupac was in that movie too. Digital Underground.
About Nothing But Trouble. Dan Aykroyd wrote and directed that movie. The movie bombed. And Demi Moore's in that movie too. Chevy Chase is in the movie, and
Chevy Chase. That's what I'm talking about. Too. So Chevy Chase. That's how it broke off to Christmas Vacation, right?
Well, Christmas Vacation's Chevy Chase. That's a National Lampoon's movie. Actually, I don't know if you saw this, but Raising Cane's just the Chicken Fingers place. They have it out here in L.A. and it came from Louisiana. They just did a promotion for Christmas where they put out the 4K HD or Ultra HD Blu-ray for that movie. And they had Chevy Chase come out like in a wheelchair and recreate that fucking lighting scene. They lit up the restaurant. But yeah, that movie, I don't think one has to do with the other, except for all those people were like kind of involved in Saturday Night Live.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, thank you, Purple Pixie, for the cash out, $10. Thank you very much. That means a lot to me. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Mr. X, did you see the Sea Orgs asking if you like David Lynch?
Not necessarily.
I don't even know who that is.
Yeah, he's a director, Mulholland Drive, Eraserhead. Like a lot of filmmakers like it, like him. I can't remember, but did he do The Elephant Man? I can't remember.
Mr. X, somebody in the chat room is asking, I think it's from Sea Org, Mr. X, do you like David Lynch? He's my favorite.
Yeah, so of all the things of all the things David Lynch has done, I'm not a fan of Eraserhead or any Twin Peaks or any of that kind of stuff. Mulholland Drive, Inland Empire. The Elephant Man is a phenomenal movie in every way. So that David Lynch movie, yes.
I don't know if I've ever seen The Elephant Man before.
Phenomenal. I was talking to Jim about that movie the other day where it's Anthony Hopkins, because he's a doctor and he wants to see the Elephant Man, and the circus guy's running, and he's like, okay, well, you can come in here and look at him. And now Anthony Hopkins, being a physician, wants to check this guy out because he's got like a real defect. And the circus guy's like, I'll give you a private show. He's exactly what I'm talking about, Gay Sloth, with the carny stuff. Like, I want to be the promoter of like the freak show, but he's like really bad and whips him and all that stuff. And I was like, Jim, that's you. That's you.
Mr. X, what's your thoughts on Dan Schneider?
Hey, Mr. X, how about the Elephant Man?
Yeah, that's what I was just talking
about.
Oh,
who's Dan Snyder?
He's that Nickelodeon guy that just got canned.
Oh, I don't know who that is.
Don't know who that is. But Nickelodeon was in Orlando for a long time, and I was in the '90s, late '90s. I was doing auditions there. They were almost already gone. One of the guys who trained me in stunts, I'm not going to say his name either because he's so fucking hated, but he created all the games for the TV show, Nickelodeon show called Guts, like the basketball game where you bounce down and jump up and all that. Like, so I know the guy who created a lot of those games, and then Nickelodeon eventually bailed out of Florida.
Irish Rose wants to know top 5 movies of the 90s for you.
90s got a lot of great movies. I mean, first of all, one that comes to mind right off the bat is The Matrix is 99. I mean, that revolutionized the movie industry. So that's going to come to my mind first. But I mean, there's so many great movies in the 90s. I mean, movies that you missed, like Switchback. I mean, nobody talks about that movie. There's obviously Seven and Fight Club, and I mean, we can go down. I mean, and they don't make movies like that anymore. We were talking about this the other day.
I was going to say that. Why don't they make movies like that?
What about
a good era of reruns now?
Like a good adult thriller, like a Michael Douglas movie, like Falling Down, just doesn't fucking exist anymore. It's just not around.
Yeah, why did they stop doing such original movies like that?
Because they all want to do fucking the bullshit Marvel with the quick money maker. I mean, they all make money, but the best way to get back everybody is to have a movie that's really long, that makes a lot of people money. And if it's either going to win big or lose big, you write it off. But like, what's that one, like those thrillers with Michael Douglas? Like I can't remember, Endgame or The Game, like the mystery of who did it.
Yeah,
those don't fucking exist anymore. They're gone.
Yeah, that's true. They don't make movies like that anymore now.
No, they don't. And there was a lot of those in the 90s. So to give you a top 5 right off the top of my head, it's really tough. But I mean, I could probably do that in the 80s a lot better. But I mean, for fans that I talk to, like, here's another great 90s movie. Here's another one. Here's another one. There's so many good ones. It's hard to even get, to say.
Do you think that Idiocracy is
Above the Rim? That was a good show. I used to like those type of movies, Above the Rim, stuff like that.
Yeah, Above the Rim, another good 90s movie. And you know what? What's interesting is that movie comes out, 95-ish?
Yeah, somewhere in there.
And that guy Leon's still working. He's still around, but and I think he's a very underrated actor. But what ends up happening is that movie comes out and it becomes like the shit. If you could go, like everybody wants to go to Georgetown after that movie comes out, right?
Right. Yeah.
97, 98.
Idiocracy is proof of time travel.
What's proof of time travel? I don't know. Oh, Idiocracy. I mean, I know the movie. It's not one of my favorites, but I know it is.
It was a little odd. I saw that one actually.
It seems like prophecy to me.
I like that movie.
Yeah, it does. May hit a lot of points. I mean, a lot of that stuff kind of came true in that movie.
Yeah, it has actually. It's true.
Hey, wasn't that movie Scream? It was in the 90s too, right, Mr. X?
Yeah,
the movie Scream.
90s. Yep.
That was a good movie. I didn't like how they were getting stupid with it towards the end. Like the sequels and all that. I liked the first two. Those were good. The first two.
I mean, here's another couple examples as I'm just kind of looking it up from the 90s. one of my favorite movies, and I'm surprised it didn't come to my head. I think Casino's a phenomenal movie that came out in '95.
Absolutely.
That was a good one.
I mean, if you just want to go down the gangster style movies, like for example, Goodfellas,
right,
Heat. I mean, A Bronx Tale. Those are all '90s.
Mr. X, I was going to tell you, speaking about Casino. So I lived in Vegas for years when I was younger, you know, and my brother, he did some work for the Italians, I'll say, right? And there was a guy named Vinny there. He's ran in Vegas for years. He was an old man at this time. This was in early 2000s. So he was in his 70s then. And he used to drive a Benz. Well, he didn't. He had a driver, a big Italian guy that would drive him around everywhere. And he owned a bunch of pharmacies, and he owned a bunch of random businesses throughout Las Vegas. And he was actually a part of that whole crew of Casino. And he would,
really?
we would sit and gamble with him, and he would tell us all these stories about whether this was true and whether, you know, what this happened and when this happened. But yeah, he was a big part of that whole thing. I don't know whatever happened to him, but yeah, man, that guy, he had his hands in everything there in Vegas.
That's a phenomenal movie in every way. And I saw, what's her name, about 6 months before the pandemic, Sharon Stone. She still looks great.
Yeah, she does.
And what was I going to say about, did you ever meet that guy in Vegas that they did that one missing person, unsolved mystery episode on recently? They did a new one on it. And I've been talking about this, and I don't know why Perplex QT doesn't do something about it, but that Buffalo Bob, who was next door to the Crazy Horse 2, and then he disappeared. Did you ever meet that guy around Vegas? He's kind of like a local celebrity.
No, I never met him. No.
Do you know anything about that?
I don't.
So you know that Crazy Horse 2 is off Industrial, or was. It's not there anymore.
Okay, I do.
So there's a road, and I think I want to say it might even be Sahara that goes over the freeway there. Okay, Industrial goes underneath it.
Right.
So right next to that little road that goes over the freeway is where Crazy Horse 2 is. But there was a building right next to the kind of the underpass. It's underneath. It's going over it. And then Crazy Horse 2, and then his building was like a car dealership. So he had the building that was closest to that, like I said, and that was like a marine battery store. Crazy Horse 2 wanted that building. And then he had a car lot next to it. So he kind of had them boxed in. Well, they kept breaking his car windows and messing with all his stuff. They did this unsolved mystery thing on him. Now, as you guys know, Perplex QT worked at Crazy Horse 2. Mr. X went there and left the food stamps there for her because it's gone. They burned down. Like there's some mob guy owned it.
Right.
And this guy, this Buffalo Bob guy who had a local wrestling outfit in Las Vegas, just fucking went missing. He's like this fatter guy who owned a car. You know, you get your car fixed there. He'd hook people up, give them discounts because they wanted that spot. So the day that guy who owned Crazy Horse 2 got out of prison, according to this whole deal with Unsolved Mystery, that guy was found dead.
Oh.
And it was never solved. And I'm like, man, Perplex QT talks about all this true crime stuff. She was there during that time. Now, I can understand why she wouldn't want to talk about it, but, you know, I thought that's one guy, like, I've never met anybody who's met him or spoke to anybody who's met him.
Yeah, no, I've never met him. You know, speaking of Vegas, you know, the Wild Wild West you had mentioned over there, you know, it's still there. I have a few stories about that place.
They tore it down. You know that, right?
No, I didn't. Is it gone?
Yeah, last time I was there, they were tearing it down. They're building a new thing there. Yeah, it's gone.
Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah, that place, the lot lizards ran pretty deep in that. Well, all of Tropicana.
Well, that's what I was saying to Allentown tonight. I was joking about that Burger King that's around the corner. I mean, you could put a thing in on YouTube, and that's like kind of like a known place. So,
well, we used to. The company I worked for years ago, they used to put all the employees there because they had all come from out of state, California, Arizona, all over, and they had all booked us those rooms there at the Wild Wild West. And some of these guys, they weren't familiar with, if you leave your door open there, how the lot lizards will just walk right in and just solicit you. And a few times it happened to a guy that was there, and his wife happened because his wife thought he was sleeping around with these chicks that were coming in the rooms. And his wife actually drove all the way from California one night because we were there for weeks at a time. And the wife drove and was spying on him, right? And she was watching the lot lizards come in and out of his room. You know, all the
Arkansas. You're right, by the way. Yes. Sorry.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
Go
so
ahead.
they'd be coming in and out. They'd be coming in and out of his room. So his wife ended up videotaping the whole thing, took his ass to court, and pretty much took all his money. I don't know whatever happened to the dude, but there's some interesting stories at that place.
I have stayed there many, many times. Stayed there with Jim, stayed there with Dr. Bailout, watched Super Bowls there. That was kind of our go-to place, especially after when they started doing the resort fees. You know, I started getting more and more with the MGM after that. And so I've stayed there probably in my life 20 to 30 nights. So I know it very well.
Right.
That place, it got real. It was bad, but it got really bad towards the end.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
I
know
can tell you
years
another
ago,
quick
yeah.
story about that place. Jim, across the street, there's like these extended stay apartments. I've kind of told the story briefly before. And Jim had that while they were kind of like fixing all the house stuff that he was working on. Which I'm not going to get into that, but he had a place there for about a week while some other stuff was being fixed. And I remember I stopped by there, and this is when I was in New Orleans. I flew out to Vegas, stopped by there, and I got an audition. They wanted me to tape it, and it was for Popeye's Chicken. You know, Popeye's is from New Orleans.
Right.
And the audition was riding a bike with like the chicken in your you're riding a bicycle with like a bag of chicken in your mouth. So I went down to the Excalibur, picked it up. I like they have Popeye's Excalibur. So I just picked up like a cheap piece so I could have the bag to put it in my mouth. Paid $20 to a bum to tape this audition to use his bicycle because there's a lot of homeless around there. This is probably like 2016, 2015, something like that. I can't remember. Something like that. It was like 7-8 years ago. And then I recorded the audition, sent it to the agent in New Orleans. And he's like, "What are you doing here? Why are you in an area with all these palm trees?" I said, "I told you, I'm going to Vegas. You know, I'm visiting people out there." And he's like, "Who are all these people walking in the background?" All those fucking hookers. I still have footage to this day. I have the audition. I didn't get it. But like I had, and he started laughing and laughing. He's like, "Where are you at?" It's right by the Wild Wild West. It's a gas station. It's like a truck stop.
Yeah.
And it's right across the street on Tropicana. And then he looked it up and he was laughing. He's like, "All right, forget it." He's like, "I don't think you're going to get this." Fuck you. But yeah, I didn't get it.
Yeah, they still stroll that street. I believe the last time I was there, I haven't been there in a year.
If you look at Tropicana and where that Burger King is, and I don't know the name of the road. There's a Raising Cane's there too. I go there all the time, that Raising Cane's, because you can walk there from the Excalibur if you don't have a car.
Right. Is it the road before Wild Wild West, right after you cross the freeway?
I'll tell you what it is. I'll look it up.
Okay. Because I'm pretty sure if it's that road right there, there's a couple of hotels right there. There's a
There's
Motel
Raising
6.
Cane's. Yeah, it's to the east side of the freeway.
It is, right?
Yeah, there's a Hampton Inn. There's a Home 2 Suite. That place is being built up because of the stadium.
Right.
I'll tell you the exact street where they're at. Hold on, let me just look it up real quick on the map, and then because I was walking through there one time with Jim, right?
Oh, it is Dean Martin.
It is called.
Right, it is Dean Martin.
So this street. So if you go Tropicana and you see that Burger King, and it says S. Pecoyan Avenue. So Tropicana and South Pecoyan Avenue, right next to that Burger King, that actual street right there. That's where they're at. So one time Jim and I are coming from, he stayed across the street. It's called La Quinta Inn Suites by Wyndham Tropicana, yada, yada. It's like the extended stay.
Yeah.
So we're walking over to the Wild Wild West. And there's a McDonald's, there's a Raising Cane's there now, there's a Wendy's there, yada, yada. So we're crossing Polaris over Tropicana. And there's some, lot lizards, as they call them, on the other side of the street. And they're screaming at people, like at the guys who are passing them in a car. Now we get up to the light with them. And I just said as a joke, I was like, "So you're not going to scream at us?" And they're like, "Oh, are you interested?" And then the lady opened her mouth, and I wasn't interested anyway. And I'm like, "Yeah, no, I'm good. No fucking teeth in there." So yeah, I'm just that's what it was. Tropicana. This is west of the freeway, and it's called S. Pecoyan Avenue. It'll say Wild West Truck Plaza truck stop. They still have gas there. Last time I saw it, but. Yeah, that is. You could go on YouTube and you could just like see that street. They don't even police it.
Because that whole street on the other side of it, that's all where all the truckers park, right?
Yeah,
whole
that's
area?
where the truck is. Yeah, I mean, I've seen YouTube videos because Dr. Bailout and I were talking about it. I was like, wow, that's because I think that they were using the Hampton Inn around the corner.
Right.
Because I've actually stayed at that Hampton Inn and that Home 2 Suites that are there too.
Well, and I know every time they tried to come into the Wild Wild West, you know, like the casino, where you have the little casino there, and then where you can get your room. I know anytime they would try and come in there, security would kick their ass out pretty quick because they didn't want them interrupting the guests in there.
Yeah, they would. It's a small casino, or it was a small casino. They also had a deal where if you stayed there, every night you stayed there, you got a free breakfast at that Denny's.
Mm-hmm. I remember.
Yeah, so you know what I'm talking about. Yeah.
I loved that place. I'm not gonna lie, man. It was cheap as hell too when we were there. It was like $20-something bucks.
Yeah, it was like $20 and no resort fee. Exactly.
Yeah. Because that resort fee, it was like $30 or $35 sometimes for the resort fee. So
yeah, lot lizards are bad. Like you would be like, oh hey, I've seen these, Vegas girls, and I can see what like no, these are like they got huge guts, they're missing their teeth. It's like everything's wrong with them. But you guys talked about Utah last night, and I had nothing I can add other than a question. But this is something I know a lot about.
Right.
This is something. And across the street, that gas station is what I talked about on that one show, where they have the girl that's running on like a stop sign and a special phone for people who are being sexually trafficked. Yes. So that, like, if you're in an emergency, you could pick up that phone like a phone on a college campus, and I don't know who's on the other end, but they can come and help.
Like a 911 type phone, right?
Yes.
Probably is a pimp on the other end.
Probably a pimp.
I've only ever seen that there. Never seen it anywhere else in Vegas. So it's a bad area.
Either you guys been to Pepe's Tacos up on Rainbow Boulevard in Vegas?
Never been.
I know what it is. I've never been there. I know what it is though.
What's the taco shop that Ellen DeGeneres? It's a famous one. They had it on TV. I can't remember. I think it's Gordo's Tacos. I can't remember. It's a real famous taco joint. That's the only
Gordo's
one I've
is
ever
pretty
been
good too,
to.
but that Pepe's is pretty sweet. I got a buddy that lives down there, and we always go there.
You guys were talking about Mesquite the other day. Didn't that guy who did the thing at the Mandalay Bay, wasn't he from Mesquite?
Steve Paddock, yeah, he had a place in Mesquite.
So what's Mesquite like? Is that just like a Laughlin, or is it just what's that? Because I've never gone that far.
It's a border town.
Aux input moda.
Go ahead.
I mean, are there casinos there? Is it like a searchlight?
Yeah, there's three.
Well, there's casinos, yeah. But it's a really rich retirees area that's pretty much golf and casinos. If you love to golf and you like to gamble, it's an elderly, I would say 60s on up. Is
like
pretty
white
much
area, I'm assuming.
What's that?
Is it probably all older white people, like a Palm Springs type?
Probably
of
the old people are white, and everybody younger is probably not.
Yeah, pretty much. So
Mormon?
No, not really, actually, because a lot of them are gamblers. A lot of them are coming from all over the country where they want that nice weather where it doesn't get too cold. It starts hurting their bones and shit. A lot of old people, and it's still a desert, so the air's still dry. So a lot of people don't have the sicknesses they have in the colder areas.
And it's 50.
Jim and I never went east of like where the cannery would be at, for example. Like, we never really go to like where the speedway is or anything. Never go that far. Or I guess it's east, like northeast technically, but
it's about 60 miles to the east of there.
See, and when I go to Vegas, when I even lived in Vegas, and every time I visit, I don't gamble in Las Vegas. I actually go to Moapa, the Indian casino. Outside of Las Vegas, I don't know what it is, 20 minutes northeast on the I-15.
That's a good place.
Or north, would it be? Yeah, northeast. Yeah.
What's it called?
It's Moapa. It's a tribal Indian reservation.
Huh.
But you can buy all the like crazy fireworks there, and they have a big area in the back where you can light them off. It's a giant truck stop, fireworks, a typical Indian store but they have a casino in there as well. And man, I have the best fucking luck in there. They don't have any sports betting or any of that. It's just mainly slot machines.
How do you spell that?
MOAPA, maybe?
Yeah, MOAPA.
MOAPA.
Yeah, you're right. It's the Paiute Indians.
Oh, I see it. No, I've never been that far east.
Yeah, so even when I lived in Vegas, I would drive over there and go, if I wanted to play slot machines, I'd go play there. I never played in Vegas.
How long's it been since you've been there?
I haven't been to Moapa in last, I don't know, over a year and a half, somewhere in there.
Okay, so you've been there since they remodeled it.
Yeah. Yeah, since they redid everything and it's nice, yeah.
Yeah, I liked it before when it wasn't remodeled because there was I don't remember what kind of machine it was, but it was right by the bathrooms, and I'd hit that thing every time. I went back after they remodeled it, and I can't find it, and they haven't done as well.
Yeah, their machines. Yeah, back when you're talking about when the machines are right there in the entrance, they were really the machines there, man. You could pretty much bank on that you were going to win at least something on one of the machines in that casino. They were way.
A lot of people don't know
than other places.
You can actually look up payouts on the Nevada Gaming Commission's website, and it shows the percentages of what pays what, and the Strip is the worst payback out of everywhere. Some of the best payouts are North Las Vegas, and then also Wendover. Wendover is one of the higher payouts too.
You know what? The worst payout mathematically I saw, and I know Fremont Street's one of the better ones, but the worst one is actually the airport. Mathematically, it's easily the worst.
I had $200 there waiting for a plane once. That was pretty sweet.
It can happen, but I looked up.
But I also went in Prim.
You go to Prim?
When I was in Prim, I always play the Buffalo machine there because I won big on it once, and I've won pretty good quite a few times. I think they only have the one there on the west side.
I was just talking to Jim about this the other night, and some guy just put up a YouTube video about it, like within the last couple days. They have reopened Buffalo Bills, and I know Whiskey Pete's is open, so you're probably talking about Prim Valley.
I'm talking about the gas station. I'm talking about the gas station on the east side of the freeway or the west side of the freeway, and they have you go in the little area there, and then there's you go straight to the store, or it seems like you can go 3 different directions, but one of them's a little room with a casino in it. It's been a minute since I've been there, but
you talking about that Flying J there on the Whiskey Pete side or on the other side?
You know what? I'll tell you all about it. Let me pull up a map here.
Jim stayed in that parking lot on the Whiskey Pete side one time for 2 days.
Yeah, it's the Flying J.
Caught around there during New Year's.
Yeah, it's the Flying J truck stop. That's where.
Yeah, the Flying J. Yeah. I've been in there many times. Jim took a shower there.
Is Whiskey Pete's kind of a gas station too? No, it's not.
No, Whiskey Pete's is the casino. I actually stayed there one time at it's a hotel casino. That's the original one. And you know what's interesting? And Jim was talking about this the other night. There was a really weird missing persons case from Whiskey Pete's because it used to be called something else, like Belladonna's, when it first opened. Before it was called Prim and it was called State Line, and they never found this. And Jim's like, man, this is such a weird area, and the fact that I've stayed in that area before, stayed at that hotel and in that hotel's parking lot. He's like, I might just look into this for fun, see if I could figure out anything. And he's like, I normally don't do that, but he was thinking about looking into it. But it's it's a really older case, just to see if he could find anything out. But we were talking about that a couple days ago. But
see, and I don't usually go to the big casinos like that. Even when I said I would go to the Indian reservation, or I'd go to the small gas stations, especially in North Vegas, because I would always have good luck because I'm a big Buffalo. I like the Buffalo machines.
I like Buffalo.
Yeah. So I like to play the Buffalo. So I'd go in to a lot of the gas stations, 7-Elevens, stuff like that, Pilots, and then I would try their Buffalo machines. But I would go late at night, 3-4 in the morning, and usually you get a lot of those truck drivers that stop in there, and they'll throw $100 in and not win shit and leave. And usually by the time I'd come around at nighttime, I could clean house pretty good a lot of times.
There you go.
The Petro station right over there by the Speedway. That's another good one.
I've never been out there. That's another place. I always see Cheap Hotel or that Lake Las Vegas. I've never been out there either.
Yeah, no, that's another good place to gamble at, that Petro gas station.
The way that we kind of do it, and I always see, I see all the women saying, I want to meet the Mr. X, and in Vegas. I had a lady say today, she wants to have a drink with me out there, even though I don't drink. I don't know how that's gonna. I don't think they're gonna allow me to wear a mask in a fucking casino. But hey, anyway, prima donna. Thank you, Laying Pipe. You got it. You got that was the name of before it was Prim. By the way, they're thinking about building an airport out there. Anyway, so this idea of going to Vegas and doing that, I do the slot machines every once in a while just to get the points and to get the free stays, and hopefully I don't lose too much. But when I go out there, I don't go to clubs, don't do the hooker thing, don't hang out, don't go to shows. It's almost like it's a stock market. Like we bet the games, we go back to the room and watch it.
Right. So do you play that My Vegas app on your phone to get all the free
I have it on the computer. Yes.
Yeah, I play that too a lot. They get so many free rooms from that damn thing.
Yep, free. They used to have 2 free buffets. Now they have buy one get one free. That public house at Luxor, I've eaten there like 100 times.
Yeah, because they always have different things going on different casinos, right?
Yep, and when the Raiders are playing, a lot of it's shut down. But like for example, I think I get $100 or $120 resort fee. So the public houses, you spend by 40, you get $20 off. Well, then I put the other $20 on the resort fee. You know what I mean? And then the buy one get one free buffet. It's like turning $100 in resort fee into like $200.
What's that?
It's all buy one get one kind of. So it's a way to kind of stretch it out. So like even he's gambling all this money. Well, I get $25 slot play. I typically win on sports. Like I'm pretty good at doing sports stuff. But yeah, you're going to lose on the slots.
Right.
At least in those
What's
places.
the name of that Vegas app?
My Vegas.
Yeah, My Vegas.
And you get free real comps at MGM properties.
Yeah.
And some lady mentioned MGM Springfield there as well.
Yeah, they do it all over. They do it all over the world because I saw some on mine that showed up. They were like Asia and shit.
Yep, and sometimes they have shit like free Checkers or Rally's Burger or free bowling at this place. Basically, you build the strip, and then they give you coins to play, slot machines for free, and then you get gold coins, and those gold coins you can cash in to get, free rooms or free. I've been playing that for like 10 years.
Mr. X, so you'll know that you remember before that they would allow your point, the points that you use to buy stuff, real stuff.
Yes.
Remember before, as long as you were playing, they were keep accruing points. Now they only do it for so long, and then they stop it. Did you notice that?
Yep. You used to be able to get as many as you want. I remember it first started when I was in New Orleans in like 2012 or 2013. Yeah. And Dr. Bailout's like, yeah, did you hear about this thing? And we were the only ones doing it. Like when we would go to Vegas and you have to go to the M Life desk to get your thing on your card.
Yep.
Like they put you're going to use the buffets, the 2 free buffets tonight. Okay, we're going to put it on your card tonight. But now they got all these kind of rules. You used to get like 2 free rooms a night. That's how I transitioned out of those shit hotels, like the fucking El Cortez and the Wild Wild West, and started moving over to MGM was because of that My Vegas thing. That's how I got all the comps later is because of those comps.
Is Harris part of that group?
No.
It's MGM.
That's kind of my favorite place there. Just because.
So yeah, laying pipe. That girl, the prima donna, that was the one in the bathroom that you're talking about. That's the one Jim was talking about. I don't know if he's going to do it, but he was looking into that case a little bit. Yes, that's the one.
Yeah,
it's a cold case.
Said she plays the MGM slots. I think they're the same game, but My Vegas has more than just MGM stuff. Like Mr. X said, they got like rallies and checkers and AMC.
Yeah, they have and there's a couple different versions, like My Konami, there's Pop Slots, there's My Vegas. As long as it's all underneath that, there's one on your phone. You can link them all up and then play all the different versions.
Is the oldest one, right? Because I know, like you said, I've had it for like since 2012 or somewhere around that as well. So I got like, I probably got over 1 million points still right now.
Oh, dude. I'm actually starting to get low because I'm not playing it as much as I did religiously like back in the day. But, a lot of free stuff from those. And it's great to have because, to get even at this point, these fucking Vegas buffets are closing at like 3 now. In the Excalibur buffet and the Luxor buffet, they traditionally suck. I don't think Mandalay Bay is even open again yet, but buy one, get one free, and it's on the resort fee. Okay. You can do a few of those.
What's the buffet running in Vegas now? Like $30-$40 a person?
Yeah, it's like 40 and some change, yeah. But if you get one, buy one, get one free with My Vegas,
right?
You could do you and your buddy can go twice, and then the 40 for 20. At the public house or that little cantina, the Mexican cantina upstairs in the Luxor, you got a choice of, you're going to get a lot more food for like next to paying nothing.
Nice. Did you ever spend much time up in the Reno area, like Reno, Lake Tahoe, Sacramento, or no?
I've been to Reno one time when Jim was. This is the year, I think it was 2011, when because I know the Dallas Mavericks were winning the NBA championship that year. Jim was coaching a team up in Reno called the Reno Barons. I think it was 2011. It's the only time I ever went up there. I went up there because it's one place I always wanted to go to Laughlin and Reno, and I've been to both now. And it's like and when I went there in 2011, so yes, I went there one time, went to Virginia City, went to Tahoe on the Nevada side. Reno's like a Vegas that's stuck in like 1983. It's very weird. It's very backwards. It's small townish. It's a fucking giant bowling alley that was there in that movie Kingpin. I mean, it's a different. It's not the Vegas like hyped up crowd.
Right. Yeah, it's like Fremont Street was before they redid it.
Yes.
And they're still stuck like that now. It's still the same. It hasn't changed.
So I haven't been there since 2011, but Jim was not playing, but he coached the team. He ran the team that was right next to that the bowling alley. They played in the arena there.
They still haven't changed. That city's still exactly like that.
But that Reno Barons team, there's people who talk shit about, Jim and this and that he ran that team, and was like, he didn't even play for him. He just was the coach of it at that young of an age. That was like a phenomenal, like, production those guys put on. So salty pancakes, dude, you don't know what you're talking about. So yeah, that and I for a smaller town, like, they got behind that. I thought that was pretty cool. And I vividly remember this. I'll tell you another quick little story. The University of Nevada, one of the equipment guys, this is probably a better story for Jim to tell, but he had a giant ring on his fucking finger. And I was like, oh, where'd you get that? And he's like, oh, I was the equipment manager at Nevada. He's like, they won their conference. They would finally beat Boise. And he's like, we got a kid over here who's really good. I think he's going to go to the NFL. And I was like, who's that? It's Colin Kaepernick. So we were like, this guy was talking about him before he ever went to San Francisco.
Damn.
Yeah, and I vividly remember that around that time. Or maybe he had just gone to San Francisco, but like he wasn't the guy that we know now. Like he might have been there for a year as a rookie or something. Right. But he's like, he's gonna start. I'm telling you, he's gonna start. Eventually, he'll get a shot.
Johnny, are you still awake over there?
Yes, sir. I'm just listening to the great stories.
You got any good stories, Johnny, that you want to tell? You've been silent for a while.
Well, I just wanted to ask Mr. X real quick about, what happened, Mr. X, when Jim came on. What I did was everybody went over there to where you're at and where you guys were at, and I just left my chat room open. That's why I'm just wondering if I got 7 hours and 9 minutes right now, will that still count as my time?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think anybody's going to sit there for the 3 hours that we were on and nothing's happening over here. But I mean, what ends up happening, at least what I think in this Google algorithm, is the longer the show is, like the Mr. X shows that are an hour, I could see don't have as many views as the ones that are 3 hours.
Really?
Yes, there's no question. So the longer the show is, the better it is.
Because people turn it on while they're doing stuff, right? Or
that's right. But if there's nothing happening in 2.5 hours of the show, then but I mean, at least it's something.
Yeah, I was playing.
You're already at 1,000 hours, right, Johnny? Now.
Yeah, I got one. It says right here by Video IQ 1K.
Wow.
There you go.
You're getting there.
Yeah, I have a little story I can tell real quick. Let's see. What do y'all want to hear? Y'all want to hear something from the carnival? What do you guys want to hear?
Let's hear.
What about you with casinos? You got any stories about casinos?
Casino too, yeah, you were a casino.
Oh, okay. I didn't get to finish that story. When I turned 21, I had never been to Las Vegas. Okay, so I promised myself that I was going to go to Las Vegas when I turned 21. So I went to Vegas, and then I turned 21, so I went to Vegas. I went to the MGM. I lost $200 real quick right there. Just lost $200 real quick. So I said, you know what? I'm going to go back out to my room and go chill out for a little bit. And guess what happened?
What?
I lost my wallet.
Oh.
So but thank God that one of the security guards found it, and he brought it all back to me, brought it up to my room, and he said, he says, "Is your name Johnny Yarbrough? Can you describe what color your wallet is?" And blah 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 blah. And I said, "Yeah, sure." And guess what? He opened, and then he gave it to me, and I went inside. I went inside and sit down, because I had a suite there, and so I counted all my money. All my money was there. Nobody didn't take the money and just drop the wallet. I got lucky. I got lucky that night. So because of that happened, I went and hit the one machine I played this one machine called Buffalo Machine.
Yeah.
And I hit for like $500, right? Nice. And it was so awesome for hitting because I got the $200 back. So I came up on 3. But then when the carnival went there, when Butler Amusements went there, I couldn't work there because I couldn't get because you got it like that. You got to have a card to be a dealer there. You know what I mean? And that's you got to work, and that's the way you got to do it too in the game. So I wasn't able to work the game. So every night after we get done closing, I was the guy that got all the stock and restock all the games for all of Bob West's games. And so, and then I got paid for doing that pretty good. Cause remember it's summertime when we go there and it's hotter than a motherfucker, man.
Yeah.
It's hot.
Waters there.
It's hot out there. So we got 42 in the chat room. The chat room said that the stream says we've been live for 7 hours and 12 minutes. And I'll be honest with you. I had a good day today, Mr. X. And
good. And I saw you sent over the Mr. X Cash App to me. I appreciate that. You're always sending me a little something. I'm on your show. I appreciate it.
Well, it's a little snort. My name's not Doug, and my name is not Salty Pancakes.
No, I know. Believe me,
you know what I mean. You know what I mean, because you are when you guys were talking about Jim and you guys' time, they should at least been generous and give y'all at least something. You know what I mean? I mean, I know I can't give you much, but at least something.
And you don't really even have to. I mean, I'll take it, but you don't really have to. But I had a lady across the way from the other day say like this. She's like, "Hey, can you walk my dog?" And I'm like, "Is it an emergency?"
Huh?
And this is a lady who's in this complex here. I said, "Yeah, I'll do it." And because I like her dogs and I know the lady, and I was like, "I just don't call me every day to do it." Now, this doesn't have anything to do with you. This just has to do with me. So I said, "Yeah, I'll do it." So I took her dogs out, walked them way further than she ever does. And, they pooped and all that kind of stuff. And she walked back. She said, here, take this $10. And at first I felt bad. I just fucking took it.
Mr. X,
all right, fine, fuck it.
Mr. X, how you said earlier you were going to go to the Olive Garden, right?
Yeah.
Hey, guess what me and PZ is going to do for you?
What's that?
We're going to get you an Olive Garden gift card.
No, dear, you don't have to do that.
I know. No, yeah, we want to because you come on my channel and you give us a lot of your good wisdom and a lot of good stories. I'm paying you for your time. You know what I mean?
I think here's the problem. That's very generous of you. Thank you for that. But look at it like this. I think the issue here with Jim and what we're talking about and what we're referencing is, and not to make you do that or to think that you owe us that or anything. I think the issue is before, and don't forget, I never went on Doug's. That the fact that Jim was doing all the work for, he would go out. I think, what did he work on the Dylan Rounds case for a couple weeks, maybe 2? I think he said it before, maybe 11 days. And what ends up happening is he goes on all these other shows to try to help that case. This is my perception of it. I might be wrong. He tries to help that case so everybody earns money off of those shows because you see, like, you're not monetized. You might get some cash apps and stuff, but these guys, like, you've seen the stats. They're making $11,000. They're making $15,000. So once Jim is cycled out or just being Jim and his personality is too much, or his show starts, now they start shit talking him. Now he's a pedophile in next year or something. I don't even know how that's possible, but he's this, he's that, he's a bastard. Now he's not even a PI anymore. But he was when he was making them thousands of dollars. Now he should never have been a PI, and he's horrible, and he's this horrible human being. Now they're doxing family members and saying this guy's gay and that's bad, and this, all this stuff. Okay, that's a problem.
Well, you remember when he was gay and then all of a sudden he had a kid?
Yeah, you're right.
What's that?
Remember he was gay and then he had a kid?
Yeah, he did this and this and that. Then he's in Florida. Then he's not in Florida. Then he's a PI. Then he's not. But we caught you. You're not. You're doing PI and work in Florida. He's not even in Florida. It's documented. He hasn't been there in years. I mean, he might have gone there for a vacation. He didn't live there.
Sure.
So it's like all this kind of stuff. So I think that's what's the most hurting. And the fact that Jim, he didn't want to do a YouTube thing because he don't want to learn all the. He'll do the talent part of it. He don't want to learn all the StreamYards. It's just not him. It's not his nature.
Right.
You know, he's not gonna learn how to do a website or how to edit or anything like that, or even try to learn to have somebody else do it for him. He just wants it done, right? It's just his nature. It's how he is. But once he got the ability to do that and got the people around him to help him and like him, and then other people saw what it can be, including me.
Right.
Now all those people are like, wow, well he was the reason. Now only thing they can do is shit talk him to monetize them.
Right.
Themselves
Bad,
even
there's
more.
nothing else to talk about.
There's nothing there. What are you gonna? I mean, you guys live up in Utah. What are you gonna go search the ground in fucking in Montello? What's there to do out there? There's nothing.
Hey,
Well,
Mr.
that's the problem with true
is-
crime in general is you can only talk about the facts for 20
Right.
minutes on something that's unknown, and then everything else is speculation and
Right.
regurgitated dumb theories that some
And
idiot.
Well, and
you
that's
heard,
the
you,
thing.
you
Jim
heard
said it
Jim's
best.
story about
Jim
what he
said it
told
best,
about.
Mr. X. When
What's
Jim
that?
said, Jim said it best when he said, I could have milked Dylan rounds and I could have made a shit ton of money doing it, but that's just not him. You know what I mean? He wasn't in it just to milk the
Right.
shit
And
out.
the only reason he's doing it now this way, and it's like kind of like a gimme kind of like we joke about that, is because they try to fuck his business up bad.
Right.
They try to fuck his business up. They try to fuck. They're showing up at his father's store. And Ruben Sanchez, you could always call. You have my number. If I don't call you back, it just means I'm not near that phone because I don't keep with you. So I mean, that's cool. Don't sweat it, dude. You're all right. But the idea of it is these guys. They're just fucking, they're degenerates, jadrules. And as I listen to you guys more about Utah, I used to always kind of say, well, is this guy LDS? Is this like now it even confirms it even more. Everything he said has been true or not proven incorrect, period. And he's not underneath that LDS Utah, like I was talking about with that Warren Jeffs.
We call it the bubble.
Yeah, he's not in that
under
bubble. I
that
just tell
Warren
that guy to
Jeff
go
thing.
fuck himself. What's he going to do to me?
Look, come here. They're fighting real bad.
Right.
I'm not
Hey,
in that
this-
community. I've never even been in that state. What are they going to do now? But you also got that personality with Jim. You heard what he said to that Spanish teacher in fucking 1993.
Right.
I mean, this is not an act or new. I say this all the time.
Did Jim ever hear, or did you ever hear from Ty Corbin? Because remember, he came on last night and said he was going to go over to Salty's house or something and videotape him and follow him around.
I don't know. I mean, what I'm telling Jim is, from the people that I talk to, I think the vast majority of them don't even really want us to talk about Salty, or they don't know who he is, or they don't care.
I agree with that. Actually, they're just
That's
no
what
point.
I
Just keep
that's what I
throwing
keep telling
fuel
Jim.
on
I
the
don't think they
fire.
want it. But our nature, like I said, is we can't have somebody call somebody a pedo and not respond because they say, "Oh, he's
That's
scared to
true,
respond."
but I wonder if he didn't respond, if he'd just go away. I mean, I really think it's out of boredom. There's just nothing to talk about. There's no developments, and you can only say the same thing 4,000
You got to
times
think,
before you're
though,
bored of talking about
Equalizer,
it.
they already tried that for what? Fuck, they ignored him for
We tried it for like a month.
No,
Yeah.
they're fighting. My two fish are fighting. Look, real bad. They won't stop.
Totally ignored him, but
Look,
he
the
just
two Dalmatians. Look, come
kept
here.
finding other people, like Candace Howard and all these
I
other
can't catch
ladies
him. I'm on the show right now.
didn't like Jim because he said something to him and they took
Well,
it
Candace
personally.
Howard's been there since the beginning.
Look, they're fighting back.
Right.
And then what they realize in this
Yeah,
little
watch
network
it.
of like 6 to 12 people, that if they have a problem with Jim, or they think they can, don't forget, a lot of these people got drug problems, they got arrests, they got this, they got problems. They're not somebody like me who's a squeaky clean wheel. You know what I mean? I'm not saying if anybody who's not like or didn't get better in their life, like, I'm not judging that, but what I'm saying, they got major problems where their kids are major fuck ups, and so the only thing they have is to go after Jim. They don't have anything else in their life. He, as much as he is a good guy to the people who like him, he's the bad guy to them. That's what their mission is.
Right.
And
Well,
you guys,
like
the guys who like
Equalizer,
him are making
they gotta
videos
have
for him because they
content.
like him,
They don't have
and these
anything to
guys are
talk
making
about.
hate Reddits because they don't like him.
Right. Because they have nothing better to talk about, really. They don't have any content. They don't have a Jim Terry or somebody who can, come up with the conversation or bring content without the drama. You know, they have to have it because they don't have anything else. They can't talk about Dylan Rounds every single day.
Right.
There's
Look at
nothing to
Blue
talk
Diamonds, a perfect example from tonight. A lady who's going through what she's going through. I know Dana Nicole had some stuff. And it's like if they can get on here and they can hear a little bit about true crime, maybe laugh at some goofy stuff, and we're ridiculous. You got a guy in a mask. You know, we're talking like locker room stuff, and we can kind of laugh at each other, you know, and talk shit. Like that's fun. And they like Jim, or some of the women are attracted to Jim, believe it or not. But, you know, like that's it. But like, what are you going to do with Salty's got a lady with aphasia. She's not really a character. Nobody, you know, no, she's not interesting. And then she's got a lady who's got a horrible record in that Kyrie or whatever. And then what does Doug have? He's got Crime and Justice, one tooth. So what does Jim have? He's got somebody who can do what he does. I can do what Jim does. Jim's got a sales pitch, which I really don't. Right. But I also do all the other stuff. So I'm like all of them combined times 10. I'm way more dangerous than them. They can't do anything. So you got two of us now. That's what pissed them off. Then everybody else on the channel who contributes. There's two of us.
Right.
That's why they fucked up. And when they piss me off, it's like to have a guy who cuts grass tell me that I'm fucking, or snow plows, or is a foreman for snow plowing, tell me that I don't know anything about filmmaking. I mean, what am I, just making this stuff up? He's out there trying to be an actor. Fuck you. I am doing this, motherfucker. I just did an audition for a callback tonight for Peacock. Suck on these. What are you talking about? And I might not get it, but I did do it. You kidding me? Fuck you. Right. Are they vested in their union?
Right. No.
They even know what that means?
Right. Yeah, good point. No,
and it's just like, I mean, yeah, 2 inches and a rotten tooth.
Right. Why do you think Doug has that lady on his channel for?
I think there's some kind of relation, or maybe like a sister-in-law or something. And here's her role. That's why I do this on Jim's. Yeah. Of course. Yeah, that's what it's like. Sure. Nothing, not like an insight. Like, I'll take Jim in a different direction.
I don't agree. You did that, but that makes sense because that lady would she was like 1 word or 3 words, and that's it.
There's nothing to add. Like when we were talking to Equalizer here the other night, he took me and you took me into Utah. I've been listening to these fucking assholes for months before shit got bad. And you guys told me more about Utah on Sloth's show last night than I ever heard from any of those fucking channels. And you guys aren't doing true crime like you just, like, I would have liked to experience Utah a little bit more through this and kind of take a ride in there through your stories than what they're telling me. Well, Doug's in the valley.
Awesome. Right. Well,
he doesn't know anything about Utah.
Unique. Well, you got to think Utah's super unique because you got the southern part of the state that's completely desert, you know, similar temperatures to Las Vegas. And then once you start going up further north, you know, by the time you get up north, it's colder than balls. You know, you're lucky to get 85 degrees in the summertime up there in northern Utah.
That's not true.
You don't think so?
It gets 110 here all the time in the summer.
No, not in Salt Lake. I'm saying Logan.
Oh, Logan. It still hits 100.
Like the Logan area. Does it still get 100 there?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, see, in St. George. See, and I didn't spend much time up in the Logan area. I got out of Salt Lake as soon as I could.
It was really interesting to me to hear that a kid that young, because, you know, if you think about Florida to Los Angeles or Southern California, you know, King Simone, you know, Southern California too. I mean, it's like there's a lot of similarities there. You know, good weather, people are playing sports, it's shit talking. Nobody's really from there. You know, I mean, there are people that are from LA, but Florida even less. So there, it feels like one giant place to me. Well, this Utah, like somebody who wants to be a farmer. What nobody wants to be a farmer in Florida. You want to play against Georgetown after watching Above the Rim. That's what you want to do. That's how I grew up. And I did do that.
The difference would be is you're not really a kid in Utah that wants to go be a farmer. You're a kid in Rigby and Rexburg, Idaho, which are teeny tiny towns. And you're that guy where farming's huge. And you just can't afford the land there because it's expensive. But it is a really nice area. It's actually, I'd love to move there. Actually, it's really nice.
I'm sure it is, and I'm not shit talking anybody who wants to be a farmer or a truck driver because I mean, hey, we need that in this country. That's phenomenal. That a kid that young wants is it's a shame that some degenerate drug addict probably took that away from that kid But
It
the
is.
fact is, it's phenomenal that that kid was out there trying to do that. But when you have somebody in Utah or wherever the fuck West Jordan is or wherever the fuck Salty's at, going to talk to me about what Los Angeles is or Hollywood or what making it means out here, you guys
Right.
don't know who these people are who are stunt coordinators, and people would these guys are not even attractive men, and you should see what their women look like. Just because they're the main stunt coordinator, and you would see their name pass real quick in the credits. It wouldn't mean anything to you. But he's not Tom Cruise. He's not doing anything out there. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about because you live in Ogden, Utah. You're going to tell me about Hollywood? Get the fuck out of here.
One of my friend's dads was a stunt double for Steven Seagal, and that dude made some bank.
I met Steven Seagal. Well,
Yeah,
I bet he did too.
Probably not
Seagal
my
was
friend's
huge.
dad.
Well, let me tell you a quick. Seagal is a strange dude. You want to hear a quick story about Seagal?
Was it about a stuntman kicking his ass?
Well, you talk about like a Gene LaBelle or something like that?
Did you hear about that story? Some story
Yes.
about
Yeah.
him?
Yeah. I'm familiar with it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, according to my friend, that was his dad that did it.
Yeah. And he shit his pants or something like that.
I don't even know. It was.
Yeah, I've heard that story before. Yes, I don't know if it was Gene LaBelle, but yeah, I've heard that. Here's a quick story. This is 2008-ish. I was working at that company that rents out what's called the Russian Arm, and he calls me up and he's like, he was talking to the boss of that company, and which I ran that company at age like 27 while Salty was in prison. And as I'm running this company in my 20s, I tell this guy calls up. He goes, "Hey, hello. I'm interested in renting the equipment." Now, I would just coordinated, scheduled, ran the company. There's only like 3 people that work there. So I said, "Okay, well, I could schedule it. What would you like?" He's like, "Well, I'm a director and a producer." And I'm like, "What the fuck?" No, but it's usually production coordinators who call just to book equipment. They're not telling you they're an actor. You could tell real quick he wanted to tell you who he was. I'm like, "Oh, okay, great. You're a director, a producer?" "Yeah." And I said, "Okay, great." He's like, "Well, did your boss tell me about you?" And I'm like, No, I didn't talk to her. He's like, "Well, I met her. I think I'm interested in renting your equipment. Like I said, I direct." I'm like, I don't give a fuck. Do you want to put this on hold and get a lease agreement or what? So he's getting to that he's Steven Seagal. So, and he's real weird. He's like, "Well, I'm Steven Seagal." And I'm like, "Oh, all right, man. I'm very cool. Nice to talk to you. I'm Mr. X." And he says like this. He goes, "Well, I'd appreciate if you don't tell anybody about this conversation." Now, I'm the only one in this whole place. This is right by where the Clippers practice at in Culver City, by the way. Right next to Playa Vista now. There was no Playa Vista back then. Anyway, the point is, he says, "Don't call anybody." So he goes, "What's your name?" And I joked with him. I said, "It's Bobby Lupo." He goes, "Oh, yeah, real," because I was one of the guys that when he goes into that bar and starts beating the shit out of everybody with sticks, that was the guy he was looking for. Anyways, I don't know if you remember that. I forget what it was called, Above the Law or Out for Justice was the name. It's a great scene. He's in a bar, so he starts beating people up with cue balls and sticks. Anyway, so I told him my name was Bobby Lupo. And then I got off the phone with him and immediately called Jim. I was like, "Dude." And I think this is like 2007. This is when a lot of those hardcore pranks were being recorded. Right. We were doing them then when I was at work there. I said, "Dude." He's like, "Yeah, what's going on?" I fucking just got off the phone with. He's like, "Who?" I said, "Fucking Steven Seagal called me. It was weird." And he's like, "No way." I was like, "Yeah, dude, I got his number and everything." It's like an 818. He's up in the valley somewhere. He's like, "No, that's where Doug's at." I said, "Well, it's fucking crazy. All right, I'll give you a call later." And I hung up. The moment I hung up, the phone rang again. And I swear to God, I'm not embellishing this. He goes, "Hey, I'm calling you back. Seagal again." I go, "Yeah? What's going on, man?" He goes, "Did you just call somebody?" I was like, "What the fuck?" I'm thinking that to myself, like, how does he know that I called Jim? He's like, "I hope you didn't call anybody and tell anybody I called." Like literally the moment after I hung up and told Jim that he called. And I go, "No, man, this is professional business. We rent this thing out to like Transformers and stuff. No, you're good."
Yeah.
It was so fucking. I mean, it's not the story that you hear from David Spade or anything, but that's my one experience with him. Never saw him in person. He never rented the equipment.
Have you ever met Gary Busey?
No, but I on a film that I produced, I hired some female cinematographers, and they called him Gary Busey back in like 2007 to 8 to 9 to 10, and they said that guy was a terror. So they were talking that like, yeah, he'll touch you, like he'll get uncomfortably close to you. So yes, I've heard that. I've never met him, but I've heard that about him way before he ever got in trouble. They called him Gary Abusey.
Wow. Either you guys ever driven up to that new bypass road at Hoover Dam? That's not new anymore because it was built in 08.
Yeah, I've driven over. It got fucking vertigo really bad on it.
That is such a cool road, though. It saves you, really, if you're going to Phoenix, it saves you like 25, 30 minutes just because of how
You go
straight
down
it
that
is.
road, you go into what, Bullhead City or whatever?
Yeah, I think that's what it's called.
I think
Yep,
it is.
that's that like kind of truck stop. That's where Ty Corbin was hanging out.
Yeah, he
Oh,
was.
is that where he
huh?
was at?
In that
Yeah.
area.
Kind of a weird, kind of backwards area.
Boulder City.
Yeah, it's Boulder City.
Is it Boulder?
City. I
Boulder
thought
City.
Boulder City's before it.
Bullhead
I
City is
think
the
he
one
went
that's
all
on
the
the
way to
other side of
Kingman or
Laughlin.
something.
Okay. Yeah,
Laughlin's, I
that,
think, south, right?
that whole thing with the Hoover Dam and all that, and the lake drying up. Dude, what the fuck's going on here?
Well, it's
Going
happening to
drag
Lake
now?
Powell, too. We've been in a drought forever, but
What
it's
the
like this
hell is
winter's
that,
been
Johnny?
good.
It's bad. It's scary, all the shit that's going on up there.
Yeah, it's been there for 50 years.
We got some creepy doll on Johnny's face.
Yeah, what's he doing?
I don't know.
As long as he ends with,
Try to look-
it'll be great.
I think that's what he wears through the glory hole right there.
I've never heard that Jim Carrey, the actor, has herpes. Why would anybody tell me that?
You ever met-
Bill
have
Murray,
you ever
never heard anything about him.
Cage?
Heard Chevy Chase is a dick.
I've
What
heard
about
that, too.
Nicolas Cage? You ever met him?
Nick Cage, never met him, but I heard that I've met Trejo before. He's a super nice guy, ultra nice guy, like real down to earth, real laid back. I met him in Louisiana in an area called Gonzales, Louisiana. You know, Jim has all these stories about football, like in these weird towns. I have the same, but like with movies.
You know who's a total douche from what I hear? From
Who's
somebody
that?
that's pretty. I hear that Pauly Shore is a total douche.
You know what? I've heard like mixed bag about him.
I know
Heard
somebody
he's a
actually kinda
decent
knows
guy.
him.
His mom ran that comedy store. He ruined his career because he cut his hair. He talked about it on Rogan. I mean, he was a big deal for like 6 movies. I don't know if he's a
Rogan's
douche or not, but
I got to hang out with Rogan for a while. He's really cool.
who's that?
I got to hang out with Joe Rogan for a while. He's pretty cool.
Oh, Rogan. What's he like? He seems pretty chill.
He'll smoke pot with a stranger that doesn't ever smoke pot.
I tell you what, I would love.
In an
I wish
alley.
I could be on his show because I'd love to have a conversation with him about pot and
Right.
about being against it, because I think that he, and I don't know if he knows this or not, and I'm sure he'd give me a very good answer why, but he's a guy who's talked about, taking what's that one thing where it's like it's got 3 initials, MSK or
DMT.
DMT, MSK, something else, DMT. And he talked about taking it responsibly and having friends around him. And he's got the money.
DMT.
Okay, DMT. So he's got the money to get good shit. He's doing it responsibly. So there's guys out there like him that can smoke weed responsibly, drink responsibly. But I've been around people, and I've had roommates like that have no money, are fuck ups, and have to budget weed into their fucking life because they have problems in their past and they're trying to escape with drinking or smoking weeds, and they can't get over the hump. Okay. So his promotion of weed and it being a good thing is not wrong, but he's the right guy to do it because he's responsible enough to do it. But you have somebody else that comes along. Well, Joe Rogan does it, but they're a fuck up. It kind of sets the wrong precedence. That's my only problem with his perpetuation of weed. I don't know if anybody's ever said that.
My
to
friend
him like
makes
that.
it a pretty good. He has a pretty good analogy for that, and it's that when it comes to pot, you need to walk before you run. And I can tell you that if you're not somebody that does that and you hit it, it's going to make you a lot dumber than somebody that does it all the time. It's just like anything else. You can come functional on it, and you wouldn't want to be a guy that's never done it and then go do it on his level, or you're going to be in a coma for 3 months.
I've never done it. I wouldn't even want it to be smoked around me because I don't want to get the contact. I would say like this to him, like, listen, I don't care what anybody does, but he's been successful in TV shows and he was on news radio and he's a good comic and obviously a great host. So he's kind of the rare example of somebody who can do those things and he's already at the top of what he's doing. But how many people out there are like Stoney? Stoney is like, she's just a person we all know from this YouTube world, is not Joe Rogan.
No.
They're not the same kind of person.
Well, it's Joe Rogan and him on that is not because he's mastered how to do it. He's just that guy anyway. You're the person, you're who you are, and then that just is a thing you do. And if you're used to it, you're still the same person.
Right. It's an enhancer because, this is my specialty, if believe it or not, is cannabis.
And guys like Carlin who can, enhance it based off that. Like there are those people, but how many more are the fuck up ones that really?
Well, I'll tell you this, Mr. X. I traveled all across the West Coast doing cannabis festivals all over Washington, Oregon, all the legal states. And I met doctors, I met lawyers, I met extremely successful people. And I met, the type you're talking about, the bums who have to barely have $5 for a joint type of people as well. So it's a good mixture of both, I would say, honestly. There's a lot of
really
profile stoners that don't talk about it, or that, a lot of athletes, as will use it because it is a sports enhancer. And I'll tell you why. Because when you really get into the weed, there's weeds that will make you stupid, like Equalizer said, that just make you want to sit your ass. And, they'll say indicas and sativas. It goes way deeper than that, believe it or not. That's just a basis.
And
so
let's say that's okay. And let's just say that's fine. But and drinking to me is the worst one because you can actually kill somebody in a car with that. But I'm not trying to be like an anti-drug dude or the straight edge dude because that's not real. Here's my issue with this. Smoke weed. That's cool. Right. You want to drink? Cool. Hopefully it just doesn't affect me. But I can't bet on the fucking Lakers in Los Angeles. That's just what I talked about, the Prop 27 per month. Right. That's fucked up, in my opinion. Here's another one that nobody talks about. Why can't I legally buy anabolic steroids? Well, if I'm not a steroid user or abuser, but I can get TRT now. I'm at my age, but why is that a bad thing?
I've been on TRT for the past 10 years. Actually 12 years now.
What do you think about
it? It makes me feel like I'm 21 again in the bed. I'll tell you that. And sometimes,
what about energy wise?
Like I said, it'll make you feel like you're 21 again.
As far as waking up, faster to wake up,
everything, waking up in the sack with another woman. I'm not kidding, man. I really have that problem. I feel like I was in my 20s again.
Yeah, I've never lost that. But, as you get older, you just get tired. It's harder to get up. I don't have any physical ailments, but you get up slower, Right.
Well, and I noticed, when I lifted a lot of weights, because I lift weights as well. So I noticed my recovery time. I wasn't, the typical thing steroids do. They boost everything. So
the motivation to go to the gym is less when you get into your 40s than when you're in your 20s.
Oh, yeah. And it helps with a lot of that stuff, like the motivation and all of that, to where you do want to do that. You have the energy level to keep going and going and going. So yeah, it does help a lot in that aspect. But you also got to remember, as you get older, with the testosterone especially, you got to start worrying about prostate issues.
Well, I mean, they have the one to balance it out, but
yeah. Well, I have to take estrogen blockers as well. So
and TRT is not anabolic steroids.
Right, it's just testosterone replacement.
Right. Just for those in the chat who may not know what that is, but you have anabolic steroids, which are one thing, and then you have TRT, which is testosterone, then you have human growth hormone, which is something. But in those things where anabolic steroids or steroids help burn victims or help people with cancer and this and that, they legitimately help people. And I'm just saying, if I could self-diagnose myself with what I need, and I probably don't need that. It's not like I'm going to be a mass monster or I'm trying to be. But there's a weed store with a bum hanging out over there on Westchester. It's just continuous. And I'm like, why? So it's almost like they group up around it. So they have money for that, but they don't have money to fucking, get a haircut and get a job. I mean, those are the kind of things that are kind of up. And that sounds really elitist to say that. I know it, but it's man.
Well, it's
at least if they were betting on sport.
If they're on welfare or anything else, it's kind of your business anyway, because you're kind of flipping the bill for them, but they can't.
Yeah. But the homeless thing has become a big thing here in many of these areas. It's something I've talked to Johnny about, and I've tried to look at it at all sides, but it's it's hard to like I can have understanding and appreciation and, you know, obviously caring for people, but it's like when you see them go from the tent into the weed store, I'm like, ugh.
Yeah.
Right.
That doesn't make sense, does it?
Yeah,
Well,
and
the
like
bottom line
I'm
is that
driving
really
into, I'm going to go drive into an audition. I know I'm probably going to get rejected. Like you know, like, oh, well, you're doing the movie thing. Well, you know, I've been working up to this for years and years and years, or I'm going in and, you know, making a little bit of money or doing this kind of stuff. I'm like, man, like everybody drives by those people and like, this isn't fair. Like I'm going into work somewhere or doing an audio visual job or something like that. Like that guy that I talked to, Johnny, about that's out there on Pico and fucking Overland. He's probably out there right now. He's just like gave up. It's not fair to the people who haven't given up. You know what I mean? Or in that situation, or we're trying to get out of it. I just like that. I think that's why that maybe bothers me a little bit.
That makes sense.
So,
well, and I was going to tell you, Mr. X, with the whole steroid things, obviously, like you said, the testosterone is, as far as energy goes, that's the way to go. And I take it because of my energy, or not my energy, my testosterone levels are super, super low. So that's why they give it to me. And like you said, it's not some big steroid where you're bulking up to be Hercules. Or
no, anything. It just gets you back to where you're at 20. I understand.
Yeah.
Who do you use? Royal?
What's that?
You use Royal? I don't want to say. I don't want to give out the names of them on air, but
I take 200 milligram shots in the ass every week.
So how does it work? They just send you a syringe once every 2 weeks. How does that work?
No, so I'll go to the doctor and they'll give me a whole bunch of vials, like a month's worth at a time. So my regular doctor will give me the first shot. They did there at the office. The nurse did it for me. Hot nurse too, in her 50s.
And this is in Utah or Nevada?
No, this was in Nevada. Yep. So they give me a shot. The first time, and then every month I would go in, and then they would push it up to 3 months. So every 3 months I would have 3 months supply from the pharmacy. And they're all individual vials, right? So they give me enough syringes, which are 18 gauge syringes. So they're big syringes to take the actual testosterone liquid out. And then you switch it to a 22 gauge needle to inject it, whether you inject it in your butt or your arm, your leg, you can do it wherever you want. Yeah. So they give me 200 milligram shots. And I do that once a week for about 6 months. And then I have to take 6 months worth of estrogen blockers so I don't grow man boobs and all the other bad shit that happens after you stop taking them. So I cycle on and off 6 months.
So you stop taking it after like 6 months and then?
Yep. Then I go completely off of them for a whole 6 months and then I have to get back on them.
And what does it make you leaner?
It definitely makes you leaner. It seems like my metabolism burns way, way faster. You know, more energy. I sleep better. I get up way quicker. You know, I'm not dragging ass. I don't have to drink a bunch of coffee or energy drinks.
Yeah, like energy. And by the way, Nance, those T boosters that are in those energy shops are not what is TRT. It's not the same thing.
Right. Yeah,
free testosterone that you're talking about. And fucking. It's funny to hear what's his name, Frank Thomas his big fat ass talk about free testosterone, but that's a pill that's being sold. So it's actually kind of two different things. But
right.
Mine's
testosterone cypionate or cypionate.
Yeah,
there you go. Yeah, that's the one I take.
Yeah, and it's totally legal. And I mean, there's a company that's out of Florida. It's called Royal Medical Group. That's the one that I was referring to, kind of joking about. But
because I know there's now where you can send it over the internet or over the mail.
Yeah, that's how they do it. Yep.
Yeah. See, and I just go to the local doctor and I transferred it to Oregon. Oregon does the same thing. They just give me a 3 month supply at my regular doctor. And then
does insurance cover that?
Yeah, insurance covers it.
Wow.
So, yeah, they cover all that. They cover all the needles, you know, because a lot of the pharmacies in Oregon, they won't just give you needles. You can't just go in and say, hey, can I get this, this, and this? You actually have to have a separate prescription for the needles as well. At least they make me have one.
Right. Yeah, they don't want you turning and shooting it in your veins and shit like that.
Right.
But, yeah, I mean, it's totally legal in a lot of those states, and then it's what happens for those who don't know, because I don't want anybody to think that we're talking about drugs here, because we're not. But as you get older, as you get above 35, as a man, your testosterone levels go down. So legally, you can replace your testosterone, especially if they went down a lot. you can legally replace it. It's called TRT, testosterone replacement therapy. It's considered a therapy. So what ends up happening is if you get prescribed by a legitimate doctor, it's not like it's a street thing. You get a prescription for it because they take your blood work and they can see how much lower you are of what you should be after 35, because you start losing your testosterone as a man at 35, especially 40, 50.
Right.
And it's not like you're going to become fucking, what's his name? The Hulk or anything. Lou Ferrigno. I mean, they're taking that times 100. You're just getting back to what you were at about probably 20 or 25, maybe a little above it. So,
well, that's
what
like old Ronnie Coleman. You know, I used to watch his videos all the time, and he would show like him taking his supplements every day in the morning. You know, and he'd say like, I take these 3 or 4 or 5 times a day. And he had a fishing tackle box full of supplements, and that was just the peel part. Who knows what type of other oils and liquids?
Right, and they're taking bovine and all that. The reason I know about that is, you know, I played college athletics, and I was like, how are these guys recovering so fast?
Right.
Like, I'm the shortest guy on a college basketball team, probably the second to shortest, and definitely the lightest, and I was the youngest. I was like, I just humanly, like, these guys are huge, and like just to recover so fast. I remember playing basketball in college and being so exhausted that Jim's a kicker, so he probably only plays like 12 or 15 plays a game tops. So you're not, playing against these monsters that are 6'10" and above. I'm 6'1". They're just, it's physical too. At least it was back then. And I was like, I can't even stand, like afterwards I'd take a shower and have to lean in the shower. That's how exhausted I was. Well, then I started realizing what all this stuff was. Now I never did it, but I started learning like with Cypionate and fucking bovine growth. And I'm like, you guys are taking all this shit in college?
Right.
I can understand. I can understand if you're a Brad Pitt and you need to get in shape real quick for Troy or something like that, and you're going to make $5 million, sure. Or you're The Rock, sure. But like for a small college, basketball, but that's why they were. I don't think they were physically better than me, but they were able to recover much faster than me.
Right. Well, and recovery is a big thing, and that stuff really does. I've had my share with steroids. I'm not going to lie. My little brother got kicked out of high school for selling steroids to the football team. He was part of the football team.
Yeah, of course. I mean, well, that's in all sports.
Right.
But you don't really need that as a kicker.
Right. Very true. But, you get real serious, and Equalizer might know who I'm talking about on this school, but back in the mid to late 90s, there was a school in Salt Lake City that it had open enrollment. And in fact, I think it was the only school in the time that had open enrollment. So they would go around the state of Utah, and they would keep it hush hush, and they would recruit the best players they could find and talk them in. They would recruit a lot of us Polynesians to come up there.
Talking about the U?
No, in high school. I'm talking about before the U. Yeah, in high school. No, not East.
Then I have no idea.
So there was a school, and I'm not going to say it because it'll probably get me doxxed, but they more or less, they won the state championships in high school football. It was 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, nonstop. They were a powerhouse, and they were a 5A school, so they were a top-tier school in the state. And, we played for them. My older brother played for them. I played for him. My younger brother actually went to a different school in Las Vegas, and, he got kicked out his senior year for selling steroids and using them with the whole football team. But it ran rampant then when I was in there. A lot of the linemen were.
I know what you're talking about.
Do you?
Yeah, east side.
Yeah,
it's on the east side of the valley. I know where you're,
yes,
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Here's what I say about that. So the reason I brought that up is this: if I want to pay for pro wrestling, to go watch pro wrestling, like go in person and watch it.
Right.
I don't want to see somebody who's like I like Daniel Bryan or Bryan Danielson as a wrestler, but he's like 5'7", 5'8", maybe. He's a great wrestler, technician, but I want to see a freak. I want to see somebody who's 6'8" and fucking like a Brock Lesnar. Yeah, like that's like a guy like that. So in an entertainment field or even within sports, who wants to see anybody hit singles? I want to see Mark McGwire get in there and hit a 600-foot home run. As much as I liked Tony Gwynn growing up, and I still do, go back and watch some of the stuff. Like obviously he's dead now, but like as a hitter, that guy was phenomenal.
Yeah,
but
true.
He's not, it was a lot more fun. So it's like, I kind of wish that stuff was legal.
Right. Well, and that goes with like Mark McGwire and the Barry Bonds thing, and Jose Canseco was another one. Or they
So
were just
that's my point in all this weed when I talk about like the ones that I am for are the ones that are, the ones that are not legal, which would be, and back in the day, the weed was the one who was like, oh, that's the big one that's not legal. And it's like, well, now it is, and that's okay, fine. And I know, it's why is every dickhead that I met from age 18 to 24 said they had some medical issue that they needed it. And they didn't. They just wanted to get high. That's cool. Just say that. But they're all pretending like they have fucking glaucoma at age 22. It's ridiculous. Like, that means it's called a bullshit.
Right. See,
or if you're going to do it, at least make some money off it.
And I was a jock in school, so I hung out with the jocks. But not only that, I was also a stoner in high school too. So I smoked pot. So I hung out with not only like the bad kids that would go across the street and smoke pot during lunch, but I was also a jock. So I got around with the whole everybody crowd really. So I kind of fit in everywhere. But the jocks around me, they were big into like sharing their fucking girlfriends in high school. We'd all have big parties up there, and these guys would be swapping girlfriends out left and right. And my ass, I would rather stay home at Friday night and watch Friday night, whatever the hell they had, wrestling, SmackDown or whatever it is at the time back then. But that
probably would have been Raw or Nitro in the 90s.
Yeah, I think it was Raw actually. So I would rather stay home and do that than swap girlfriends with my football buddies, to be honest.
Yeah. And now those girls that were being swapped, they're the ones calling us the moms now from like the other dudes. They're going to tell Jim what it's like to be a man and why he's wrong. They're the voice of reason now.
Right. That's true.
Yeah, I mean, the reason I say that is not to be misogynistic or anything, but I had some. I don't want to give out any names, but I've had some porn chicks that I hired to do. I've talked about this before in my films because they would do body doubling stuff, and now they're like these real they're not 20 anymore. Now they're like in their late 30s, early 40s. They only cycle in and out of that industry for like a couple years, maybe a couple months. And now they're telling people on the internet how to live their life. And I'm like, better not. I hope your kid doesn't know how to use Google in about 10 years.
Hope you saved some of that money.
Yeah. And they didn't. And some of the ones they go back, they find a dude and they're kind of taken out of it. Then they get a divorce. But like, they're the ones that are telling people how to live. And I'm like, really? Don't you remember LA 2007? Chameleonaire? What the fuck are we talking about here? And I'm the same dude, but it's just like, come on, it's kind of hypocritical. I mean, I guess people change, but fuck.
Right.
Or they're they're real, like they were into all kinds of stuff, but now all of a sudden they moved back to Georgia and they're anti-gay. And I'm like, you see all the videos you were in? Really? I mean,
I'm starting to wonder if me and King of Samoa went to the same high school at about the
yeah,
same
you guys
time.
might have.
I think we might have even. I'm
Known
thinking
each
about
other?
everybody I knew back then that kind of matches what I know about him, and I might know exactly who you are.
Well, at the end of the day, Utah's not that big, and me saying
really
those
isn't.
things,
Let me just ask you this, and I'll be very vague. Did you grow up out west but go to school really up east?
Yes.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, before me, most of my family went to West High.
Okay.
So yeah. But I was.
But you went quite a bit further
right,
south.
man.
I'm assuming.
Yes, further south. Yes, sir.
Okay.
So yeah.
So I was there from 93 to 96.
Okay, so I didn't get there until 97. So my brother was there.
Okay.
My older brother was there.
My
he
little
went
brother
there
was
from
there.
94 to 96.
Yeah, my little brother was there during your time, if it's the same place.
Okay. So yeah, then exactly what I'm talking about school wise then.
Yeah. That's pretty funny.
That is pretty funny.
Same high school.
Yeah.
Sounds
Well,
like it.
and you gotta, like Equalizer was saying though, a lot of the Islanders though, a lot of them went to the west side, like West High and some of those schools. They stayed on the other side, Kearns,
You know what's weird about that?
Salt Lake.
Now, this is my ignorance talking, so I don't know, but is there a connection between Samoa and Tonga? Like, or is that a similar place or close by?
If you go back in history far enough, essentially we're the same people. Like when I did my DNA test, I still have 5% Tongan blood.
So did you ever know about the the LDS church out in Kearns that was just like Islander? And
Yeah,
they'd
they have a
luau's
few
there
of them.
all the time. Okay, I only knew
They
about
have
the
a
one
few
out in
of them.
Kearns.
Oh no, I didn't go to the one out in Kearns. No, my grandparents did though. My grandparents were
Yeah.
big into this, but the Samoan ward, not the Tong. You know, because they have the Tongans and
They're
the Samoans.
different.
Yeah, they're
All
different.
I know is it was badass because I was a little kid. And I could go out there and they didn't care who showed up to the luau's, dude, and the food was awesome.
Right.
Hey,
Yeah,
King
and there's
Samoan, I'm
always
gonna,
food.
hey
What's
guys,
that,
I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick, okay?
All right, buddy.
Just hold the
Go ahead.
fort
Yeah.
down, yeah.
Yeah, so anytime you're ever invited to an islander, there's always going to be food, no matter what, and
Yeah.
there's always
Yeah.
going to be so much food that you're going to have to take some home. And just so you guys know, if you are ever invited there and you don't take some home and you say no, I don't want any of the food to take home, it's actually
You're being
a sign of disrespect. Yeah, it's extremely disrespectful if you say no.
So do you know the band The Jets?
Yes. Uh-huh.
Are you familiar with the connections there also?
No, I'm not actually.
They're actually from out there. They're actually out there from that Kearns area. I mean, they're
Oh,
from a bunch
okay.
of places. That's where a lot of them grew up.
Well, and I hung my days there. I hung out with mostly Tongans in the Glendale neighborhood. So I'm actually,
Yeah.
like I said in my previous years, I am a validated gang member. I have been since I was 14 years old. They validated me, and it's haunted
Yeah.
me my whole life. Because when I got out of that shit as later in my years as an adult, no matter what, anytime you get pulled over, you're always gonna, especially mainly in Utah, I would get pulled up and they would see that a validated gang member, and I was validated with the few gangs, but one of them was the Tongan gang there in Salt Lake, and it's harassed me my whole life because of that stupid shit out when I was a kid.
It just comes up. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. In fact, they even used it against me when I went to divorce court. My ex-wife's attorney used me that I was a validated gang member, even though I hadn't been active in years and years and years. But because I hung around with those people when I was married to her, they still associated me with that lifestyle, if you know what
A couple
I mean.
kids from my neighborhood were in that same Tongan game.
Right. Yeah,
And,
and it's a big gang all
It
across
was
the
big
country.
out there.
Right.
I didn't know it was a big everywhere. I really thought it was kind of a centralized Salt Lake thing.
Yeah, no, it actually, California, it actually came out of the Bay Area, San Francisco area.
Oh, really?
Yeah, where a lot of Tongans live in the Bay Area, and it worked its way, just like the Samoans moved more to Southern California, Compton, Long Beach, Watts, Carson, that area. The Tongans moved more up north in that Bay Area. Yeah, Sacramento, all that area. So I don't know why, but that's kind of what happened. Yeah, and and that's another thing is a lot of Samoans and Tongans, they don't get along. Utah was one of the only states where we could intermingle somewhat if you weren't gang related, and a lot of it's because a lot of Samoan ladies or men would marry Tongans, and then the families get intermingled. But I've watched cousins beat up cousins. I've watched cousins and brothers from one gang beat up another Islanders gang and they were brothers. I've seen some crazy shit over the gang stuff, man. They take it pretty serious.
Well, if you were more Glendale, I probably don't. You're not who I'm thinking you were.
Okay, yeah, I was more Glendale, and then my little brother was more Rose Park area. So, yeah.
Ooh.
Mr. X probably doesn't know any of this shit because he don't know about the Utah stuff. But yeah, they have all that stuff there, Mr. X. The games.
There's a lot of stuff here.
Yeah, it goes under the radar big time.
Unless you're in Ogden, and then it's everywhere if you're in Ogden.
Yeah, that's true. But that's more Mexican gangs. The Ogden's more Mexican gangs.
That's true.
Yeah, a lot more Mexican gangs there. So.
Yeah, it's about 2:36 a.m. in the morning, and I'm gonna be honest
if you want
with
to
you.
call it, Johnny, we can call it, brother.
I want to be honest with you. I'm getting sleepy. Yeah, I was up early today, waiting for something from Amazon. I've been up since 6:30 in the morning. Never went back to sleep because I was so excited that I got that new gift today. And I just want to say thank you to everybody that was on the panel tonight. Listen to those good stories. This is what it was all about. You know, I had a
Right.
couple of stories. You know, and you know what? And I was really quiet tonight because I really enjoyed all the stories that I heard tonight, especially from Mr. X, King Samoan, and Equalizer, and whoever else was on the panel.
Yeah.
You guys are number one in my heart. I just want to say thank you again for everything you have done for me, and I really appreciate everything you guys are doing.
Well, I enjoyed it too. Thanks for
Yeah, I
having
enjoyed
me.
it. Yeah.
No
Yeah,
problem.
appreciate it, Sloth. Keep it going, dude. Keep getting those hours.
Right.
How long did it take you, Mr. X? How long did it take you to get your hours?
Well, I had the Jim Terry TV2. I was calling it like Mr. X TV, but probably a couple months. But I had the benefit of Jim's kind of as a lead in.
Right.
And then I started hammering it with some like advertising and stuff, not the salty Fiverr thing, but I started doing some kind of advertising to get some of the other people into it. And, you know, you could just tell that those people, that's how I know about this stuff. They don't stick around.
Right.
You know, they come and watch one thing, and then we also had some things. So it took a few months, but it was really the core audience of Jim and then me, my stick to itness and doing like different types of content. Cause I was going more live. I only do it like once a week now, but I was doing it like 3 times a week.
Right.
Know?
And
It'll happen fast, Sloth. Your numbers are growing, bud. I mean,
yeah, you just got to keep going.
Your watch numbers going up. Everything's going up. You're going to get there.
And Nance, you're interested in the Mr. X. How come you never emailed the Mr. X? I mean,
you know what? Another thing is I want to say is, like I appreciate all you guys are out there rewatching my videos over and over and over again. You know, as soon as I get up there and get monetized, man, I'm gonna jump up for joy. This is the biggest challenge I've ever had in my lifetime right now. You know, one of the best challenges, and I know I can do it. And what I was going to say is I appreciate you and Jim for letting me come on way before you guys to do my pre-show for you guys. You know what I mean?
And that kind of stuff helps. And I tell you, the thing that really helps is coming on live or going places. When I was doing my live shows, I mean, I could see within the analytics that those people, it might not be any more views, but they watched it longer.
Right.
So
and that's what adds up those hours,
and that's
right?
what adds up,
The more
right?
They watch, right?
And that's the part of it you guys don't see. So the other thing is once you get monetized, you have to, you know, verify your Google AdSense. You have to you got to send in your driver's license. If you have a corporation, you have to send in, you know, either your corporation number, your EIN number, your social security number. I don't know how I have a company, so I did it that way. But so you send in that information, then they mail you a card and you have to verify your address, like a postcard.
Mr. X, let me ask you about that for tax reasons for Johnny, because I don't know how familiar Johnny is with business and all that. So is it smart to run it as like an LLC for tax reasons? I mean, because at the end of the day, I would imagine they track all that, right? For tax
Yes.
reasons.
So here's how it happens. If you, I've watched a lot of these YouTube videos about this. My suggestion would be to put it, and this is what we did with a lot of these things, and because Jim always talks about like, hey, this money isn't all going to me. And when I got involved, I said it should go into a company. And every YouTuber that has a video on this says to put 30. YouTube takes 30%, then they say for you to put aside 30%. So if let's just say you made $1,000 in a month after what YouTube took, then they're saying to put $300 away for taxes. So, and then going into what you're talking about, who was it? King Samoan asked that?
Yes.
Yeah. If you're buying fog machines and doing openings that cost money, yeah, those are technically write-offs. Right. But don't forget, my company also does films. My company, so it's like, it's all one giant conglomerate. Right. It's a book or a film or a T-shirt. Like, it's all under one thing. Okay. That's the way to do it. Now, Johnny Sloth doesn't have T-shirts yet, or the books or anything, or the movies.
It'd be smart to set up an LLC for
not in California. Not in California.
California, okay.
Yeah, because California has the franchise tax board, which is $800 a month, even if you don't make a penny. And then if you might only make $800 in 1 month. I mean, that would actually be a pretty good month to start. So
how long did it take? How long did it take you? I don't mean to cut you off. How long did you say? Did you say something that you need like a 100-hour threshold or something like that?
You need a
before you start
$100 threshold, and you have to have. So right now, I'm just at the point, because don't forget, it got monetized like mid-December, like December 19th. I'm just at the point now, because like it's saved up some, I've earned a little bit of money there, where they're just sending me the final stage where they mail out the card. Now, I also had the holidays and stuff in the middle there, but where they mail the card to you and you have to verify your address. That's the last part. And then on the 21st, they release the money to you. You got to verify. You got to put up a bank account. Like they got to send the money to you. So
how long will it take? So let's just say roughly, hypothetically speaking, after I get my watch hours, how much longer after that will they let me start getting super?
So after you get everything, if you set up your Google AdSense that day, the next show you can start to accept super chats and super stickers and all that. But to actually receive the money, it could take the process could take 2 to 3 weeks at least. And don't forget, Jim didn't know how to do any of that. So he had the postcard, but he didn't have the Google AdSense set up. So he had 2 months worth of money backed up. He had to put his bank, he had to verify his ID, the bank account, he had to set all that stuff up. And then we changed it after that. But so he had a couple, so he didn't even know how to do it. Now I know how to do it. So because I did it for him. And then I was like, okay, so then you got to go through. So it takes a little bit of time.
Is it hard? Is it hard to do it?
It's only hard if you've never done it before. I mean, it's not. No, I mean, if Doug can do it, you could do it.
Well, I thought when you first do your channel, I thought when you first do your channel, that's what you had to do anyway, is go in there and do a Google AdSense. And I did go in there and do a Google AdSense, but then he said when you become monetized for the YouTube partner program, that they will email you and saying when or when you get a.
So they'll email you and say you're monetized. So now you can, if you set up Google AdSense and all that, you can accept super chats, super stickers. It will come up and it will allow you to do that. But what I'm talking about is receiving the money. So don't forget, Jim Terry TV2's first show was December 17th or 19th when I was first able to accept money. I'm not even at the point where I'm through the final stages of I haven't even gotten that postcard yet. And I'm on top of it. I'm not like Jim. I mean, I'm really on top of it.
Right.
It's not super difficult there, Sloth, and it's something that
it just takes a little time.
I could probably even help you walk you through it over the phone. I've already kind of been down that road too on a different.
It's not hard to do.
Okay.
I could help you with it too. It's just a matter of just have your ID, a driver's license ready. If you have a company, if not, you do your social security number. Have a bank. If you don't have a bank account or a bank account where you can receive them, like the routing and the checking number, the bank account number.
That.
Have all that ready.
You don't necessarily need to do a company in California. You have other options. Nevada.
Yeah, my suggestion is do not do a company in California.
Well, and that's what I was going to ask Mr. X is I for my 40-foot Joco trailer. I have it registered in the state of Montana. Obviously, some people might know why. Some people might know
I do
not why, but I have multiple things registered in the state of Montana. Is that something he could do as well? Could I let him use the address I have of property there to where he could register it there, but still get all the information to where he's at in California?
Yeah, I mean, you could have a corporation in Montana and get the mail in California.
That's what I thought.
And you can have your mail forwarded too.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, just have it forwarded to. Yeah, my company is not in the state of California.
Okay.
But you need to have a local address up there, and they have boxes you can get to. Or if you did that for them, I mean, the best thing to do is because you never know. You could be here and then off the internet in 3 weeks. Is just to have everything in your corner, because if anybody disappears, it's just it's better to pay for the box, even if it's $10 a month.
For sure.
Oh yeah, no, and that's even another idea is just setting him up a PO box in whatever state. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I use Montana for the reasons. I'm sure you guys both know.
I know. Yeah.
Hey guys, I want to also say something on Sunday night, around 7 p.m. Danny E. Illuminati is going to be reading my birth chart out on her channel. And I would love for everybody, if Jim's not on or Mr. X is not on, we should go over there and support Danny E. Illuminati, because she's going to be over there reading my birth chart. I don't even know what that means, but okay.
Yeah, I'll be over there to watch.
Well, if football's on, I might not be around, but we'll see.
I'll probably be at work.
All right, I'm out of here, guys. Have a good night.
All right, have a good night, Mr. X. Okay, so tomorrow, guys, I am coming on tomorrow, and I'm gonna do that cooking thing for you guys tomorrow.
Nice.
So probably tomorrow evening sometime. I gotta go to the store and go buy all the stuff and stuff
Well,
like that.
Remember, Johnny, a lot of the viewers, especially on Jim's channel, a lot of them seem like they're from the East Coast too. So, like with us doing shows, it's only you start at like 6 or 7 our time because we run mainly on Pacific time. But a lot of those East Coasters that watch the show, I think it gets late for them. Like I don't know what time it is over there on the East Coast, but like right now it's 2:47 here in Pacific time.
It's 6 a.m. on the East Coast right now.
There you go. So I think that's why if you try and start a little earlier, I think you get a lot more people on that side of the country to watch. Because a lot of them, they don't want to stay up till 11, 12, 1, 2, 3 in the morning if they got to work the next day.
Right. So what time do you think would be a good time to start then?
Oh, it's up to you.
At 4? At 4?
Yeah, you
at
can
4?
do 4 or 5 because you got to think 4 or 5 Pacific
Most
time.
people work till 5, so if you wait until 5 o'clock
5:30.
California time, everybody's off work.
I messed up today. I was because someone told me that Nance was blocked in my chat room earlier. Remember when we first came on and she couldn't get in? So I went in there to YouTube Studio, and guess what I did? I accidentally deleted all the mods out of there. So now hopefully when Melissa comes back tomorrow, I'll text her in the morning or tomorrow afternoon and let her know, hey, I'm gonna go ahead and put you back as a mod. I accidentally hit that X right there on accidentally where it says mods.
Right.
And so I forgot. I don't even know how to go in there in that area and set her back up as a mod. But so I have to wait till she comes on tomorrow in the chat room to put her back as a mod.
Well, that works.
Yeah.
Well, Johnny, should we call it a night or what?
Yeah, we should call it a night, brother. And I need me and you need to talk tomorrow too with King Samoan.
Yeah, give me a call tomorrow. That's fine.
I'll give you a call. You guys have a good night, and thank you for Equalizer for coming on the channel. King Samoan.
You'll have to come back some more. I enjoy bullshitting with you.
Yeah, I love bullshit with you
I don't know
guys
if I'll be here
too.
tomorrow.
I'm sorry, huh?
He said, I'm not sure if I'll be around tomorrow. I've got a lot of work to do this weekend, but if I can sneak away, I will.
Sounds good.
Okay, so about 4 or 5 o'clock, we'll go on, and I might have.
Equalizer said Johnny around 5 o'clock Pacific time would probably be best for pretty much
That's
anybody.
a pretty good time because it's after 5 everywhere.
Right.
Okay, so 5 o'clock then.
That's what I would do. I think he's right on that one.
All right, guys. So tomorrow at 5 p.m., I'll be going live here, and we're gonna just talk tomorrow what's going on. I'm gonna cook y'all some treats tomorrow, and I wish I can give y'all that damn food after I cook it. I wish I can give it to you. You know what I mean? Because I can't eat all that damn food. I can't eat all that damn food.
I love food. I wish I could eat it.
I know, right? But when you guys see this tomorrow, you're going to say, your mouth is going to water because it's going to look so good. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Yeah, but it's one of the state fair's best snack you can get through the year.
Right. I might have to make it. I might have to get the stuff and make it while you're making it, just so I can try it. To be honest, I probably will do that.
Yeah, and it's good, man. I mean, I'm telling you, when you take the first bite out of that, you're going to say, "Damn, Johnny's right again."
Right.
You know what I mean?
And I told you I'm over here by Boise with all my family, so maybe I'll make it and give it to a bunch of my family members, see how they like it.
There you go. We can do it together. We can do it. Hey, we can do it together when we're live.
Yeah, that works. I'm down.
Yeah, that'll work.
Yeah.
All right. All right. I'm gonna get rid of you guys. All right. Good night, Equalizer. Night. Good night, Mr. King Samoan.
Yes, sir, brother. I'll talk to you.
I love you, dog. I love you, man.
Love you too, brother, man. We'll talk to you tomorrow, yeah?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Always.
Brother. I'll get off now.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming to the chat room tonight. Dan and Nicole, Danielle Illuminati, Equalizer, Nance, Ruben, Lying the Pipe. Thank you guys so much. You guys are my everything. Kathy and Axel, JG, Jenny, Good and Plenty. Guys, thank you so much. You guys are awesome. Until next time, this is Johnny Yarbrough, a.k.a. Gay Sloth. I love you guys. Good night.